Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of Thy servants to the advancement of Thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Yes, President, I table documents pursuant to statute and returns to order as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sitting of the Senate? If there is no objection, right, we'll move on. I call the clerk.
Private Senators' Bills. Order of the day number 63. Human Rights, Parliamentary Scrutiny Amendment, consideration of UNRIP Bill 2023, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Labor, you claim to support First Peoples. You claim to stand for justice. But today, your words mean nothing unless they are backed by action. This bill before us is about the rights of First Nations peoples. It hits the 3 R's. It is reasonable, rational and responsible. It is a simple change to ensure the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, when scrutinising legislation, is able to consider rights and freedoms laid out in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the UNRIP, a human rights instrument this country signed up to in 2009. It means every time a minister puts forward a piece of legislation, they have to write a statement of compatibility that forces them to consider the rights and freedoms of First Nations peoples as laid out in the UNRIP. It was actually the Labor government who signed this country up to the UNRIP, which was developed over many years by First Peoples all over the world. It was a Labor senator, Patrick Dodson, who in his last act of Parliament tabled the UNRIP report, which not only recommended this change, but for the whole of UNRIP to be implemented into domestic legislation. I won't go into the whole story of how Labor hijacked my original bill and watered down the inquiry. That's a yarn for another time. Last year, I tried to do exactly what the UNRIP report recommended and introduced a bill that set up the framework for its implementation in domestic legislation. I thought, Labor themselves recommended this. Surely they can't vote against it. That would be so unlike them. But Labor and Liberal voted it down right after their gammon referendum. When I asked them why they couldn't support the bill, Labor told me they needed the permission of their Liberal mates before they could move forward on the rights of First Peoples. And today, I come with an even more modest proposal for the Human Rights Committee to just be able to consider the rights in UNRIP when scrutinising legislation. It's not that hard. Once again, this is something the Labor Party apparently supports. It was in their own committee recommendations. This support will come to a test today. If this government does not support this bill, we know that it is only because it was not written by yourselves, and that policy does not matter in this place, only political games. I am not fighting for this for myself. I am fighting for the rights of blackfellas all over this country. Not supporting this bill meant not even having the courage to let a Human Rights Committee, who they ignore anyway, unless it suits them, put some words on a piece of paper which none of you will bother to read anyway. Theoretically, the government should already be bound by the provisions outlined in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples anyway, from back when they agreed to it in 2009. There should be nothing to fear. But let's be real. The colonial masters have a long history of treating human rights like an optional guideline, not a binding obligation. It does not care about First Peoples' rights. It does not care about truth-telling. All it cares about is its own survival. Minister McCarthy, you can have a legacy. You could actually fight for the rights of our people. And I don't mean fighting me. That's exactly what the colony wants. I mean fighting the people in your own party to stand up for our people. If you really care for your people, cross the floor if your party won't support this bill. Show the people on the ground that you are willing to put yourself on the line for them. Instead, you will go down in history as just another minister for Indigenous Australians who did not fight for real justice for our people. Shame. Disappointingly, I didn't even get a phone call or reply when I requested a meeting with you, Minister for Indigenous Australians, and the Attorney-General about this bill. Shut the door. Didn't even want to talk about it. Too ashamed to front up. Apparently, Minister McCarthy, you were too busy. What in your calendar, Minister, was more important than the rights of your people? The letter even had the signatures of the majority of crossbench senators and members of Parliament, meaning you have the support to pass this bill today in both houses. How's that, mob out there? This place and the place next door have an opportunity to take seriously the rights of our people in this country, and we have a gammon Labor government who will do nothing except for turn up to the sorry day morning tea and make a few gammon speeches about how much they care about us. You've got to see through this. Look how many people are locked up. Look how many babies are taken away. Look how much destruction of our water and our land. They are so gammon. The support for this change is unanimous and has been called for by experts, academics and civil society more broadly, including by the Australian Human Rights Commission in their 2021 report, Free and Equal, a Reform Agenda for Federal Discrimination Laws, the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, who recommended this amendment in a report after her visit to this country in 2017, the inquiry into the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Report 2023, Recommendation 6, the Human Rights Committee inquiry into Australia's Human Rights Framework Report 2024, Recommendation 13, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Social Justice Commissioner Katie Kiss is calling for this amendment in her current listening tour. I mean, you appoint these commissioners, you say that they're going to do all these deadly things, you just appointed a children's commissioner. What's the point if you don't take on board what they are saying? It is a simple yet critical amendment that ensures no matter who is next in government, and we know you're doing really badly out there, it means we have to consider the human rights of First Peoples every time they put forward a piece of legislation, so that they can't send the army into communities to destroy peace and harmony, because we would have an instrument that calls the human rights and the Indigenous rights out prior to that happening. Today, I anticipate we will hear nothing but excuses from Labor. They will tell us to wait, to compromise, to negotiate within the boundaries they set on their white line that they're not allowed to cross, and that there are too many unintended consequences. The Human Rights Committee is not powerful. The majority are Labor and Liberal people around the table to ensure that the Human Rights Committee doesn't have any power. But our people have waited over 2 centuries for rights in this country. 2 centuries. We have negotiated with the colonial boots on our necks every time. This is not governance. This is domination by delaying. Labor has real power, a crossbench that today is ready, who would support human rights and First Peoples' rights in this country. So if you are genuine Labor, because you wear your Aboriginal earrings and your deadly little dot-painted scarves and you pretend to care, but in fact you really don't, because you've got to uphold the colonial system. And the colonial system is not about giving us rights. It's about taking away our rights, stripping us of our rights, stripping us of our land, resources, water, babies, families. The list goes on. I hope when you sip your morning tea and celebrate Rudd's apology, even though we've got 24,000 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children in out-of-home care today, after he said sorry, they kept going. They kept taking our children. We have mothers who are being shackled to beds to have their babies. And we have child protection waiting at the end to take that baby. If you are genuine, let your First Peoples in your party speak about what they genuinely want. Stop shutting them down. Stop gaslighting them. Let them speak. Let them cross the floor. If you are genuine, please prove this country wrong. Prove me wrong. Prove my people wrong. Give this bill your support, especially today on the National Apology Day, where we know Rudd's apology was carefully written, carefully scrutinised by the highest lawyers in this country so that there was no comeback to this government ever. We know that that apology was hollow. It ensured that there were no reparations. It ensured that they were able to continue to steal our children. So while you sip your teas and have your cakes and pat yourselves on the back, think about what else you can do today for our rights in this country, because our people are dying at a faster rate than anybody else in this country, and it's because of what comes out of this place. So if you don't support it, then I hope you have to live with that. I hope you don't sleep well at night. And I hope our ancestors haunt you all.
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you, Deputy President. I'm pleased to rise to speak on the Human Rights Parliamentary Scrutiny Amendment consideration of UNRIP Bill 2023. The Albanese government is committed to the principles of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and is embedding them in our work, particularly closing the gap. This Labor government lives these principles in the way we partner with First Nations people and communities. This is exemplified in our work with the Coalition of Peaks on closing the gap. We cannot make decisions about how to implement the UNRIP in Australia without meaningful engagement and conversation with First Nations people. As a government, we must be sure to take the time to get this right, working together with First Nations people. UNRIP was adopted by the General Assembly of the United Nations in September 2007. Australia, under the former Howard government, was one of the only 4 countries who voted against it. It was Labor, when the Rudd government was elected, who signed up to the UNRIP, and it is Labor that is embedding these principles in the way we work. It took the election of the Rudd government to get Australia back in the international community on this issue, and it took the election of the Albanese government to turn these aspirations into reality. We have embedded the principles of UNRIP in the work we do. The National Agreement on Closing the Gap is a prime example of how we are supporting the principles of self-determination that underpin UNRIP. We know that when First Nations people are meaningfully involved in the development of laws and policies that impact them, that those laws and policies are more successful. Labor has long been committed to UNRIP. It was Labor who signed on, and it is Labor who is embedding the principles in the way we work. The most important thing for First Nations people is that government works for them. The Closing the Gap National Agreement commits not just the Australian government, but all state and territory governments to work differently and to deliver for First Nations Australians. That is the job of Minister McCarthy every day, and it is the focus of her colleagues around the Cabinet table. Principles are important and we are committed to them. But what is more important is how those principles translate into real actions, and that is our laser focus. Closing the Gap is an example where all governments committed to working with First Nations partners to design and deliver programs that will help close the gap in outcomes. The four priority reforms agreed with the Coalition of Peaks in the Closing the Gap agreement chart a course for changing the way government works. This is hard work, it's consistent work, and it takes time. There is no magic wand. The National Agreement on Closing the Gap remains the critical framework for delivering improved outcomes for First Nations people. Closing the Gap is about partnerships with First Nations people, organisations and communities at all levels of government. All partners to the National Agreement are responsible for outlining the actions they are taking in annual reports and implementation plans. Just this week, the government tabled the 2024 Closing the Gap annual report and 2025 implementation plan. This Commonwealth report demonstrates the actions we took in the last 12 months and puts forward what we will deliver in 2025. This report delivers on a key commitment under the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. All governments, federal, state and territory, and the Local Government Association and the Coalition of Peaks have committed to release annual reports and implementation plans each year, outlining what they are delivering to achieve the Closing the Gap targets and priority reforms. The Commonwealth's report outlines the actions we have taken in 2024 and what we will deliver in 2025 to help achieve Closing the Gap outcomes. We have delivered on these priorities. We have launched the Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program, with around 200 applications received in Round 1 and Round 2 now open. We have expanded the Indigenous Rangers program to create 1,000 new jobs, including 770 positions for First Nations women. We have introduced legislation to expand the role and remit of Indigenous Business Australia to boost First Nations economic empowerment. We have built more than 200 new homes in remote communities in the Northern Territory as part of our 10-year goal to halve overcrowding. We have invested in community-led justice reinvestment initiatives in 27 sites across the country and delivered significant increases in funding for First Nations legal services. We have rolled out the 500 Health Workers program with over 300 enrolments to date. And we have invested in much-needed renal services in remote communities, opening the Coober service. We have established the First Nations Children's Commissioner role that will help protect the rights of First Nations children. We will continue to build on these achievements and deliver action that will achieve change in 2025. In 2025, we will deliver a new Northern Territory remote Aboriginal investment agreement with the Northern Territory Government and Aboriginal peak organisations Northern Territory that reflects a community-led approach to improving the lives of First Nations Territorians. We will drive economic development through strengthening the Indigenous procurement policy. We will support First Nations women in business. We will help more people to access home loans through Indigenous Business Australia. We will improve food security in remote communities by subsidising the cost of 30 essential items and creating 120 nutrition worker jobs in remote communities. We will invest in programs to improve mental health and social and emotional wellbeing and drive down suicide, including scholarships for 150 First Nations psychologists. We will roll out remote laundries to improve health and living conditions in 12 remote communities. We have made much progress over the last almost 3 years, but we know there is much more that still needs to be done. What we also know is that the previous Liberal National Government signed up to closing the gap. But are they backing away from this commitment? They are not prepared to work in a bipartisan way or in partnership with First Nations people, which are central commitments under closing the gap. What those opposite are offering the Australian people is a grab bag of confused and contradictory priorities that will make matters worse for First Nations people and for our whole community. They have no vision and no plan. They want to divide and destroy. Their priorities are confused and contradictory, divisive and dangerous. They promise an audit of Indigenous programs as part of Dutton's plan to cut $347 billion. This is an obvious front for funding cuts that we should all be concerned about, just like the $500 million they cut from Indigenous programs under former Prime Minister Abbott. Make no mistake, this means cuts to job programs, cuts to housing, cuts to essential services like legal and health services, and cuts to childcare programs. Cuts to programs like Gallowinku Birthing on Country that is helping women in this remote community to birth safely. Cuts to renal services that save lives in remote Australia in places like Coober. And cuts to programs like Junior Rangers in Nowra, where local kids are attending school and gaining confidence that will set them up for life. They promise an attack on land rights masquerading as a review. Ultimately, they want to take away the rights of First Nations people. Those opposite need to be clear about the destructive alternative they pose to the Australian people. We will see more division and worse outcomes for everyone under a coalition. I urge those opposite to take their closing the gap commitment seriously, to back the evidence-based, tangible actions that will help improve the lives of First Nations people. The government is aware that the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs tabled its report on the UNRIP in 2023. The government is considering the findings of the inquiry report carefully. We're considering the findings of that report and working through them methodically. I will not preempt the government's consideration of the inquiry, but it is important to note that we have already worked to embed many of the principles of UNRIP in the work that we do. In 2009, the government formally agreed to uphold the principles of UNRIP. This work is ongoing, and key examples include the priority reforms under the 2020 National Agreement on the Closing the Gap adherence to the principles of UNRIP through accountability measures. A range of Commonwealth laws incorporate FPIC principles, such as under the Aboriginal Land Rights Northern Territory Act, traditional owners hold the decision-making powers over the use of Aboriginal land. The Native Titles Act 1993 establishes the process for the notification, consultation and negotiation with Native Titles groups about acts affecting their native title rights and interests. The requirements vary according to the type of act proposed, with the highest procedural right providing groups with a right to negotiate. The Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act includes statutory public comment periods during which Indigenous communities can provide input into the environmental assessment of a proposal. If this information is provided, it must be considered by the Minister in determining whether or not a proposed action can proceed. Acting Deputy President, the Albanese Government, working to implement the principles of UNRIP and is working to embed them in our work, particularly in closing the gap. This government is delivering action and working in partnership with First Nations communities, peak bodies and state and territory governments to close the gap. Our Closing the Gap report shows we are delivering in health, we are delivering in housing, we are delivering in economic empowerment and jobs, and we are delivering in community-led justice initiatives and reinvestment. And we have more to do. Our plan is to drive economic empowerment, ease cost of living and food security issues in remote communities, and improve living conditions and the wellbeing for First Nations people. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dame. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I want to thank Senator Thorpe for bringing this bill to the Parliament this morning and recognise her work and her passion for her people and the ongoing work that we on this side continue to do. And I want to agree with the points of expanding the human rights definition to include UNRIP in the Human Rights Parliamentary Scrutiny Act of 2011. That requires us in this place to actually mobilise and commit to action, because we are sick and tired of the rhetoric. We are sick and tired of the political spin in this place. This is the 17th anniversary of the National Apology. And yes, I have been down to the Great Hall this morning to sit with Stolen Generations people and listen to them and watch them cry again for another year because of the lack of action of successive governments in this place. 17 years they have been doing that. And there now is a report that says they are waiting for us to die. Because that is exactly what's happening to an ageing population of black people in this country. You're waiting for them to die. So you don't have to pay reparation and compensation to the people. And none of the laws in this place measure up to the human rights framework. Don't measure up to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, a declaration that was scripted by Indigenous people, for Indigenous people, to guide your governments in making sure that we never live under the regime of the past, facing up to the past, the history of this country that I have sat through this morning and witnessed the legacy of the intergenerational trauma that I know exists in our communities. It exists and it is a legacy of your governments, and that you continue to perpetuate this. And then you have a crack at us and say we're angry. We have to be frustrated and angry, because if we don't raise our voices, we will continue to be eradicated under your law, under the Westminster system that was brought here. It is the recognition of the immense harm of what legislation, government legislation of the day, did by stripping our culture away from different people in different parts of this country. And I want to acknowledge that this is not a homogenous effect that happened. There are many, many elements who are still in their first language, in their native tongue, who are still living on country, who still have the benefits of that identity and their connection to their kin and to their country. That is not a homogenous thing. But we as First Peoples in this country demand better. And what the apology should have done in 2008 should have been a turning point. Should have been a turning point in this country for healing. It should never have been another hollow statement. Another just, yep, there it is. We've done the bit. And now we can allow people in 2025 to say things like, but I'm not responsible. I didn't do that. That wasn't me. Because that's what we have right now, and people should just move on. Why? That there are uncles standing in that place saying this morning, I want the right to rebuild my family structures because there is a bloodline which I have responsibility for, and yet we are given none of that because our basic human rights is not being met. Now, Senator Darmanin just spoke about closing the gap, and I am the new chair of the Select Senate Committee on the measuring outcomes of First Nations people, and acknowledge Senator Cadell, who's in the chamber today, who's also part of that committee. And that the reason that we put forward this Select Committee is because there are 4 targets in the Closing the Gap that are going backwards and now are worsening from what we've heard. And if you read that report properly on Monday when it came down from the Productivity Commission, what you will see is it's still regressing. The most basic human rights for our people in this country are about the increase in adult incarceration. Now, we see the Northern Territory passing laws to ensure that they fill up every lockup and every watch house and every jail in the country. The prison industry is one of the richest in the world. And yet places like America are moving away from privatisation, but Australia are increasing it. Why? Ask yourself that. Is it for their economic empowerment? Because that's exactly what's happening. Child removal. Child removal in places like Victoria, where Senator Thorpe comes from. And I want to acknowledge the 24,000 children that are currently in out-of-home care and are currently being removed and continue to be removed. So when we said sorry, we should have stopped. We should have changed the law, and we should have made sure that never again would we continue to remove children in this country. But we are still doing that, and that is a target that is worsening. So the Labor government cannot take any kudos to say that they are doing anything in that. They are standing by and allowing that to happen on their watch. Child development. The 5 domains of social and emotional well-being for First Nations children, we are failing. We are failing. 40% behind other children in this nation. What a shame. That is shameful. As a mother of 2 daughters, to know that the practical application of that is to have books in my home and to read to my children. Where's that in the Closing the Gap report, Labor? It's not in there. This Labor government need to do better. Stop standing on the hose for our people and give us the changes that we require, because the legislation in this place has to be up to scratch, and that's what these amendments will do. This is what this bill will absolutely do. Now, I want to touch on the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, and we know that FPIC, free, prior and informed consent, are so important. This week, we passed the government's Future Made in Australia, but no one's talking about co-investment. No one's talking about equity shares for our communities, but they're still destroying cultural heritage. And in question time yesterday, I asked that question about Murujuga, because the extension and the breadth of 46 articles in the UN Declaration cuts across every bill that comes into this joint and should be assessed based on that, and should absolutely have a statement of compatibility to make sure that it is up to scratch. But the important part of the UN Declaration, and another one of those principles, is recognising the historical injustices. Truth-telling. Truth-telling will bring justice and it will bring healing to this nation. If Australia wants to go down that pathway, it's laid out right now. The Greens have brought a bill to this place around a Truth and Justice Commission to make sure that the formal processes pre-colonisation is enshrined, is put into every school curriculum in this country, to make sure that we are doing the absolute and utmost work that will leave a legacy for the future generations of our children and our grandchildren. So I appeal to everybody to understand what a difference this is absolutely going to make if we allow ourselves to just go, no more motherhood statements, no more half-baked actions. We are actually going to take forward and drive action. We are going to put in place what this government talk about, which is a practical action that will make a difference. Because you cannot go into a workplace for a job if you are still experiencing racism in this country. And the stark reality is, post the 2023 referendum, the increase of racism that is experienced online, but also in our communities, is very, very real for First Nations people. And people who've done lots of work on racism talk about it, and they relate it to like being punched in the face. It is so damaging. And we have children who are experiencing this, babies who are experiencing this. This work must not just be about an economic pathway. I'm all for making sure we have opportunities. I'm all for eradicating poverty in our communities, because we still live under the breadline in our communities. That is a reality. But we cannot invest in structures that have been given to us because the governments, the successive governments in this country didn't want to do the whole job. And native title is a perfect example of that. So I'm glad that the native title Future Act regime is with the Australian Law Reform Commission for review. It's about time. But we cannot let that opportunity pass where we can fix every bit of legislation. Senator Darmanin talked about the environment, EPBC, and you will see myself, Senator Thorpe and others from the crossbench all put up amendments to all of those bills, which you all vote down, because we know our communities and we know what they need. And we continue to use the issues that they bring to us, to use their voice to come to our offices, because they don't come to yours, to absolutely bring their voice to this place, absolutely represent the issues. And we will continue to do that. But today is your opportunity to change that. Today is your opportunity to vote for Senator Thorpe's bill, to show Australia that we're doing the right thing, and we haven't abandoned, Labor, you haven't abandoned Indigenous affairs because you lost the referendum. It is the opportunity to fix that, and you could do it now.
Senator Ciccone.
All right. Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Look, the government is very proud to be supporting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And as we also heard from early contributions from Senator Darminen, we're also committed to enhancing Australia's application of UNRIP's rights. And we acknowledge the work of the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs report into the application of UNRIP in Australia. And it is worth noting that the government is considering the findings of the inquiry, and we've been working through those findings. We've also been working to embed many of the principles of UNRIP in the work that we do, and it must be right, it must take time, but it must be done in the right way. And Australia has been proudly a signatory since 2009, but unfortunately it did take a Labor government to overturn the Howard government's shameful rejection of that of UNRIP back in 2007. Labor strongly believes in the rights of self-determination and First Nations people's participation in decision making. We know that when First Nations peoples are meaningfully involved in the development of laws and policies, that those laws and policies are much more successful. Nowhere is this partnership better shown than the government's work with the Coalition of Peaks on closing the gap. And it's the Coalition of Peaks, an organisation of more than 80 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community-controlled peak organisations and their members, that the government does proudly consider its working relationship to be successful. And as the Prime Minister earlier this week outlined, the National Agreement on Closing the Gap is a landmark partnership. Earlier this week also, Minister McCarthy and the PM launched the 2024 Closing the Gap Annual Report and the 25 Implementation Plan. And in the Minister's speech, Minister McCarthy acknowledged what the government has been doing. The 2024 Annual Report also outlined the actions of the government that it has taken over the past year to deliver on the outcomes of the National Agreement on Closing the Gap, an agreement in partnership with the Coalition of Peaks, embellished of the principles of UNRIP. It was focused on creating jobs and economic empowerment for remote communities, easing housing overcrowding and improving safety. In 2024, the Commonwealth Government has commenced the new Remote Jobs and Economic Development Program and will create up to 3,000 jobs in remote communities over the next 3 years. The government's also committed to expanding the Indigenous Rangers program to create a further 1,000 jobs, which 770 positions will be assigned to First Nations women. Further, there'll be the release of the First Nations Clean Energy Strategy to maximise the nationwide potential for First Nations people to benefit from the clean energy transformation that this government is proudly implementing. We've also introduced legislation to expand the role and remit of Indigenous Business Australia to boost First Nations people's economic empowerment. We've built more than 200 new homes in remote communities in the Northern Territory as part of our 10-year goal to halve overcrowding. Expansion of access to affordable PBS medicines, opening the first of up to 30 dialysis units in regional and remote locations so First Nations people can receive treatment closer to home and on country. And we've also welcomed over 300 enrolments in the First Nations Health Worker Traineeship Program. Deputy President, the 2025 Implementation Plan outlines our strategy for the year ahead, focusing on easing cost of living pressures and improving food security in remote communities, delivering the next steps of economic empowerment agenda and continuing to improve the outcomes of First Nations people. We've already announced $842 million, a 6-year partnership with the Northern Territory Government and Aboriginal peak organisations Northern Territory, another First Nations partner, something that the government is very proud to be working with to deliver essential services for many remote communities, including policing, women's safety and health and education. The government's also investing in a range of other measures to reduce the cost of 30 essential products in more than 76 remote stores, building a nutrition workforce in remote communities, rolling out new laundries and upgrades to existing facilities in 12 remote communities, strengthening the Indigenous procurement policy to boost opportunities for businesses, and increasing opportunities for First Nations Australians to buy their own home and build intergenerational wealth through the Australian Home Loans Capital Fund. These measures are just some of the initiatives that the government is committed to delivering over 2025. Deputy President, closing the gap is UNRIP in action, and we cannot make decisions about how to implement the UNRIP in Australia without meaningful engagement and consultation with First Nations people, and I think that has to be the bedrock of any decision that this government makes. There is no one who pushes against these principles of UNRIP or has a record of opposing it, unlike those opposites. But really, it is about trying to bring everyone together in this place. I think it's so important that we do work in a collaborative manner. This government is very much, particularly with the leadership of Minister McCarthy, about implementing our promises, implementing our agenda, about empowering First Nations people here in Australia. It is also worth, I think, mentioning too that the government is committed, the Albanese government is committed to progressing these meaningful programs and policies that will empower First Nations people through the strengthening of partnerships and hearing from all of them about what works and what does not and what will lead to meaningful change, and that is UNRIP in action. Through the Joint Council on Closing the Gap, we are creating systemic change to improve the way we work with First Nations Australians, the Coalition of Peaks and state and territory governments. At the end of the day, we all need to work collectively and cooperative, and we have to make sure that we do build a better future and make sure there is meaningful change for many, many generations ahead. And on that note, I'm going to finish my speech there, Mr. Acting President.
Senator Kim.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I move the question now be put.
Okay. Well, the question is that it be put. All those that opinion say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Ayes have it. Second read. Yep. Okay, so the question is now that the bill be read the amendment be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. No. Ayes have it. Ayes have it. No. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Order. Order. Shut the doors. Shut the doors. Order. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim to tell it for the ayes, Senator Cadell to tell it for the noes. Order. The result of the divisions is ayes 15, noes 24. The question is resolved in the negative. Those that are not participating in the debate, I'd ask you to leave the chamber quietly and I will call the clerk. No, Minister? I'm sorry, Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
Thanks. The Albanese government supports the principles underlying the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, known as UNRIP. As a signatory to UNRIP, we commit to take steps to realise those international standards and to do so in the spirit of partnership and mutual respect. The UNRIP brings together existing human rights and applies them to specific contexts affecting Indigenous peoples. It provides a framework for countries to realise these rights, but provides flexibility so the details can be determined at a domestic level in partnership between the state and Indigenous peoples. While we have structures in place to facilitate First Peoples perspectives, our government remains committed to increasing opportunities to work in partnership with Indigenous Australians to achieve improved outcomes. On the 28th of November 2023, the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs released its report on its inquiry into the application of the UNRIP in Australia. The government is considering the report and we're determined to get this right. While it considers the report, the Albanese government is giving practical effect to UNRIP through its programs and policies and approach to engagement and collaboration. This work is ongoing. As the explanatory memorandum notes, the bill proposes a significant change to the role of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights. The committee's role has been important and long-standing. Changes to its role must be carefully considered. As the explanatory memorandum notes, under the Human Rights Parliamentary Scrutiny Act 2011, new bills and disallowable legislative instruments must be accompanied by a statement of compatibility with human rights. Currently, the committee assesses the compatibility of the legislation with the rights and freedoms recognised in the 7 international human rights treaties that Australia has ratified. The explanatory memorandum further notes the practical impact of this bill is that the committee may, in the course of the committee's examination of bills, legislative instruments, acts and other inquiries, consider and report on the rights and freedoms outlined in an 8th international instrument, the UNRIP. The government is not in a position to agree to this significant change at this time. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters.
Deputy President, I seek leave to move a motion relating to the consideration of legislation as circulated.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, so leave is not granted.
Contingent notice standing in my name, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me from moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to the consideration of legislation. Now, what the Greens are seeking to do here is to ensure that seminal legislation to underwrite 32 gigawatts of renewable energy investment pass this chamber today. We have secured amendments in the other place to make sure that this 32 gigawatt clean energy target is written into law. Now, the reason we did that is that nobody knows what the Parliament's going to look like in a few short months, but what we do know is that Mr Dutton will certainly not back in clean energy for this country. In fact, he'd rather prop up coal and gas using a nuclear fantasy as a fig leaf. So it is absolutely crucial that anyone who supports clean energy, in particular solar and wind, sees this legislation passed today. Now, we know that the opposition will try every trick in the book to talk out this bill. They'll probably seek their own suspension. They will throw every procedural trick in the book that they've got at this, and that is exactly why we need to make sure that today this chamber deals with this piece of legislation. We will not stand by and watch the country go down a nuclear fantasy path which simply props up coal and gas in the meantime, when we have a chance today to legislate the capacity investment scheme, the government underwriting of the clean energy industry. Now, this is a very important decision that the chamber will be making, and I know the crossbench know that if they support clean energy, then they need to be supporting this suspension. Now, the other reason that we're moving this suspension today is to make sure that the gender pay gap legislation also has a chance to pass this parliament. Because the other thing we know that Mr Dutton doesn't like, it's not just renewable energy, it's women getting a fair go. He doesn't support that either. We know the Liberal Party will be opposing the legislation to require mega companies to close their gender pay gap. So we are moving today to make sure that this chamber can actually improve women's rights at work to be paid fairly and ensure that the climate crisis can be tackled with decent investment in clean energy. Now, Mr Dutton does not want big business to close the gender pay gap that they've identified. In years gone by, the Liberal Party didn't even support the gender pay gap legislation at all. And what the problem has been with that law is that whilst companies have had to identify whether they have a gender pay gap, they haven't had to do anything to close it. Well, today's legislation is the first step to say for those super big companies, the ones over 500 workers, they not only have to identify their gender pay gap, but they've actually got to do something to close that pay gap. Now, that's really important, And if this parliament does not ensure that that legislation passes today, you can bet your bottom dollar that Mr Dutton's Liberal Party in minority government would not be progressing that. In fact, they'll probably try to further undermine women's rights at work. So today is the chance that everyone in this chamber, particularly the women, have to back in women's rights at work and to back in the right for us to receive fair pay. So that is precisely why it is crucial that we ensure that those two pieces of legislation pass the parliament today. So I'm urging our friends on the crossbench, because we know we certainly won't get any support from the coalition over there, urging our friends on the crossbench to vote for the climate, for women, for integrity, and let's get this done today, folks.
Senator Duniam.
Well, Acting Deputy President, who's in charge today? It looks like the Greens are in charge, and it is again another great big preview into what life after the next election is going to be like if there is a minority Labor-Green government elected. We have the Greens march in here and tell Labor what they want today, what deal they want to strike, and it's great for Australians to know ahead of this election this is the kind of stuff you can expect on steroids after the election. The bills that the Greens are insisting pass through are about more renewable energy and, of course, the one relating to the Workplace Gender Equality Amendment, and suggesting that these bills somehow will benefit a cohort of people that the Liberals are opposed to. Well, I'll tell you what the bill, the first one in the very first instance, doesn't do, this Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 that they want to rush through this place. It doesn't bring down power prices by 1 cent. So here we are in the middle of a cost of living crisis, and one of the biggest pressures households face is power prices. And we can't forget that Prime Minister Albanese and his front bench went out there and said 97 times before Australians cast their vote that their power bills would go down by $275. Well, instead of that actually being the case, Australian households on average are paying more than $1,000 more in power bills per year. And in their response, the government's response to this crisis that Australian households and businesses are facing is to jam into this place in partnership with the Greens, facilitated by the Greens, brought on by the Greens, is a bill to bring more renewables into the grid and fast-track all of that, which will again drive up power prices. So this is an amazing insight into how a Labor-Green government will work after this election. They give no care when it comes to the cost of living crisis households are facing. And here we are on the death knock, the last sitting day I expect before the election, and this is demonstrating this government's priorities in partnership with their friends, their coalition partners, the Greens, about electricity infrastructure legislation, very benignly named, but you can be guaranteed, Acting Deputy President, that this will not only not do a thing to ease the burdens that households and businesses face, but indeed make things far worse. It will be interesting to see whether the government support this approach being led by the Greens. And I've lived through Labor-Green governments in Tasmania. We've seen it here at a federal level. They are disastrous. Things that are bad get worse under Labor-Green governments. Industry shut down, investors flee the country because they know that there will be no certainty. Sovereign risk becomes an issue. Jobs evaporate, particularly in our regions where you have miners, fishers, foresters, farmers being strangled by green tape. This legislation that this cohort, the Australian Greens, in partnership with the Labor Party, are going to rush through this place will make all of that worse. And so this, as I say, is a prime example of what a Bant Albanese government would look like after this election if people are conned into voting for them. If the government roll over and allow this to happen, it is proof positive that the government will be like this after the election, that they will happily wave through whatever agenda it is the Greens want to bring on. In Tasmania we have a saying, it's the green tail wagging the Labor dog. And again, as I say, having lived through a Labor-Green government, having seen what destruction is wreaked upon a jurisdiction, in our case Tasmania, where we saw our economy continually shrink, great swathes of productive and well-managed land locked up at the behest of the Greens. What's on the table here? If the goal is to stay on the Treasury benches and for Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, to hang on to the keys to the lodge, what price will he pay to do that? We are getting hints and previews, and can I tell you, anything that the Australian Greens vote for is generally very, very bad. They are not pro-jobs. They are not pro-economy. They are not, certainly not, pro-regional Australia. And for a party that claims to be the friend of the worker, for a party that says they're going to have a future made in Australia, none of that is possible if you do deals with this crowd down the end here who want to choke our economy, who represent downtown Melbourne and Sydney, big population centres, not people in our regions. And so I say to the government, don't roll over. Don't be led by the Australian Greens here. It'll be bad for Australians and you know it. Prove them wrong and don't support this ridiculous motion.
Senator Pocock did. I'll go to you, Minister, though.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. These bills that are the subject of the Greens motion are obviously government bills that, of course, we support. Important bills to do with electricity infrastructure in Australia and also to gender equality, two issues that our government has stood very strongly on. As I say, they are government bills. The Greens have put forward a motion to bring them on for debate. Given that they are government bills, we would support the idea of this parliament progressing the bills, and for that reason we'll be supporting the motion. And on that basis I move that the question be put.
So there is a procedural question before the chair that moved by the minister that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no.
No.
I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question before the chair is the motion moved by the minister. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan Teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan Teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 32, noes 30. I would encourage senators to remain in the chamber. The next question before the chair is the motion that has been moved by Senator Waters in relation to the suspension of standing orders. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Division required. 1 minute or 4? Ring the bells for 1 minute, please. Lock the doors. The question before the chair is the motion moved by Senator Waters. The ayes will pass to the right, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan Teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan Teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 33, noes 30. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Waters.
Move the motion.
Question, Minister.
I move that the motion be put.
So there is a procedural question that the motion be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the chair is the motion moved by the minister. The ayes will move to the right, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan, tell for the ayes, and Senator O'Sullivan, tell for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 33, noes 30. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Therefore, the question before the chair is the motion that was moved by Senator Waters. It's the procedural motion. There's no debate. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the chair is the motion moved by Senator Waters. Those of that opinion who say aye will move to the right of the chair. The noes to the left. I point Senator Grogan, teller for the ayes, and Senator O'Sullivan, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 33, noes 30. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. Acting Deputy President, I move the motion.
Question before the chair is the motion. Senator Tyrrell, you're not in your spot, but all right. Maybe could you go? I can't hear you. Maybe go to your mic, to your seat, please. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, President. Acting President. Acting Deputy President, I ask that that they be put separately in part 1 and 2 in Part A.
So you're asking for the vote on the two bills to be separated?
And separated. Thank you.
Certainly, that can happen. So thank you. So the first question before the chair will be that the questions on all remaining stages of the following bills be put at 1 p.m. We'll deal with the Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. So that's the question before the chair. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Division required. 1 minute. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the chair is the motion moved by Senator Waters, but it is split, so we are dealing with Part 1, which is the Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan, teller for the ayes, and Senator O'Sullivan, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 33, noes 30. The question resolved in the affirmative. Therefore, the question before the chair now will be all remaining provisions of the motion as moved by Senator Waters. So, Senator Grogan.
So just to confirm, that is the women's,
the
WGEA
legislation. That is correct. So it is paragraph A, which will include Workplace Gender Equality Amendment setting Gender Equality Targets Bill 2024, along with paragraphs B and C. Okay. So the motion, sorry, Senator Wong.
Well, I'm hoping you can clarify, because the operative provisions I thought were the subject of the previous vote. And if they're not, you can't. People are entitled to vote separately on Placitas 1 and 2. Placitum 1 and 2, but Placitur 1 and 2, whatever. So but they are not. But the operative provisions need to be the subject of a vote. So I don't know, take advice from the clerk about how that should be constructed, but it would not be appropriate to have people vote on A Placitur 2 plus all the operative provisions together.
It's just a vote on point A2.
So the vote is there for paragraph A Placitur 2, is what we're dealing with, to clarify for the chamber. No. So we voted on the motion as it applies to the Electricity Infrastructure Bill. We are now voting as it applies to the Workplace Gender Equality Amendment Bill. So everybody, there is clarity in the chamber, crystal clear. Those of that opinion on this motion that has been moved by Senator Waters say aye. Those say no. No. The noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Can you leave me now, actually? Yeah. Sorry, Thierry.
Lock the doors. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Waters be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 31 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is negated. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives returning the Veterans Entitlements Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024 and informing the Senate that the House has made the amendment to the bill that the Senate requested. I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it.
Military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
I call the clerk. Put the question. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to electricity infrastructure and for related purposes.
Minister.
I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the bill and move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Senator Dunningham.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the referral of the Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 to a Senate inquiry as circulated.
So you need. We're in the second reading debate.
Okay, well, I will scratch what I've just said and get on with the second reading debate then. So you're going to be in for a lovely morning, everyone. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Acting Deputy President. When we think we know what's going on, we clearly don't. And that's because of what has just happened here. colleagues, this Labor Green dodgy dirty deal on a Thursday, the last sitting Thursday of this parliamentary term. And what we have just seen in trying to ram this ridiculous piece of legislation through the Senate is, as I said before, a window into the future, a crystal ball moment where we know exactly what's going to happen under this Anthony Albanese, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, Greens leader Adam Bandt government, a Labor Green government, where we will of course be left with a green tail wagging a Labor dog. And this was contrived, of course, Acting Deputy President, to get this bill on and to have it rammed through the parliament today as part of some dodgy deal between the two coalition parties, the Australian Labor Party, the former friend of the worker, and the Australian Greens political party. You had the manager of government business and the leader in here watching over to make sure that this deal was brought to fruition. And it's very disappointing to see this. I mean, we have Australian households in a cost of living crisis. And so the bill before us, the legislation that we have before us right now, if I'm not mistaken, the Competition and Consumer Amendment Australian Regulatory Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2024, I think is the one. I mean, the reality is the legislation before us, of course, does nothing to address the problems that we have in this country. And any occupant of this chamber, any senator from anywhere in the country, would be aware of the fact that Australians are struggling under the cost of living. And one of the biggest portions of the pressure that these households and businesses are facing is energy prices. So this is not a new problem. This is something Australians have been struggling with now for the better part of 2.5 years. Now, the Prime Minister, of course, 97 times before the election, told Australians that their power prices would go down by $275 a year. It's a figure that's sort of in a very Trotskyite type of way. The Labor Party have tried to scratch it from history because no one refers to this $275 figure anymore. It's like it never happened. But of course it was a key element in the promises that were being made to Australian households. It was a key element of their offering, the Australian Labor Party's offering to the Australian people. And I remember the Prime Minister saying to Australians, "My word is my bond." And his word was, in this case, that Australians would be, when it comes to power prices, $275 better off under his government than the alternative. Well, we fast forward the clock, we forget about those 97 promises that were made on the very same issue, and that is that, again, just for clarity, that Australian households and businesses would be $275 better off. The reality is, here we are, 2.5, nearly 3 years on from the election, and it's gone in the absolute opposite direction. And on average, we have households now paying $1,000 more per year than they were at the date when those promises were made. So far from just being a broken promise, it is an abject failure of government to do what they owe to the Australian community, and it isn't just honouring promises. It isn't just making sure that that bond that was offered to the Australian people is honoured. It was about actually doing the right thing by Australian households, finding ways to bring down energy prices. And so, with that as context, why are we here on the eve of an election debating legislation that will do nothing to help the government honour its election promises, do nothing to help Australian households with the burden of skyrocketing power prices, amongst all of the other cost of living issues we have? And that is because, as I said before, we are staring into the looking glass at what a Labor Green government would look like. And it demonstrates the tone-deaf nature of this Labor Green outfit that, you know, in all the contributions we hear, and I wonder whether we will hear about cost of living from government speakers on this legislation. I'm not wondering whether we hear about cost of living from Green speakers. That is not part of their lexicon. They do not refer to this issue that impacts on most Australians because it doesn't suit their narrative. Because, you know, when you go with green ideals, when you follow the green path, when the Labor dog is being wagged by the green tail, nothing helps with cost of living. As I said earlier on, when we were debating whether we should be rushing this legislation through, and I might also point out legislation that will not be subject to any legislative scrutiny now because of this dodgy, dirty deal, when you follow the green pathway, as this government is, sadly today, under the supervision of the Leader of the Government in the Senate and the Manager of Government Business as well. They were here watching to make sure that the Greens got their wishes. You can be guaranteed, Acting Deputy President, that Australians will be worse off. Anything the Greens say is a good idea, take it as read. It's a bad idea. It is anti-jobs. It is anti-cost of living relief. It is against what Australians actually need. And to have a party of government teaming up on the eve of an election to give effect to this terrible, economically destructive, job-destroying agenda that applies pressure, further pressure to households, is frankly an alarming development. Not surprising, but as I say, as we head off from this building this afternoon, and I suspect we won't be coming back given the government's desire to pass all of this legislation in a hurried fashion, to tick the boxes with their inner-city elite voters that like the sorts of things this government is trying to rush through. This is a preview of what we will have from this government. I mean, when you talk about, and I'll take the interjection from the Assistant Minister, he says that we will have more electricity. Well, I'm afraid when we have a situation where we are facing blackouts because of the unreliability of the source of generation that this government chooses, which is intermittent, unreliable to the exclusion of all other technologies, and they refuse to talk about other technologies. They don't want to work with coal energy generators to extend the life of power stations. They don't want to actually work with gas producers to bring more on for domestic consumption because, of course, in the cities—
Interjections are disorderly.
Unless I take them, of course. And unfortunately, the Assistant Minister is incorrect because he, like all of his colleagues, lives in an alternate universe. They don't do anything about cost of living, and this legislation will not help at all. It will not help with grid reliability. It will not help with expanding the offering of energy available to the grid. And you go out and talk to manufacturers as well. We've talked about, of course, we've gone to talk to manufacturers. And so I might just also take
Senator
that
Dunningham,
interjection.
resume your seat. Senator Dunningham. Minister, as you know, interjections are very disorderly, so I ask you to restrain yourself, please. Senator Dunningham.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. What can I say? Those interjections, which were disorderly but amusing nonetheless, because they are a glimpse into this alternate universe that the government live in, driven by green ideology rather than reality. We talk about offshoring aluminium manufacturing. What can I say? When you've got a government that brings in this draconian safeguard mechanism, which is offshoring aluminium smelting jobs, if you go out and talk to the high-vis army working in these smelters, they will tell you what this government's policies have done. They will tell you what the cost of energy is doing to their capacity to manufacture in this country. They will tell you what it's doing to their workforce, which is decreasing, because we are being outpriced by our competitors from countries where they do not care about the environment, they don't care about emissions, they don't care about workers' rights, and they are happy to see that happen, all in the name of green ideology, because they know, as every pollster does, as the bookies know, as we are tracking today, the Labor Party is set to win in minority with this Green political party down the end. And so therefore we need to make sure that they think we're on the same page before the election. So we are going to see the offshoring of jobs under this plan. And if the minister or any other government senator wants to tell me, or workers in smelters in Bell Bay for that matter, that this legislation is going to help them, then I would love to know. When we exclude all other sources of energy generation, as this government does, as this government does, Acting Deputy President, as this government does, Acting Deputy President, and they exclude consideration of every other technology, every other source of energy generation, because it is all about the green agenda, as I said. The green agenda is failing Australians, but it is one this government has signed up to. You've got to understand, if you go out door knocking, people aren't saying, well, look, yes, I know it's going to cost a bit more, but we'll go along with it. I know it might affect grid reliability, we'll go along with it. They're saying, no, please, honour your promise. Bring down power prices by $275. That's what they're after. That's what they were promised. And I don't think it's wrong for us to point that out. When you talk to manufacturers who struggle with, of course, the cost of compliance with the safeguard mechanism, with those skyrocketing electricity prices, with industrial relations laws which have made the ability to actually compete internationally very, very difficult, they're not saying this government has got our interests at heart, and so therefore, by extension, they do not have their employees' interests at heart. Because what does an employee in a company want? They want a job. But we are eroding certainty around employment. This legislation actually will absolutely harm the capacity for people in Bell Bay. It'll harm, of course, the capacity for people on the west coast of Tasmania at the MMG mine, or, of course, the Port Latter.
Point of order, Senator O'Sullivan.
Acting President, I'm only seated about a metre away from Senator Dunham, and I'm struggling to hear him over the interjections from the Minister, no less, sitting over the other side.
I think the degree of interjection is quite high at the moment, so I ask you to restrain yourself, please, Minister, and I invite you to proceed.
Thank you. When, of course, and normally we do listen in respectful silence, of course, but I'm pleased. Look, it is hard to restrain yourself when you're confronted with the truth. It is very, very, very hard. But look, as I say, you go to the Port Latter pelletising plant in Braddon, and I tell you what, they're not looking at this legislation going, yes, this is excellent for us, it's going to help us keep operating here in a competitive environment, globally competitive, where prices are going down overseas, our dollar is making it hard to export, and of course the prices of doing things here in this country to manufacture what it is we take out of the ground and value add, they are now drawing big question marks over their operations because of government policy. That's in the seat of Braddon. That's a very, very important seat. In the seat of Lyons, you've got this government, of course, in addition to driving up power prices, as they will with this bill, casting uncertainty over a range of industries, including the salmon industry. So here we are, on the eve of an election, Acting Deputy President. You've got a government that will stick its head in the sand to deny that the claims being made, not just by us here in opposition, but employers out there who, of course, want to do well, and that in turn means employees do well, they have jobs, they can pay their bills, they get paid more when they're able to actually compete on the international stage. But we are pricing them out of the market, and that's what industry is saying. They have said it countless times, whether it relates to nature positive, this ridiculous green agenda, whether it relates to the safeguard mechanism, the green agenda this government has adopted, the industrial relations changes which were rammed through without much consultation with industry. And so, of course, here we are now, furthering the green ideology this government has adopted, again demonstrating how out of touch with Australian businesses and Australian workers they are. I tell you, as I say, I don't think there will be many people in regional communities celebrating what this legislation does. Anything the Australian Greens back, you can be almost guaranteed is bad for jobs, apart from in the inner city or perhaps in government-run offices. So that is always a warning sign, and the fact that the government is so happily signing up to this, happily allowing the Greens to run the agenda here today, and because we've got to remember it is the Greens who moved a motion to ensure that debate on this legislation concludes today, that they get their bill through, and we tried, of course, to ensure that there would be scrutiny applied to these bills, but of course all of the shrill cries about what happened over the course of the last couple of days, well, that doesn't matter anymore, particularly when it comes to our little Green Labor agenda. So as I say, in conclusion, Acting Deputy President. We've just been given another glimpse into what the world will look like if we unfortunately wake up the day after the election with a Labor-Green government. It will be bad for our economy, bad for jobs. Most importantly, as demonstrated by this legislation pushed in here and pushed through the Senate by the Greens, bad for cost of living. And I think Australians need to know that. So I'm pleased we had, a dozen votes this morning where Labor and the Greens voted together to get their green ideology across the line, because that's exactly what the world is going to look like after they get their hands on the Treasury benches together.
Senator Dunham, thank you. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, I'm very pleased to rise to speak to this bill today. The Greens will always fight for clean energy. We will always fight for the thousands and thousands of jobs that will provide in the regions, including in my home state of Queensland. And we will always fight to stop a future Dutton-led government from undermining the clean energy sector because they don't accept the climate science, and them instead propping up coal and gas with a fig leaf of nuclear. So I'm absolutely thrilled that we were able to secure the Chamber's support to make sure that we pass this bill today. And I'm very pleased that some of the crossbench voted with us to make sure that if we're not finished debating this bill by 1 o'clock, that we can actually vote on it. Because what we're voting on here is to make sure that the government can continue to back in renewable energy. And thanks to the amendments that the Greens were able to make in the other place, that's precisely what this bill can now do. Originally it had a slightly different, also good purpose, but what we've managed to add to it is that in order to protect the renewable sector from a future Dutton government, we have put into law the Capacity Investment Scheme, which is the government's underwriting of clean energy projects. Now, put that in English, this bill, thanks to the Greens amendments in the House, will now protect 32 gigawatts of clean energy in law. And it would take both chambers to undo that. And I don't think that even if we get a Dutton-led minority government in the other place, there's no way they're going to be able to get the numbers in the Senate. So I'm really pleased that today we'll be able to lock into law support for clean energy. We've seen many communities and individuals across the country take the opportunity of clean renewable energy to power their homes, their farms, their community services, their businesses. And with proper support for communities, we can build prosperity and a safe climate by decarbonising our energy systems. That's what this bill seeks to do, provide certainty for communities and the industry in renewables rollout. And, as I mentioned, we've improved it further by Dutton-proofing the Capacity Investment Scheme. The Capacity Investment Scheme is the government's key policy to reduce emissions and to achieve the 82% renewables target by 2030. But right now, prior to this bill passing, it's very vulnerable to sabotage by the Dutton coalition because it was only created by regulation. The Leader of the Opposition could dismantle it on day one of getting into the lodge if he gets there, if the various folk in the other place decide to support a Dutton minority. And if it was repealed, renewables investment would come to a grinding halt. The Greens amendment, which passed the House, which is now incorporated in the bill that's before the Senate, would enshrine the government's Capacity Investment Scheme into law. That means that our amendment has Dutton-proofed the Capacity Investment Scheme. It cannot be unilaterally repealed if there were to be a coalition government or minority government. So by enshrining it into law, it will oblige the next two governments out to 2030 to meet the 32 gigawatt by 2030 renewables and storage target. That's made up of 23 gigawatts of renewable generation and 9 gigawatts of dispatchable energy. That will ensure that critical investment in the renewables rollout can continue smoothly. And as many folk know, that's important for creating market confidence, and it's essential for the rapid decarbonisation that's needed to address the climate crisis. So the Greens are using our balance of power position in Parliament to push for better climate outcomes by Dutton-proofing it from the climate destruction of the LNP. The Liberals and the coal and gas industry are doing everything they can to slow down action on the climate crisis. They're spruiking nuclear, which, as we all know, would simply prolong coal and gas, and they're pouring time and money into undermining the transition to renewables. We've seen ridiculous billboards by the likes of Advance. We've seen anti-offshore wind community campaigns. We've seen the National Party whip up fear in the community about renewable energy. I don't see them standing with those same farmers when it comes to coal or coal seam gas wrecking farmland, but hey, they clearly pick their battles. What we've also seen this week in the news is that Australia has already shot past 1.5 degrees of warming, and the world is on track for a catastrophic 3.1 degrees of warming. We've got to be doing absolutely everything we can to decarbonise as rapidly as possible, to transition to 100% renewables as soon as we can. We cannot afford existing policies sliding backwards, which is exactly why we moved to Dutton-proof this key emissions reduction policy.
Senator Waters, you need to refer to members of the other place by the correct time.
My apologies. Mr Dutton. We've moved to Mr Dutton-proof this key emissions reduction policy and to lock in renewables investment. That is obviously crucial, but we cannot keep pouring fuel on the fire. Renewables investment has to be accompanied by no new coal, oil or gas. And unfortunately, under the Albanese government, we know that emissions have actually gone up, which is frankly gobsmacking. And perhaps part of the reason for that is that 32 new coal and gas, either new or expanded projects, have been approved by the Albanese Labor government. And so without a commitment to stop subsidising coal and gas to the tune of $11 billion of taxpayer money, and without that commitment to stop opening new coal and gas fields that are simply turbocharging the climate crisis, then you're cutting off your nose to spite your face, and we are risking the future of our climate, our environment and our economy, and we will continue to be at the back of the pack internationally. Australia's future is in clean energy, not fossil fuels, and this bill is an important step to lock in renewable investment and to provide more certainty for communities and industry. But we've got to get on with the rest of the job. We are strongly in support of the 82% renewables target by 2030. We'd like it to be higher, and we can do that in a way that actually shores up the economic future for regional communities. We know that not only is renewables the cheapest form of energy, which is great news for households, but it's actually job-rich, and they are safe jobs. They're not jobs coal mining where you're coming down with black lung disease or getting sacked by your mega coal company because you've been replaced by a robot. We can have a job-rich, clean energy transition that's smooth, and that's why we're backing in this bill today, because government underwriting for the renewables sector is crucial and it will help even out those peaks and troughs. This is us adapting and trying to make that transition to a clean energy economy. And I'm so pleased that we were able to get the support of the chamber to do that today and in the other place, to make sure that those good targets, they're not as strong as they should be, but they're good, are now in law and can't be just undone by the stroke of a pen should Mr Dutton assume control of the country. But you can't just do good renewable stuff. You've got to stop approving coal and gas. It's one step forward and 2 steps back. So this is why we will continue to insist that there be no new coal and gas approved, and that will always be what the Greens work for, and that will always be on the table for any kind of minority government negotiations should the country lead us to that outcome. So we're here for climate action, we're here for providing those jobs in regional communities. They know that the writing's on the wall for the coal industry. They know that their jobs are on the line and they'll be sacked the minute it's cheaper for a robot to do their job than a person. And they deserve to have a bright economic future, that they have a say in determining what is the next underpinning for the prosperity for their town. And that's exactly why we will always stand with those coal and gas workers, and we'll always make sure that they've got options for well-paying jobs locally in their community. We are sick of the coal and gas companies running our country. We are sick of them running this parliament. We have tried to ban donations from coal and gas companies. Unfortunately, nobody else seems to agree with us that that's a good idea. They're perfectly happy for the oligarchs and the coal and gas companies to be in control of decision-making. Well, maybe that's why every budget, no matter who's in government, you get $11 billion of taxpayer money given to those big coal, oil and gas companies. Cheap diesel and accelerated depreciation are perks that no other industry gets, but the coal and gas industry, $11 billion, yes, sir. You like us to jump? How high, sir? Is what, sadly, both of the big parties say when it comes to the coal, oil and gas industries. So we will always say you could use that $11 billion that you're giving to coal and gas to maybe let people go to the doctor for free, maybe make sure that you can go to the dentist and use your Medicare card and not your credit card, maybe make sure that your public schools are fully funding and teachers are getting properly paid. There are so many better ways to spend money than propping up the coal and gas industry. And we need to do that. We need to make sure that we're not opening new coal and gas in a climate crisis when we're already at 1.5 degrees. We know the impact that will have on global coral reefs. We know that includes the Great Barrier Reef in my home state of Queensland. We're going to lose 90% of coral cover at 1.5 degrees of warming. And if that keeps ticking up, if we get to even 2 degrees of warming, we know that that's 100% of coral cover lost. And that's 60,000 jobs that we're talking about, not to mention one of the 7 natural wonders of the world. So the future of our communities, the future of our environment is at stake, and that is why we're so proud that we have Mr Dutton-proofed this renewable energy investment scheme. But Labor have to stop approving new coal and gas mines. They have to stop giving $11 billion of taxpayer money to coal, oil and gas, when they should be investing that in communities for the services that all of us rely on, like schools and hospitals. And hey, maybe they could even subsidise solar and batteries for small businesses and for homes to really further kick along that renewables transition.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, President. Well, what a rich amount of interesting commentary to respond to here. The desperation of Senator Duniam was quite outstanding. I'm not entirely sure what he's so scared of, or is it just that he's trying to get enough social media grabs to run some form of scare campaign that has no basis in reality? But any which way, I don't know that he really referenced any part of the actual bill in his commentary. So it could be that we need to go through some of those elements so that people are really clear about what the content of this bill actually is. Because like I say, I don't think there was anything that Senator Duniam said that actually has any basis in the actual intent of this legislation. But let's just be really clear in this chamber. There is no majority in this chamber. There is no majority party in here. So us here as the government, as the Albanese Labor government, we invite all senators across this chamber, doesn't matter who you are, we invite every single one of you to actually embrace the great Labor agenda that we have set. We encourage you to come forward and support it, because we do believe it is the future. It is where we should be going to protect jobs, to build our economy, and to ensure we have a clean and sustainable future. So in the context of this bill, that is a clean energy future with more manufacturing, better jobs and a stronger economy, making more of what we need right here at home with clean energy from the abundant renewable resources that we have in this country. We are luckier than so many parts of the world. The abundance of available resources for renewable energy is amazing. And what we are trying to do is harness all of that. And what those opposite are trying to do is go back to the dark ages and not embrace that clean energy future that the majority of the rest of the world is embracing. So let's just go to a little bit of what this bill is actually about. No, Senator Duniam, this bill is not about the cost of living. I think perhaps you should have read the bill.
Order.
I think perhaps you should have read the bill. Sure. The desperation of those opposite to get a social media grab that they can misconstrue, misquote,
Order.
is absolutely disgraceful. The desperation that you are showing, Senator Duniam, is outstanding.
Senator
I don't
Grogan.
think I've ever seen you so desperate.
Senator Grogan, please direct your comments to me, and those on my left, listen in silence.
My apologies, President. If Senator Duniam, I just won't look at him because I'm just tempted to address some of the commentary he made. But I will go back to the bill because I think someone needs to talk about what this piece of legislation is actually about, right? So this bill, and let's be clear, this is a bill to address an issue, because what might not be clear from the commentary we've had so far, of course, is the fact that the Coalition designed and passed the enabling legislation to establish the offshore wind industry. Now, from the commentary we've heard so far today, you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't grasp that. You'd think that they've always hated wind, offshore wind, onshore wind. Hell, any form of renewable energy doesn't seem to be their bag. But no, they passed the enabling legislation. Thank you for the nod, Senator Bragg, acknowledging that that's exactly what you did, which was great. But as it was originally legislated, it was designed to ensure that the most meritorious projects received feasibility licences so that they could start their work, so they could develop their projects. The app, I'm not sure if you developed it for maladministration, Senator Bragg, but I'm pretty sure it was about trying to ensure that the most meritorious projects got up. Now, the applications were assessed against very clear guidelines, very clear criteria, but a successful court challenge has placed 12 of those feasibility licences and 2 preliminary decisions at significant risk. So those potential delays in critical projects are forcing the developments into a less suitable location and injecting an awful lot of unnecessary uncertainty into the industry. So, in response, the government, the Labor government, took swift action to ensure that this great enabling legislation passed by the Coalition back in the days when they were a bit less desperate, but still ineffective, but you know. In December, the Minister signed the Offshore Electricity Amendment Overlapping Applications Regulations 2024, ensuring that moving forward, feasibility licence would be granted only to the best projects in the case of an overlap. But these regulations don't apply retroactively, meaning the current applications are not all treated consistently. Now, I can see that everybody is enthralled at this deep explanation of a piece of legislation that's fixing up a challenge. But that's where we're at. This is what it is actually about, not some of the bunkum you've heard from the other side around this legislation. This is to ensure that our wind industry can grow, that it can progress, because offshore wind is going to provide an enormous, valuable resource to this country to enable us in a clean, green and sustainable fashion to build our manufacturing, to ensure we have great jobs into the future, to ensure that we are supporting the regions. So the kind of places that we are looking at with these wind resources are in the places that have traditionally provided us with our energy sources. So we're looking at there's the project in Gippsland, which is set to come online in 2030, and then we have zones in the Hunter, Southern Ocean, Illawarra, Bass Strait and Bunbury. This is an economic driver. This industry will be a game changer if we just continue on the same pathway that once upon a time this whole chamber was in agreement over. In fact, in 2021, the support of the Greens, the support of Labor, the support of the Nationals, the support of the Liberals.
Grogan. You'll be in continuation because we've hit the hard marker. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, President. Pursuant to the notice given yesterday on behalf of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, I withdraw business of the Senate Notice of Motion number 1 for 12 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the National Land Road Transport Parking Rules 2024.
Thank you. Are there any other notices of motion to be given for another day? No. I'll call the clerk. Okay. So we'll go to the report from the Selection of Bills Committee. I believe that's you, Senator Urquhart.
It is. I present the second report of 2025 of the Selection of Bills Committee, and I seek leave to have the report incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Urquhart.
I move that the report be adopted.
Senator Duniam.
President, I would like to move an amendment which reads as follows. At the end of the motion, and in respect of the Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, the bill be referred immediately to the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 17th of April 2025. And in speaking to this amendment, again, I just want to make the point, which was actually helpfully highlighted by the last government speaker, that this legislation has nothing to do with the problems being faced by Australian people, the households and businesses, of course, that are struggling under the cost of living. The last government speaker on the legislation we are now seeking to refer to a committee has nothing to do with addressing the problems being faced in this country. Again, this is why we should send this legislation to a committee for an inquiry, so stakeholders, including Australian households who are paying more for electricity, can have their say before this legislation, which does nothing to address the problems being faced by Australian households. Cost of living, something that, again, as predicted, did not feature in the contribution by the Australian Greens on this debate. So this is why it's important, because, as demonstrated by what is happening here today, led by the Australian Greens, cheerfully pushing their agenda, supported by the Australian Labor Party, blindly following this ideological road to economic destruction, to households not being able to pay their power bills, to people being out of jobs. This is another step in that pathway, and as I said before, it is a preview of what's to come. We've seen it here in the ACT at a territory level. We've seen it in Tasmania at a state level. Labor Green governments and their agenda around legislation like this, which does require scrutiny. If the last government speaker in the debate, the substantive debate on this legislation, was happy to point out that this has nothing to do with the cost of living, then tell us exactly why this is good legislation. Tell us why we need to do it. Justify to the community through the process of transparency. And let's not forget, of course, President, that it was the Prime Minister who said this government would usher in a new age or era of transparency. I don't know who the usher is, but they're doing a terrible job, because there is no transparency. Here we are again at the end of this week, at the end of this parliamentary term, probably the last sitting day before we go to the polls, Australia, with this government rushing through this legislation. Now, I could understand if it was legislation to deal with the problems being faced by Australian households and businesses, that is, legislation that would assist with the cost of living. But apparently, according to the government, this has nothing to do with the cost of living. So, again, the government should be justifying why, to the Australian people, this legislation should pass. They should be justifying to this Senate why the legislation should pass and not be rushed through. That's why Senate committees, like we're proposing here today, should be able to look at the legislation, interrogate this, ask the government, indeed, whether there's any modelling that's been done about what this would do to the cost of living, what this would do to grid reliability, what this would do to manufacturing jobs in this country, what this would do to their flimsy, glossy, Future Made in Australia agenda. Because they, over on one hand, of course, they're strangling our economic drivers, small business, manufacturing, with things like the safeguard mechanism, with their ridiculous nature-positive agenda, which has failed, thankfully, and all of the other anti-business, anti-job, pro-green agenda that this government has been running. So that's why the Coalition would desperately love to see this legislation sent to committee for inquiry. And if the Prime Minister and others are to be believed, we've got time for this. We're going to be back for estimates. There'll be further sittings of the Senate. So let's send this off. Let's send it off. Let's have a discussion. Why rush this through? It is unbelievable that this government would lock in behind the Australian Greens to rush this through when it does nothing to assist Australian households and businesses. Again, demonstrating this government's tone-deaf approach to dealing with the issues being experienced by households and businesses across this country. They've been crying out for solutions, and if the government wants to tell us that this legislation is the solution to the problems being faced by the Australian people, then let us do that through a Senate inquiry process. Come and justify what it is you're trying to rush through this place. Don't jam it through here and today just because your coalition partners, the Greens, want that to happen, because Australians know something's up, because they're the ones who are paying higher power bills. They're the ones whose employers are saying times are getting tough. We are not able to compete with overseas imports because electricity is too expensive. So tell us how this legislation is going to help with any of that. Tell us how this is actually a solution. Tell us how it honours the promise made by the Prime Minister that power prices will go down by $275, a promise he made 97 times. Tell us how it actually honours your agenda and we'll back it in.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I wasn't going to speak, but that performance from the Manager of Opposition Business in the Senate warrants me to reply just briefly. I think it is very interesting that the party that's proposing nuclear reactors around the country as their response to delivering energy security in this country, which will cost $600 billion and drive up power prices by $1,200 for every household, would come in here concerned about the price of electricity and energy on households. I mean, seriously. This bill is important. It is largely to address some technical issues that have arisen and to ensure there's a consistent licensing scheme in operation for offshore wind projects. But we are not going to take lectures from those opposite about the cost of energy when their solution to that is more coal generation for longer, less renewables, and some far-out nuclear fantasy of dotting 7 nuclear reactors around the country in the 2040s is some solution to people's household bills right now. I mean, we are just not going to take it. And I'm sure Senator Duniam, he might not have seen some of the information that's come out today from the Clean Energy Council, which, well, okay, so you're not interested in hearing from them, but their information that they've released today is Australia has seen its best year for large-scale renewable energy investment since 2018, finishing the year strong in 2024 with $9 billion in total capital investment committed to projects that will help keep our Aussies' lights on, according to those figures from the Clean Energy Council today. It also goes on to say that the projects that are under construction now will help with over 10,000 construction jobs. So this idea that people are losing jobs when we have created 1.1 million jobs, and many of those new jobs are coming in delivering large-scale renewable projects across the country, is just wrong. So Senator Duniam is wrong. He's wrong on cost. He's wrong on the work that's underway around how we are shifting to more renewables. Renewables are the cheapest form of energy, and you can keep dancing around about your nuclear fantasy without providing costings and without telling people how much that will cost them, including to keep coal operating. The biggest risk to our energy system at the moment is coal-fired power stations breaking down, and they're doing it regularly. And so we need more investment in renewables to make sure that we can support households with this transition. Supporting offshore wind is part of that. Making sure we have a licensing scheme that works is part of that, and that is what this bill does. But we understand that those opposite want to take us way back 20 years to ruin all the work that's been done with capacity investment, rewiring the nation, the renewable energy projects that are underway. We know that that is what you are promising, but it's the wrong way. And I think most Australians understand that because they have solar panels on their roof, they want batteries on at their home. This is where the future is going. You may not like it and you might want to fuel it with some far-fetched plan for nuclear energy in 30 years' time, but the reality is that's what households understand, because they want help right now with their energy bills. You opposed our energy bill relief. That was a decision you took when we tried to help households with the increasing cost of energy. We helped them, you opposed it, and we want to support households with that transition, and that involves supporting large-scale renewables. It involves supporting storage. It involves us supporting investment through things like the Capacity Investment Scheme, and all of that has been put in place by Minister Bowen and this government, and you are threatening to unwind it all. So it's no surprise that you oppose this legislation and you want to kick it off to a committee. Instead of just allowing these important projects to continue with the legal certainty that they require. We are seeing incredible investment in this country in renewable energy projects, and you want to rip that all up. And that is going to cost households. It will cost households with their bills, and it will cost our energy security. So we do not support this amendment. It's just another way for those opposite to take us way back 20 or 30 years in energy policy, and we won't support it.
Senator Lambie.
I have to say, Madam President, I think what's incredible today is we're in a cost of living crisis, and you promised us in the last election that our power prices would go down, and you have failed to do that. You have failed to do that miserably. As a matter of fact, the best thing you could do is send us out a $75 relief each quarter to try and keep us believing that was going to happen. You failed to fulfil that promise, and that's where we are. We have a cost of living crisis, and right now we need everything on the table. We need this to go to a Senate inquiry, and that's what the people of Australia expect. Any other time you want something to go, it goes to a Senate inquiry. Whenever the Greens want something, it goes to a Senate inquiry. But when it's not in your best interest, so we can come and remind you every day of the week, between the Greens and the government of the day, you have failed to do what you promised the Australian people in the last election, and you have not reduced our power prices. And that's all that matters today. These people, between the Greens and the government, the Labor Party, failed to reduce what they promised you in the last election. They failed to give you to reduce your electricity bills. And that is what's happened today, and that's all that matters. And that we're in a cost of living crisis, and they're still trying to tell me there is nothing wrong, our power prices aren't going up in here today. That's where we're at. So instead of gabba taping us every time it's not working for you guys and making you look good, these things need to go to an inquiry. We've waited 3 years for you to reduce our prices. You have failed. So what's another 4 or 5 weeks so we can do this properly? What is wrong with that?
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I would like to move an amendment to Senator Dunniam's amendment as circulated in my name. And I voted against this guillotine earlier, despite supporting the Wajir bill and this bill. I think it's a great shame that on what I'm hearing might be the last day of Parliament, we yet again have a bill introduced to Parliament at the last minute and not subject to any parliamentary scrutiny. We have a sitting week in March. We have a Prime Minister who's told us that he's going full term, and he's told us that he's a man of his word. And so I take him at his word, and I believe that we will be back in March. This would allow us to have a short Senate inquiry to delve into the issues. As Senator Cash often reminds us, the devil is in the detail. And that's what the House of the Review is here for. We saw last night a deal to ram through the biggest changes to electoral reform in 40 years with no Senate scrutiny, and the crossbench.
Order. Senator Gallagher.
It's convenient for the government to say that JSCAM recommended broad things and they are simply implementing JSCAM. It's very inconvenient for the government that JSCAM recommended additional territory senators and it's in the Labor Party platform to have delivered extra territory senators. And then last night the Labor Party voted against that, despite there being the numbers on the crossbench to support additional representation for the territories. But I digress after the interjection from Minister Gallagher. I don't understand why we have Labor trying to ram through more legislation today without any parliamentary scrutiny. Let's have some respect for the Senate. I think there are legitimate reasons to support guillotines when there has been scrutiny, when there has been some debate, and the Senate just needs to deal with things. And we've seen in the past, many of these big guillotines, a lot of the bills don't even go to a division because the Senate has largely worked through the bills. Some may even be non-controversial, but they've been hanging around for a while. I don't think this is the case with this bill. And again, whilst I support, from what I've seen of this bill from Senator Bowen, and I've said this to him myself, I support it in principle, but I do think a short Senate inquiry would be worthwhile. I do not buy some of the rhetoric coming from the coalition on their stance on nuclear. We've heard from other Liberals, former Liberals, who are very open that it's just a front to continue the use of coal and gas. We do need to get on with transitioning, not just our electricity sector, that's very important, but genuinely transitioning. And so I give the government credit. They are committed to 82% renewables, but they're also committed to expanding the fossil fuel industry and continue to export gas and continue to use Japan as an excuse to export gas, where we now know that Japan are exporting more gas than we export to Japan, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me that we would hold them up as the reason that we need to make life a lot harder for young people and future generations. So on this one, I'm going to stick to my principles, and I'll be supporting a referral here, and I hope that the Senate will look at this for a few weeks, come back in March, and the government will certainly have the numbers to pass it.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. So the question is, the amendment is moved by Senator David Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Senator David Pocock to the selection of bills committee report be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I advise senators there may be further amendments. So the question now is that the amendment as moved by Senator Duniam to the selection of bills committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is the amendment is moved by Senator Duniam to the selection of bills committee report be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 28 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the selection of bills committee report as moved by Senator Urquhart be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. I call Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. I move that the Customs Amendment Expedited Seizure and Disposal of Engineered Stone Bill 2024 be considered from 12:15. Government business then be called on and considered till not later than 1:30, and general business notice of motion 797 be considered during general business today.
So the question is, the motion as moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you. I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Urquhart.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator McCarthy for today for personal reasons.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Urquhart be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. All good. I call the clerk.
President, no postponement notifications have been lodged today, but committees have lodged extension notifications as shown at item 8 of today's order of business, and an additional proposal has been lodged by the Chair of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee to extend the reporting date for their inquiry into Airline Passenger Protections Pay on Delay Bill 2024 to the 24th of March 2025.
If there is no objection, the business is postponed. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business, and I'll begin with business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask that business Senate notice of motion number 1 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the motion.
So the question is that business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Lambie, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now deal with government business number 1, standing in the name of Senator Chisholm. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I ask that government business notice of motion number 1 relating to an attendance by a minister be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call the Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I move the motion.
So the question is that government business number 1, standing in the name of Senator Chisholm and moved by Senator Gallagher, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that government business number 1, standing in the name of Senator Chisholm and moved by Senator Gallagher, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 792, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 792, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Shoebridge.
I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to recognise the right to protest and for related purposes.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Shoebridge.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is the motion is moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to recognise the right to protest and for related purposes.
Senator Shoebridge.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Shoebridge.
I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech in relation to the right to protest incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. I'll now go to general business. Notice of motion number 793, standing in the name of Senator Duniam. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Duniam, I ask that general business notice of motion number 793 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 793, standing in the name of Senator Duniam, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. No, Wendy said 4. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 793, standing in the name of Senator Duniam, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 794, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 794, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. I move that the following bill be introduced. A bill for an act to amend the Higher Education Support Act to end dirty university partnerships and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Faruqi be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Faruqi.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Faruqi be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Bill for an act to amend the Higher Education Support Act 2003 and for related purposes.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to this bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. I table an explanatory memorandum, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Senator Hodgins-May, 795, general business.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 795 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Hodgins-May.
Move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice... Senator Gallagher.
I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted?
It's been circulated, I think. Yes, certainly. It's been circulated, but this amendment would be to simply add the Workplace Gender Equality Amendment, setting gender equality targets Bill 2024 at the end of Section A. So, whilst so it would be to add that in at the end of Early Childhood Education and Care 3-Day Guarantee Bill, that we would add in the Workplace Gender Equality Bill as part of that.
So the question now will be,
to put the amendment? Yes.
No, is leave granted?
Is leave granted first?
No.
Okay. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Contingent to notice of motion number 5, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent me from amending the motion. This is a straightforward thing.
There's no debate.
Okay. Well, it would have been easier to just allow it
so
to
I'm
be
going to put the question. So the question is that the motion to suspend standing orders as moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. No, division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Senator Thorpe, come to order. Lock the doors. So the question is the motion to suspend as moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Beg your pardon, 34 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 795 standing in the name of Senator Hodgins may be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 795 standing in the name of Senator Hodgins may be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now move to 796, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe.
I ask that general business notice of motion 796 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Thorpe.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 796, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We'll now move to 798, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 798 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Thorpe.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 798, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. I only heard one voice, Senator Thorpe. Oh, I beg your pardon, Senator Thorpe. Okay, ring the bells for division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 798, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. Senator Thorpe, did you want to count, or you? Senator McKim for the ayes and Senator Cadell for the noes. Order. There being 15 ayes and 37 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. We're now on the hard marker. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And I seek leave to move a motion relating to the discharge of Labor's super tax bills from the notice paper as circulated.
Is leave granted? No, leave is not granted.
Pursuant to contingent notice standing in my name, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me from moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to the discharge of Labor's super tax bills from the notice paper. And colleagues, super tax bills. That is exactly what the coalition is against. And let's recall what the Prime Minister said prior to the election. He looked the Australian people in the eye, like he did on so many occasions, and he promised no changes to superannuation. And yet, what has he done with the Australian Greens? What has he done? They have a bill on this notice paper that will take more money from the pockets of Australians, as if they are not doing it tough already. Under this government, you promised the world to Australians prior to the last election, and the only thing that you have delivered them is a cost of living crisis. And on top of that cost of living crisis, you now have the audacity to say to hard-working Australians who go into work every day, they work hard, they are putting money away for their retirement, you have the audacity to say, it's not your money, it's the Labor Party's money and it's the Greens' money. And it doesn't matter how hard you worked, guess what? We like it, it's a pot of money and we are going to take it from you. Well, let me be very, very clear. This is an election issue and the coalition proudly stands with hard-working Australians, mum and dads, small business people who go into work every day, hard days work, fair days pay. They put money away for their superannuation. Our fundamental principle is your money, your super. And we will fight this government and the Australian Greens every single step of the way to ensure that they do not get their dirty little hands, their little mitts on your hard-earned cash. But let's let's talk about the detail of what they want to do. They tell Australians, it's simple, seriously, 80,000 people. 80,000 people will be affected. Well, actually, their own figures actually shows it is not 80,000 people. Jim Chalmers, the Treasurer's own department, more than 2 million Australians under the age of 25 today will be slugged with Labor's latest tax grade. So to all those young people out there who might be thinking, I'm going to vote Labor, I'm going to vote Greens, just remember, you will be working hard for many decades to come. You will be putting away money into your superannuation for your retirement. And guess what? There's not 80,000 of you. There is literally going to be 1 in 10 Australians. The Labor Party and the Australian Greens are going after to take your hard-earned money. Think about that carefully before you vote, because I have to say, even if they voted to discharge this from the notice paper today, guess what? You've done a dirty deal today to kill off gas, to stop gas, which we know you need to pump more of that into the market with the Australian Greens, with the end result being that Australians will now pay more for their energy under this dirty little backroom deal that has been done by the Australian Labor Party and the Australian Greens. Absolutely, they're preference mates. But not only that, and I hope Senator McKenzie gets to speak to this motion, I think one of the most offensive parts of this tax on the Australian people, Labor's super tax, is taxing unrealised capital gains. Do you know what that means to all the retirees out there? All the retirees, all of the farmers out there, you will pay tax on money you haven't even made yet. You haven't even made. So to all the farmers out there who have warned, and this is what they have told the Australian Labor Party, they've told us, you rely on us each and every day to feed Australians. We are doing it tough as it is. And now you are actually going to tax our unrealised gains It is unfair. It sets a dangerous precedent. And we will vote to discharge this bill on behalf of Mum and Dad Australia, on behalf of all the young people who are going to be working hard for decades to come from the notice paper. Clear commitment to the Australian people. We will not tax your super. On the other hand, Labor and the Greens, they cannot wait. They're salivating at the prospect.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, the government will not be supporting the suspension or the motion, and I do find it rather amusing that Senator Cash gives such a passionate statement about protecting people's super when those opposite oppose super. They oppose superannuation every time, from its inception where they voted against it, to now, when they continue to look at ways to undermine superannuation, to undermine it because they cannot stand working people having access to capital to fund their retirement. That's ultimately what this is about. You cannot bear it. You can't bear the size of the superannuation industry. You can't bear that working people, particularly industry funds, actually have resources in this country to invest on behalf of their members. So nobody thinks you're serious, Senator Cash, that you have some concern about people's superannuation. It's not about that at all. All of this term, you have sought to undermine every effort that we have taken to provide cost of living support and help to Australian families, and you walk in here at the end of a sitting fortnight to pull on a stunt that you would argue is trying to protect people's superannuation. It is Labor that built superannuation. It is Labor that has ensured that it works in the interests of working people, and it is only Labor that will continue to do that. And seeking to discharge this, I accept that you do not agree with the position the government has put in the legislation. I accept that you don't support a very modest change, that allows high balance superannuation. I feel like I'm...
Order. This is a 5-minute... Senator Mackenzie. This is a 5-minute contribution, and I've had to call order at least half a dozen times. You are being disrespectful to me, and the minister will be heard in silence, otherwise leave the chamber. Minister.
Thank you, President. I must say, the louder they shout, the more I feel like my points are being well made, because the volume, you make a good point. The volume goes
Senator
up.
McGrath,
But those
I just
opposite,
called order.
let's just be clear. The government accepts that you don't support lowering the concessional tax rate for those with balances higher than $3 million in the superannuation account. I would say to you that the average super balance is in the order of $270,000 at retirement age. The average working Australian retires with about, I think it's about $270,000.
And Senator Henderson.
The average working woman, of course, retires with a lot less than that. And this is about lowering the concessional rate, still very concessional in the tax system, but just lowering it for high balance superannuation accounts. So I accept that you don't agree with it. But this stunt today, seriously, on the guise that you're trying to protect people's superannuation balances, at the same time that you have Senator Bragg there grinning at the thought of dismantling the superannuation system. Nothing gives him greater joy than the idea that he might be able to systematically undermine superannuation in this country. They're quite open about it. We have conversations about how the Liberal Party doesn't support superannuation. I think you should just say it. You don't support super. You've never supported super. You will never support super. But the thing that you didn't support, the superannuation guarantee going up for working Australians, you wanted to keep it at 9.5%. You tried to undermine it there. You don't like the fact that it's getting to 12%. Yet you'll fight to the nail to stop this legislation passing about lowering a concessional rate slightly for balances over $3 million. So let's just be clear what's happening here. Whilst you're trying to get rid of it for everyone else and dismantle it and lower the standards and ensure that more people are pushed onto the age pension that needs to, instead of living a dignified retirement, but you will go into bat to make sure that those who are fortunate enough to have more than $3 million get a slightly lower concessional tax rate, That is what you're saying here. Well, we don't agree. We don't agree with the suspension. We don't agree with your attacks on super, and we will always stand against it.
Senator Rennick.
I rise today. Sorry, Bridget, I was in front of you there. Can I just highlight to Senator Gallagher, you're actually incorrect when you say that the Liberals have always opposed superannuation. Nothing could actually be further from the truth. Now, vocally, hear me out. Vocally, they will oppose it in the chamber and they'll talk about how it's all bad and that. But in the dead of night, little Johnny Howard and Peter Costello ran down to the sewer with their mates from the banks, CBA, National Australia Bank, Westpac and ANZ. CBA did a joint venture with Colonial Mutual. National Australia Bank did a joint venture with National Mutual. Westpac did a joint venture or took over Bankers Trust, and ANZ did a joint venture with ING. And actually, Colonial Mutual's return on equity when they were owned by the Commonwealth Bank was 66%. So don't believe it when you think that the Liberals don't support superannuation. I pleaded with the former Treasurer, Josh Frydenberg, not to lift the superannuation levy from 9% to 12%, but he didn't block it. Because at the end of the day, the banks love superannuation, and you know why? Because it increases the mortgage. If you can't pay your mortgage off quicker because your money's tied up in superannuation, it means you've got to pay more interest on your mortgage. That's why the banks love superannuation, and that's why the Liberals love to pretend they hate superannuation, but they don't. Because had they been serious about it, they would have actually listened to me when I was Secretary of the Finance backbench and pleaded with them to enable people to keep their own wages. And Senator Gallagher just belled the cat again because she said the average balance of superannuation is $267,000. Well, guess what the threshold for the full pension to start getting off the full pension is? It's $312,000. So that means after 32 years of superannuation, almost 33 years of superannuation, it hasn't shifted the dial. Now, I'll accept it's not fully matured yet, but guess what? This is what's going to happen when your superannuation becomes fully matured. You are going to get people to start withdrawing a lifetime's worth of savings, and you're going to get someone pulling out 40 years' worth of savings, and you're going to need 40 people coming in to replace those savings. So you're going to start to see withdrawals exceed contributions. You're going to see forced asset sales, which is going to induce a liquidity crisis. And then you'll see the government have to step in and solve the problem. Now, I've approached a number of Labor people and said if you got rid of the tax on the unrealised gains, I'd consider the legislation. But here's the thing, the whole taxing of superannuation is fundamentally flawed, and it was actually Howard and Costello that ramped up superannuation from 4% to 9%. They should have killed it stone cold dead when they got elected in 1996. They didn't, but I will acknowledge the former Senator Richard Alston, who did a great job in 1992 when it was introduced. He did try to oppose it, and the Liberal Party then opposed it. But of course, Howard was always the banker's servant, and Costello, and he actually rolled over on superannuation. So to listen to the Liberals come in here and slag off superannuation, I'm sorry, but I'm not buying it. You had your opportunity to kill it stone cold dead, and you didn't. But here's the other tragedy about superannuation. Today, 40% of people retire with a mortgage. Okay, and note 40% of the low-income earners. They are pulling out their superannuation and going on the pension anyway. So we're just wasting $40 billion a year on fees for the financial engineers in the ivory palaces in Sydney and Melbourne. And here's the other tragedy with superannuation. The last year's MyEFO exposed that superannuation now costs $60 billion a year in tax concessions. It goes to the upper 20%, the very people, and I'm one of them, the upper 20% of people that don't need the pension and were never going to go on the pension anyway. $60 billion. You could give 14 million workers a $4,000 tax cut. You could lift the tax-free threshold to $50,000 if you abolish superannuation. That would enable young people to actually be able to save up for a mortgage quicker. Now, at Family First, we're not going to base your tax on how much money you have in superannuation. We're going to give you a tax-free threshold of $25,000 in superannuation and $40,000 outside of superannuation, so that your first $65,000 a year is tax-free. And we're going to fund that because we're going to abolish those absurd tax concessions in superannuation. We're going to get rid of the financial engineers, and we're going to bring back the civil engineers, the mechanical engineers, the electrical engineers, and start building infrastructure in this country, not paper castles in the air based on the sand of superannuation, the lies of superannuation, the rorts of superannuations, and the dead carcass of corruption.
Thank you. Senator Mackenzie, the tradition is government opposition and then it goes around the table. So Senator Cash has spoken. I'm going to go to Senator McKim. Senator Mackenzie, you're not in a debate with me. I've just told you what the custom is. So I've done opposition. I'm going to go to Senator McKim.
Well, I can, thank you, President. I can shorthand the contribution we've just heard from Senator Cash and the contribution we were just about to hear from Senator Mackenzie. Won't somebody think of the wealthy superannuants in Australia? Now, let's be very clear here. Let's be very clear here. The legislation that is the subject of this motion applies to not less than the 1% wealthiest superannuants in the country, but less than 0.5% of the 1% of wealthiest superannuants in this country. Now, there are plenty of people in Australia who think we should blue shell the 1%, but that's not what Labor is proposing to do. They are proposing to increase, not by very much I might add, increase the tax burden on the wealthiest 0.5% of superannuants. That is who the Liberal Party are coming into bat for here. These are, if you have got $3 million in your superannuation fund, you are an extremely wealthy individual. You are an extremely wealthy individual. Let us be abundantly clear here. The latest ATO data shows that just 0.6% of people in Australia with a super account have a balance of greater than 2 million. Greater than 2 million. So that 0.6% of people owns 14% of the total value of superannuation balances in this country. Now, just to be clear, the bill that the Liberals are going to die to destroy, politically speaking, of course, doesn't even cover all of that tiny, bloated cohort of people. That tiny, bloated cohort of people who have who make up 0.6% of the superannuants in this country, because of course that 0.6% relates to people who have super balance accounts of over 2 million, but the bill actually only would impact on people who have superannuation accounts of above 3 million. And all it does is subject them to an additional 15% capital appreciation tax. So the Liberals have come in here today and they are basically asking us to think about the bloated, tiny cohort of wealthy superannuants with balances of over $3 million. Well, I'll tell you who the Greens are going to think of. We're thinking of people who can't afford to get their teeth fixed at the dentist. We're thinking of people who don't go to the GP because they can't afford to see a doctor. And we're thinking of them because we believe big corporations and billionaires should be forced to pay their fair share of tax so that we can actually put dental care into Medicare, so that we can ensure that people can visit a GP with no out-of-pocket costs. And instead of supporting the Greens on those principles and those policies, the Liberal Party is coming here today and they're going to die on the Hill to defend wealthy superannuants, the top half of 1% who have over $3 million in their super accounts. They are the absolute top of the pile of wealthy superannuants, and they are the people the Liberal Party is going to come into this place and defend today. Well, that is not the priority of the Australian Greens. We are here to support people who can't afford to get their teeth fixed and are living with teeth literally rotting in their mouths because dental is not a part of Medicare. We are here to support people who make the agonising decision to not go and see their GP because they know they're going to be faced with massive out-of-pocket expenses. And instead of supporting us on those things, the Liberals have come in here today and they are going to defend wealthy superannuants, less than half of 1% of people in the country.
Thank you very much, Senator McKim. I believe we go to the opposition now. Wait, could please resume your seat. Yes, the Leader of Government. Thank you. Sorry, the advice from the clerk is very clear that the minister has precedence over Senator McKenzie, and therefore, as you jumped at the same time, I give the call to Minister Watt.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Well, irony of ironies, as this sitting fortnight comes to a close, that of all parties, we see the Liberal Party and the National Party now hold themselves up as the people who want to stand up for superannuation.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator McKenzie, if you seek to speak, in the course of the contribution from the person who's been called, you are out of order. So I'm calling you to attention to the standing orders to hold your fire and give Senator Watt the call as he has been directed. Senator Watt, you have the call.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Well, as I say, it is ironic that the two parties who've done most to oppose superannuation ever since it was introduced by a Labor government 20 or 30 years ago are now the parties who want to hold themselves up as those who want to defend the rights of people with superannuation. How absolutely laughable. How absolutely laughable. Having spent the last 30 years doing everything they possibly can to oppose superannuation, they now want to say that they want to protect the superannuation rights of Australians, but only those with balances of over $3 billion. So they've actually never cared about Australians, average working Australians and their superannuation, because let's remember that when it took a Labor government to introduce superannuation, what did the Liberal and National parties do? They opposed it. When a Labor government repeatedly has sought to increase superannuation contributions so that average working people can have a dignified retirement, what have the Liberal and National parties done? They've opposed those increases in contributions. They have never once supported superannuation for the average working person in Australia. They've invented all sorts of different schemes that have enabled or forced working people to raid their superannuation to deprive themselves of a dignified retirement. But today, we see this road to domestic conversion from the Liberal and National parties saying that they want to defend the rights of Australians to have their superannuation preserved, but only if you've got a balance above $3 billion. Only if you're fortunate enough to be in the less than 0.5% of Australians who have a superannuation balance above $3 billion. If you're an average working person with an average balance of around $267,000, the Liberal and National parties don't care about you. They'll vote to let you raid your superannuation, to deprive yourself of a dignified retirement. They'll vote to block every possible increase in contributions towards superannuation. But if you're fortunate enough to be in the less than 0.5% of Australians with a superannuation balance of more than $3 billion, then the Liberal and National parties are for you. And that says all you need to know about the Liberal and National parties. We see this play out in every single policy area that we ever debate in this parliament. If it's about superannuation, if you're an average working Australian, they're against it. If you're a very, 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 very wealthy Australian with a superannuation balance above $3 billion, then the Liberal and National Party are in your corner when it comes to superannuation. Just as we've seen it over and over again throughout this term of the Albanese government when we've changed workplace laws to benefit average working Australians. Every step that we've taken to support working Australians to get pay rises has been opposed by the Liberal and National parties. Every step we've taken to ensure more secure jobs for working Australians, promoted by the Albanese Labor government, voted against by the Liberal National Party governments. When we've seen same job, same pay laws, when we've seen pay rises for average working people, you can always count on the Liberal and National parties to be voting against it, just as they did when they were in government and just as they have promised to do if they were to win the next election. But for those privileged few with superannuation balances of over $3 billion, then the Liberals and Nationals are in your corner fighting for you. Now, I am a very well-paid individual, as is every person in this parliament. But even with the very large amount that I earn and the relatively large superannuation balance that I enjoy, I do not have a balance anywhere near $3 billion. So that puts into some perspective the kind of people that the Liberal and National Party are in to bat for here. Even the highly paid politicians working in this parliament don't have superannuation balances above $3 billion. I mean, there might be a handful because of former business wealth that they've developed, but even highly paid politicians in this parliament don't have superannuation balances of more than $3 billion. That's who the Liberal and National parties are going into bat for today, just as they've done on wages, just as they've done on job security, just as they've done on every other policy matter that we've discussed over this term of this parliament, and they're in there doing it again today.
Thank you, Minister Watt, and I call the Leader of the Government.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be given the opportunity to speak in this debate and to observe yet again two things. One is that the opposition are desperate not to get to the electricity legislation that the Senate previously agreed to resolve before 1 o'clock. And so we've got a bit of sour grapes from Senator Cash and her team, who didn't like the fact they lost the amendment before and that the Senate will deal with the electricity legislation before 1 o'clock. So they've come up with this great idea, which is to come into the chamber and try and blow up the chamber so we don't get to that legislation. So let's be very clear about the tactical reason for this. It is because they don't want to vote on the electricity legislation that the Senate has previously agreed to resolve in the next 15 minutes. You know, at least be upfront about it. At least be honest with the Senate. Senator Mackenzie and Senator Cash. That is the case. We know.
Senator Mackenzie.
That they don't like it when they lose a vote. They don't like it when they have to vote on a bill that they oppose. They don't like, well, they certainly don't like renewable energy. Well, we know that, particularly under Senator Cash now that Senator Birmingham has gone.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Mackenzie, you have been called to order over a number of infractions. You are continuing to yell at another senator across the chamber in a manner that is entirely unfit for this place. I have called you by your name. I will say to you, retain your silence for the rest of the contribution, of the Leader of the Government. You have the call, Mr Wong.
Thank you. I appreciate your protection, Acting Deputy President. I really do. Because, you know, the reality is those opposite are running
Wong,
this as a tactic, and they should be
Wong,
honest about it.
Time has expired for this debate. The question before the Senate is that on the motion of Senator Cash to suspend standing orders be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. Is a division required? Yes. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Thanks, Deb. I've got half my lunch eaten.
There you go.
Thank you. Lock the door. So the question is that Senator Cash's motion to suspend be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 35 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day.
Just a moment. Senator Mackenzie.
To make a short statement for no longer than 5 minutes.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 2 minutes, Senator Mackenzie.
Well, what a farce we've just seen in the chamber for the last half an hour, as the Labor Party sought to silence rural and regional Australians having their say on the superannuation changes that they've clearly done a deal with the Greens with to get through this parliament. Because it isn't, as the future Minister McKim outlined, or Minister Watt or Minister Gallagher outlined, that it's some microcosm of Australians, these big, wealthy fat cats sitting on these billion-dollar superannuation balances. It's every small business owner and it's every family farmer in this country. That is why the National Farmers Federation is so against this change, because you are taxing unrealised gains on the family farm. And I'm sorry, you're not getting wads of cash running through your bank account every week to pay your tax bill and your superannuation as a family farmer or as a small business owner.
Why do you hate farmers?
The NFF has raised the issue that they will have to sell family farms in order to pay the tax bill that is being imposed by Anthony Albanese and Jim Chalmers. It is no wonder Paul Keating thinks this is
Senator Mackenzie, 3 times I had to call you. You refer to others in the other place by their correct titles.
Prime Minister and his hapless treasurer have put a bill to the Australian Parliament.
Senator Mackenzie, that's a reflection. Withdraw.
Withdraw. And I thank Madam President and the Labor Party for giving me 28 seconds to put the fervent view and strong position of the 9 million Australians who do not vote for the Labor Party, who do not vote for the Greens and who produce the food and fibre in this country from the disastrous impact of your superannuation tax grab. Crawling succession planning on family farms, farms having to be sold to pay tax bills because you are such hapless managers.
The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Customs Amendment Expedited Seizure and Disposal of Engineered Stone Bill 2024 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
Thank you. I move
that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. I believe the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
Minister.
Thank you. I seek leave to move a motion to exempt this bill from the bill's cut-off order.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
Thank you. I table a statement of reasons justifying the need for this bill to be considered during these sittings and seek leave to have the statement incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
Thank you. I move that the provisions of paragraphs 5 to 8 of Standing Order 111 not apply to this bill.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill be now read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Thank you. I call the clerk. No. Okay. I don't believe I have a speaking list. So the question is that the bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. No amendments have been circulated. I'm assuming no one wants a committee stage. I'll move to the third reading. Minister.
I move that the bill be read a third time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
Thank you. I call the clerk.
Government Business Orders of the Day number 1, Electricity Infrastructure Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator.
Pardon?
No, I think it was Grogan.
Grogan.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, President. Well, here we have it. Here we have living proof that this is a rushed policy on offshore wind. It isn't a policy that's sustainable. It isn't a policy that does anything. It is a policy that has got it wrong, so we have to go back and fix up what is wrong with it already. We haven't even built one. We go yesterday to the question time. It's like an episode of Seinfeld when we were talking about the reservation policy. This government knows how to take the reservation. They don't know how to hold it. This is what we're doing in policy. We know how to put out the guidelines, but we don't know how to build it. We heard about housing yesterday. We know how to fund it. We don't know how to build it. We heard about doctors. We know how to fund it. We don't know how to get them. And this is where offshore wind is. We have this great idea. Let's go and build something that's never been built, floating offshore wind in industrial scale off the coast of New South Wales, and then we find out the minister doesn't know he's got powers he's meant to have. Did not know the powers he's meant to have in regulation and the way they issue these things. So they come back and he says, oh, we've got to fix it up and we've got to make it retrospective. We've got to go retrospective on what we can do and how we can give these grants and how we can give these leases. So we don't have to go through consultation for the people that did it the different way. We don't have to go through community consultation. We don't have to go and talk to the people. We just say we make it retrospective. It's like the opposite of a superpower, the ability to not know what powers you've got. And this is this minister rushing headlong in something that is in an unsustainable way. There is a sustainable way to do renewables. That's why we have renewables in our plan, but it has to be done better. Throwing everything at the wall and seeing what sticks is a plan for a farce. That's why we'll have blackouts. The Superman doing this is back the blackout man, not renewables man.
Pursuant to order. Senators, pursuant to order, the time for consideration of this bill has expired. I will now put the question before the chair and put the questions on the remaining stages of the bill. I first deal with second reading amendments circulated by the opposition. So the first question is on opposition amendment sheet on 3332. Be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Divisional card. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the opposition amendment on sheet 3332 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill will now be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question now is that this bill be now read a second time. The ayes pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Senators, you need to remind your advisers they are not to move. We are in a count. Order. There being 37 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to electricity infrastructure and for related purposes.
The question now is that this bill be now read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the bill be now read a third time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Because it's back. I call the clerk.
To announce the division,
Sorry. Oh, beg your pardon. I'm jumping along. Order. There being 37 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to electricity infrastructure and for related purposes.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bill, and we have the Veterans Affairs Bill back, so we're moving to that next. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives returning the Veterans Entitlements Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024 and informing the Senate that the House has agreed to amendments numbers 1 to 3 made by the Senate, has disagreed to amendment number 4 made by the Senate, but has made an identical amendment in place of the amendment, and requests reconsideration of this bill in respect of the amendment disagreed to and the concurrence of the Senate in the amendment made by the House. I call the Minister.
Take leave to move a motion to agree to the amendment made by the House of Representatives.
Is leave granted? Yes. Leave is granted. Minister.
I move that the Senate agrees to the amendment made by the House of Representatives, which is identical to the Senate amendment.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government Business Order for Day number 1, Workplace Gender Equality Amendment, Setting Gender Equality Targets Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Hume.
I rise to speak on the Workplace Gender Equality Amendment Setting Gender Equality Targets Bill of 2024. This bill amends the Workplace Gender Equality Act of 2012 and introduces new requirements for designated relevant employers, employers with 500 or more employees, to commit to achieve or at a minimum improve on and report to the Workplace Gender Equality Agency on measurable gender equality targets. These targets are proposed to fall under any of the 6 gender equality indicators, and the bill requires large employers to select 3 gender equality targets and report on their progress to the Workplace Gender Equality Agency each year. In their 3rd year of reporting, they must then show that they have achieved their targets or, at a minimum, improved before selecting a further 3 targets to achieve in the following 3 years. This bill also amends the definition of relevant employer to explicitly include subsidiaries of parent companies with 100 or more employees, and clarifies that in a corporate structure, a parent corporation is also taken to employ each of the employees of any of its subsidiaries. Where an employer has not met its selected gender equality targets or demonstrated improvements within the relevant period of 3 years, they're considered to have failed to comply with their obligations under the Act. Under the Workplace Gender Equality Procurement Principles, relevant employers seeking to supply goods or services to the government at or above $80,000 must provide a certificate of compliance issued by the agency as part of that procurement process. Consequently, such employers would be unable to provide the compliance certificate. So this bill places quite significant and onerous financial implications on businesses. The legislation will affect over 1,650 of Australia's largest companies by potentially precluding them from supplying goods or services to the Commonwealth Government at or above $80,000 in critical areas including agriculture and forestry and fishing, construction, education and training, manufacturing and mining. Now, the provisions in this bill significantly undermine businesses and they risk important procurement required for critical areas like national security. This bill introduces a new power for the Minister to set targets and rules in relation to the selection of gender equality targets. The bill gives personal power to the Minister to set the category of targets that can be selected and to select the number of targets that businesses are required to select. It's getting more and more convoluted. The menu of targets will be set out in an instrument to the Act and will not be on the face of this legislation. And this is without doubt government overreach. The Minister has personal powers to set rules and targets of their own choosing, with no scrutiny from the businesses that are impacted. This creates the possibility of an even more onerous compliance burden on businesses. The bill introduces substantial compliance requirements on Australian businesses, and the reporting requirements add further red tape to the operations of Australia's biggest corporations, driving down their productivity in an economy that is already struggling under the increasing compliance burdens of the Albanese government's radical industrial relations and energy policies that other senators in this place have spoken about. Adding compliance burdens to businesses will also inevitably be inflationary, adding to the Albanese government's already existing homegrown inflation crisis. It's estimated that the bill will create further compliance issues for over 1,650 of Australia's businesses. Should the government want to go further, guess who we think is next in line after big business? Well, it's pretty clear. It's going to be small and medium enterprises, millions and millions of them around the country, who are already struggling with significant red tape and compliance burdens under this Albanese Labor government. We are concerned that there has not been adequate scrutiny of this legislation. The debate has come on in this chamber And yet, at the same time, businesses around the country are going under. 27,000 businesses have failed under the Albanese government, and that should be a red flag. It's belling the cat. It's of great concern that not only is productivity going backwards in this country, but red tape is increasing, economic growth is stagnating, and all the Albanese government's solutions seem to be is more and more red tape that are holding Australian businesses back. We should be trying to reduce red tape, overburdensome regulation on Australian businesses, not adding more.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise to speak in support of the Workplace Gender Equality Amendment Setting Gender Equality Targets Bill of 2024. And the reason that we're supporting this bill is because we've had gender pay gap reporting for some years now. So companies with over 100 workers have had to check whether they've got a gender pay gap and tell the Workplace Gender Equality Agency whether they do. Now, that's a good start. You can't fix a problem if you don't know you've got one. But there has never been an obligation in our laws to do anything to actually close the gender pay gap that the company has identified they've got, which kind of makes a bit of a mockery of the process of reporting. So I'm very pleased that today, finally, after more than a decade of having these gender pay gap laws, the government of the day has taken a small step to say, well, now that you know you've got a gender pay gap, perhaps you better think about closing it. So this is a step in the right direction. But one of the concerns that we have is that this obligation to do something to close your gender pay gap only applies to businesses with over 500 workers. So it was completely laughable when the opposition just then were worried about businesses having to comply and businesses going under. This applies to the largest businesses in the country, those who are already doing the reporting, those who have identified that they have a gender pay gap, and we see the anti-women opposition not wanting to fix the gender pay gap, not wanting the mega employers of this country to do anything to actually reduce their gender pay gap. Well, we've long said that the LNP have a problem with women, and they are just putting it right up in lights today. If you don't support closing the gender pay gap, then you support keeping the gender pay gap. And what a disappointment that we've seen from Mr Dutton's Liberals, that they are quite happy for women's work to be undervalued, to be under-recognised in the workplace, and for there not to be any requirement on businesses who have a gender pay gap to do anything to close it. Now, that's not to say that this bill is perfect. This bill, as I said, only applies to those very large employers. 500+ workers would now have to do something to close their pay gap. And when I say something, they've got 3 years to try to show some measure of improvement on a selected number of targets that they themselves will pick, and they don't have to consult with their staff to work out which ones to pick. So unfortunately, as we've seen from this Labor government, they have a good idea, but then they do the weakest possible interpretation of it. So only the biggest employers will have to pick a handful of targets, and they'll have 3 years to work towards them, and they simply have to make reasonable progress after 3 years to meet those targets. Now, not one of those targets has to actually be one that sees the actual gender pay gap close. Seems a bit crazy, doesn't it? So that's why I'm moving a handful of amendments, including one that says you've actually got to pick a numerical target, and that large business will actually have to make progress on closing the gender pay gap. There's lots of other, good, positive targets that they can select from, but the fact that they don't have to pick one that will actually make a real difference, that's a problem. We can move to fix that, and that's what my amendment will do. We'll also be seeking to amend this bill so that the obligation to actually close your gender pay gap isn't just for the 500+ worker companies, it's for the 100+ worker companies. Our reporting obligations at the moment apply to companies that have 100 or more workers, and so why shouldn't this new obligation to act on that data apply to the same cohort? They've already got the reporting infrastructure, They're already familiar with it. They've already been aware that they've got a gender pay gap because they've been reporting on it for more than 10 years. They too should be required to set targets, to make reasonable progress towards them over a 3-year period to actually reduce their gender pay gap. Now, I think that's eminently sensible, and some would argue that even 100+ workers is too much. They say maybe it should be 50+. So we are proposing a sensible amendment here that would make this new lot of rules help more women in the workforce, because you shouldn't just have your rights recognised if you're in a super big company. Your rights should be important no matter how big your employer is, and so that's why my amendment says if you've got more than 100 workers, you should have to do something to close your gender pay gap. Now, we know the gender pay gap is still very, very real. Last figures, it's at 78%. So women are still earning about 78 cents for every dollar that their equivalent male counterpart takes home. That's about $30,000 difference each year. Now, that is a staggering amount of money, particularly in a cost of living crisis. And the small progress that we had seen in those gender pay gap data was thanks to aged care workers who got a very modest pay rise, which we supported, not as much as they'd asked for, and certainly not as much that they deserved more, but it was progress. But it shouldn't be this hard. It shouldn't be this much of an endless slog to actually pay women more and value the work that they do equally. The sad reality is that every single occupation and industry still has a gender pay gap in favour of men. So this is why for years we've been calling for there to be an obligation not just to identify the gender pay gap but to close it. And so it's disappointing that the bill that the government has rolled up today only requires that for employers with over 500 workers. So if you're a woman working in a company with less than 500 colleagues, well, too bad. You're going to have to suffer through a gender pay gap. We think that should be reduced down to 100. And I do want to acknowledge that some employers are stepping up and voluntarily taking some action to close their gender pay gap. That's great, and we've got, in fact, already nearly half of employers are setting targets, and a majority of those are to increase women in management, which is also a good thing. That's moving in the right direction, but it's 2025. Can't we do better? We still have a leadership gap. We've got women make up just 1 in 4 CEOs and heads of businesses, and the gender pay gap for those roles is absolutely massive. We need more women in senior positions, and we need to reflect the value of their work in their pay. In the boardrooms, 1 in 4 boards still have 0 women. Now, one way that the government could fix this would be to make sure that when a company is tendering for a government contract, that company that's seeking government money and seeking that government contract has to be meeting their obligations to not just identify but to close their gender pay gap. Now, the government said they were going to do this. They committed in March of last year that they were going to do this, but the devil's in the detail. And unfortunately, in the course of the inquiry into this very bill, when I pressed the very useful and helpful departmental officials on this very point, unfortunately, compliance with your gender pay gap obligations is just one consideration in whether or not you should get a fancy government contract or other procurement mechanism through government, a grant perhaps. That's just one consideration, but if you don't have one, don't worry about it, mate. It's not really that binding. We'll still give you the contract. You don't have to do anything, it'll be fine. Well, what a shame, because we saw the minister at the time last year say she was going to fix this, and she hasn't. It is not enough that complying with your gender pay gap rules, whatever they might be once this bill passes, it's not enough that that's just something to think about by government when they're offering contracts. It should be a threshold question. Companies should have to show that they are complying with their legal obligations to stop underpaying women in order to get government taxpayer support in the form of either a grant or a procurement contract. So that's what the third of my amendments would do if we have an opportunity to get to this vote. Now, I did move earlier today in the chamber to make sure that we could get to a vote on this bill today because, folks, we're probably headed to an election and this might be the last time that we sit under the current parliamentary structure. And we know that the Dutton-led coalition will not be standing up for women in the workplace. If we don't pass this bill today, essentially you can kiss goodbye your action on the gender pay gap. I was disappointed to not get support to do that, but I remain optimistic that our friends on the crossbench want to see equality for women and will vote accordingly if we have the chance to come back to this bill later today. And
Senator
I will be
Waters,
in continuation.
It being 1:30 p.m, I shall now proceed to 2-minute statements. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, Winston Churchill said in 1938 that an appeaser is one who feeds the crocodile, hoping against hope it will eat him last. Now, these words were quite prophetic 5 days after the disastrous Munich Peace Conference in September 1938. It was true then, and it is just as true today. February the 24th will mark the 3rd year anniversary of the illegal invasion by Russia of Ukraine. For 1,085 days, Ukraine has stood defiant and resilient against Russia's unlawful invasion. The cost is incalculable. And today, as we reflect on the Munich Security Conference announcement that next week Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin will meet to decide the future of Ukraine without Ukraine. The conditions of not returning Ukraine's pre-2014 borders and disallowing Ukraine's NATO membership, to my mind, is appeasement. Appeasement in Munich once again. Despots and dictators never ever respect appeasement. They patiently and they ruthlessly exploit it. If Vladimir Putin is appeased once again next week, it will simply buy him time to regroup and continue his relentless annexation. Appeasement did not work in 2014 when Russia illegally invaded and annexed Crimea, but yet the rest of the world sat by, Sudetenland-like, and said, we'll give him Crimea, he won't do anything more. Well, clearly it did not work. It simply emboldened Putin to keep going. So Ukraine's war is our war. It is the West's war. It is our war. Slava Ukraini.
Senator Polley.
Senator Duniam this morning, in his contribution to a debate, was talking about regional Australia. And I'd just like to point out to Senator Duniam and to others on that side that just because you drive a four-wheel drive doesn't mean you understand regional Australia. I can tell the Senator that regional Australia and urban Australia are not celebrating the thought of Peter Dutton becoming the Prime Minister and the Coalition's nuclear pipe dream. You were in government for almost a decade and you couldn't even hit an energy policy that you could bring while you were in government. You had 22. Then you went to 23 with nuclear energy. The only thing that relates to is maybe it's your lucky number or my age. How can Australians believe anything that you say on energy or anything else? Because you have three policies. One, you're going to cut, and you're not going to tell people until after the election. The second one is nuclear energy, and then the one that is most popular already with the Australian community, and that is the long lunches for bosses that the taxpayer are going to pay for. That is the depth of experience and delivery of policy that you're known for. No one trusts you at all. Now, we can talk about red dogs and green tails, as you often do in here lately. It's obviously your thing. But your entire energy policy is a dog. Remember Clifford the big red dog? That is the Liberal Party of Australia's energy policy, a big nuclear dog that nobody wants. What I want to ask too, Senator Duniam and my colleagues on that other side is, are you going to take in Hobart at your backyard nuclear waste? I don't really think so. I don't really think so. Australians are a wake-up to Mr Dutton, and I wish I had more time so I could talk
Polley,
about how he does it.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. Today I presented to Parliament the Right to Protest Bill 2025, and the bill seeks to protect one of the most fundamental democratic rights, the right to peacefully assemble and protest, and it does it by putting into Australian law the rights enshrined in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. As global temperatures rise and social movements demand action, Governments around the world are responding, but they're responding not with solutions but with suppression. And in Australia, we've witnessed an alarming erosion of our right to protest over just the last decade. And this creeping authoritarianism, often cheered in this chamber, must be stopped. We can't allow governments to make protesting so legally dangerous that the only demonstrations left are those that cause no convenience, challenge no authority, achieve no change, or are signed off by the powers that be. The Right to Protest Bill 2025 is about reversing this trajectory. The Right to Protest Bill 2025 affirms that dissent is not a crime. It puts into law that Australians have the right to gather, to speak, to demand better from their governments without fear of police crackdowns or punitive legal consequences. We know that the challenges of the coming decades, the climate crisis, the inequality crisis, corporate overreach, they're not going to be solved quietly. The people will not stand by idly as their future is literally sold out from under them, even if that's what the government would prefer. And this bill, the Right to Protest Bill 2025, says they won't have to. I'll see you in the streets.
Thank you, Senator Little.
Thank you. Well, Labor government policies, inactions and missteps have kept inflation higher for longer for everyone. In the Upper Spencer Gulf, uncertainty associated with the operations and finances of the Whyalla Steelworks continues wreaking havoc for industry and for jobs. Uncertainty now too from the South Australian State Labor government on the future of its hydrogen hub, looking right now like a cruel hydrogen hoax. And this week, the threat the United States trade tariffs. Well, they threaten the Australian industry and steel. The federal government must secure that exemption, as the coalition successfully did when it was in government. True to form, the Albanese Labor government has been bad for business growth and associated jobs unless you're one of the 29,000 new Commonwealth public servants. In just one parliamentary term, there has been a tripling of bankruptcy in South Australia. Upper Spencer Gulf locals are counting every cent, putting off travel, delaying health appointments, and I was told staff are even taking their own toilet paper to work. With colleagues, Senator McGrath and our hard-working Liberal candidate for Grey, Tom Venning, we heard that local companies have cancelled contracts. Some businesses and residents can't even pay their bills. Workers and suppliers are not getting paid, and increasing numbers are turning to crisis payments. Demand can't be met, and at least 15% seeking help are associated with the steelworks. This government has turned battlers into beggars. You pulled the wrong policy levers. Locals want the future you took from them back. Houses in Whyalla have risen 40%, median rent is up 21%, food has risen 12%. A Labor Greens coalition would deliver so much worse. What they want and deserve is better government. What they need is a change of government.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sheldon.
Well, here we go again. The Nationals have dropped the regional Aussies they are supposed to represent faster than a rat up a drainpipe. Labor announced this week that we're saving the future of regional aviation by ensuring that Rex continues to fly to regional airports. Now that means ensuring regional Aussies can stay connected to the rest of the country, their families and their health care. Now you might think the Nationals would support them, but again they've been overruled by those inner-city free marketers in the Liberal Party. Because in November last year, the Nationals leader said
Senator,
it's critical that Rex continues to run services in Tharaminda Airport, and it's about life and death in many cases, getting people to see specialists. But now Senator Mackenzie wants to cut off towns like that because apparently helping them is a waste of money. We didn't hear her concerns about wasting money when those opposite gave Alan Joyce $2 billion, no strings attached, or when they gave the previous Rex management, their mates, hundreds of millions of dollars to expand into capital city routes, which is why Rex is a financial mess it's in now. Now, they think it's fine, but they oppose saving Virgin, and now they want to abandon regional communities. the Nationals will roll over and have their tummies tickled every time by the Liberals on anything. Now, we heard this week that the Liberals have banned Barnaby Joyce. Well, I say unleash the beast, because as a shadow minister from travelling outside his own electorate, now they want to stop regional Australians from travelling by killing off Rex. Only Labor is fighting for regional Aussies doing it tough, whilst they make things worse for hard regional workers.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Rennick.
Thank you. And I'd like to commend President Donald Trump last night for picking up the phone and having discussions with Vladimir Putin. I talked about in my maiden speech, and I honoured Ronald Reagan for picking up the phone and talking to Gorbachev, Mikhail Gorbachev, in the 1980s. Now, he effectively brought the Cold War to an end through detente and through diplomacy. And in my maiden speech, I said the 21st century has been plagued by belligerent rhetoric and an unwillingness to seek peace. And that has continued after I came into this chamber. The war in Ukraine is a result of reckless diplomacy and belligerent behaviour. There was a violent coup in 2014 that overthrew a democratically elected government. The people in the Donbass, despite 2 Minsk agreements, and those Minsk agreements, which Angela Merkel later admitted that the Western powers were trying to deliberately stall, one of those agreements was that the people of Donbass could hold a referendum, and that was deliberately sabotaged. And of course, the other thing we weren't told in this war, that in the 2 weeks before Putin invaded Russia, that the Organisation of Security and Cooperation in Europe, which was mandated by the Minsk agreements to monitor attacks between the two sides, those attacks from the West increased from about 50 violations a day up to over 1,000 a day. So that war had already started, and yet none of that has ever been acknowledged. And yet again, this was a deep state ploy instigated by the Biden crime family and the deep state Democrats to advance imperial interests, not so much in Russia. The idea there was to stop Russia from selling gas into Germany, because you couldn't have the Russians selling gas to Germany, because then the US oil companies in the Middle East would have nowhere to sell their oil to. But it's time to call out these imperial Western interests, and it is time to put peace first.
Senator Chandler, you have the call.
Tasmanian salmon workers are continuing to live with the threat hanging over their heads of the Albanese Labor government killing off the very industry that employs them. This is a threat to the livelihoods of thousands of Tasmanians and their families, which was 100% created by the actions of this Labor government. It is an insult to those families that members of the Albanese government are preposterously claiming to be champions of the salmon industry. Now, Senator Urquhart, who sits in this chamber, likes to tell the people of Braddon that she is a champion of the salmon industry. But the reality is Senator Urquhart and her other Tasmanian colleagues have sat by and allowed the Albanese cabinet to make decisions which will see thousands of jobs destroyed in the electorate of Braddon. She continues to back the decisions of the Environment Minister, Ms Plibersek, to appease inner-city Green activists, not the people of Tasmania. And she supports the Prime Minister, who is too weak to stand up to the Greens. In contrast, our Liberal candidate for Braddon, Mal Hingston, is an incredible supporter of salmon workers, and salmon workers know that they have a champion in Mal who has made a clear commitment to the future of the industry, as have my Liberal colleagues. Mal Hingston is the only candidate for Braddon who will step up and protect salmon workers and families who rely on their income from jobs in this vital Tasmanian industry. In contrast, we all know that after the election, Labor will get together with the Greens and shut down this vital industry, just as they have done for so many industries before. Now, in the last 24 hours, we have finally seen Labor's candidate for Lyons stop double-dipping and running a federal campaign while being paid by Tasmanian taxpayers. And I think it is time for Senator Urquhart, who's failed to stand up for Tasmanian salmon workers, to belatedly do the right thing and resign from this chamber rather than being paid as a senator to campaign for the lower house.
Senator Billick.
President, I'm so proud to serve in the first ever majority women government in Australia's history. Never before have the concerns of Australian women been heard, understood and taken as seriously as throughout our term in government. We have championed issues such as women's safety, women's wages, access to paid parental leave, superannuation on paid parental leave, women's housing and, of course, women's health. Earlier this week, the Albanese Labor government announced its latest investment in women's health with a massive $500 million package, and this includes the listing of new oral contraceptive pills on the PBS for the first time in over 30 years, providing better access to long-term contraceptives with larger Medicare payments and more bulk billing for IUDs and birth control implants, giving more support for women experiencing menopause with more endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics and more specialist menopause support in these clinics. And we are providing better access to contraceptives and treatment for uncomplicated UTIs without the need to see a GP. This package has been overwhelmingly praised by medical peak bodies including the AMA and the RACGP as an absolute game changer for women. And if you contrast this to what Australian doctors think of Peter Dutton, voting him Australia's worst health minister in the history of Medicare after cutting more than $50 billion from our public hospitals, then the choice for all Australians, especially women, is crystal clear at the next election. With Mr Dutton vowing to make $350 billion in secret cuts if elected, you can bet the house that he will wind back most, if not all, the gains that we have made for women throughout our term. The stakes are high. We cannot risk our mothers, our daughters, our sisters, our granddaughters going back to being ignored, marginalised and undervalued by the boys' club of the Liberal Party.
Barbara.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Donald Trump is a tariff tyrant. He is showing all too much evidence of being an unreliable ally to Australia, and he is a bully. Just as you would not kowtow to a bully in a schoolyard, we should not be letting him walk all over us on the global stage. Yet the Labor government is doing all too little to stand up to him and his outrageous international ambitions. Australia made a $798 million AUKUS donation to the US last Saturday. And 2 days later, President Trump announced a global 25% tariff on steel and aluminium imports on the Monday, with no guarantee of Australian exemption. Why are we handing over a huge payment to this man who has no regard for Australian sovereignty, for a submarine deal that so many experts say has no chance of realisation? It's a bad deal and we should end it. We know that Trump is an unpredictable ally and that the usual rules of diplomacy do not apply. Trump only makes deals that suit him. So why is Labor sinking our public resources into such a bad subs deal? AUKUS is expected to cost up to $368 billion over the next 3 decades. And now we're dealing with a US president who is even less likely to deliver us a single submarine. Even Labor's own people are calling out the reality here. Former Labor Foreign Minister Gareth Evans has said that the notion Australia will have full sovereign control of nuclear-powered submarines is, frankly, to quote him, a joke in bad taste. Many agree. The Greens say no to handing over blank cheques to a billionaire bully, and we need to draw a line in the sand to defend our sovereign independence.
Thank you. Senator Pocock, David.
Thank you, Acting President. In potentially my last speech in this place, I wanted to talk briefly about priorities and take a moment to recap. Last night, the major parties prioritised reform to give themselves $80 million each in additional funding in elections and lock out new entrants. An unfair bill with no amendments from the crossbench genuinely considered. They also rammed through scams, an undercooked bill full of loopholes, like electoral reform, that won't actually protect consumers or help scam victims get their money back. Today, ramming through childcare, again without the chance to move amendments like one to ensure children without a birth certificate are captured by this legislation. Offshore wind, a very important but controversial in some communities, and passed with no chance for debate and no Senate scrutiny. The Workplace Gender Equity Bill, one I support, and that was introduced last November, which we won't get to because of how the government has managed time in the Senate and prioritised other legislation. The Australian people didn't send a record number of crossbenchers. of independent representatives to the Parliament just to be a rubber stamp. They sent us here so that they would have a voice to help improve legislation. And what about the unfinished business of this Senate? Everything the major parties have parked in the too hard basket. Let's go through a few of them now. Artificial intelligence. Where are the mandatory guardrails? The government has absolutely dropped the ball on this. What about a ban on deepfakes at elections? Something we've been warned about. Truth in political advertising, a ban on gambling advertising, environmental reform that actually protects nature. Where are the changes to laws to have more competition in our economy in a cost of living crisis? Too hard basket, but when it comes to money for the political parties, there's political will.
Thank you. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Well, the state of Victoria had 2 by-elections on the weekend, and they certainly sounded the alarm. In my home state of Victoria, loud and clear, Labor's wrong priorities, their broken promises, their bad policies and their waste and mismanagement have meant that Victorians have had enough. From Frankston to Bentley, from Moe to Mentone, from Warrnambool to Wonthaggi, everywhere in between, inner city, regional and outer suburbs, Victorians are frustrated. They're feeling that they're falling through the cracks. They were willing to give the Albanese government the benefit of the doubt, but now they want change. It's an absolute pleasure to have joined one of my candidate colleagues, Benson Sorlow, in the seat of Macnamara, meeting so many locals in Elsternwick last week to hear about what's important to them and, most importantly, how they feel that they've been let down by the Albanese government. You don't have to walk too far down Glen Huntly Road to see just how many small businesses, how many traders there are being pushed further and further to the wall. We met with Perry, who owns a famous restaurant down there, the Mediterranean Greek Tavern in Elsternwick, and he explained to us how rising costs, particularly energy, utilities, rents, are making it increasingly difficult for him to keep his doors open, and how consumers are responding to the cost of living crisis. All around the country we're hearing this, that cost of living crisis has run out of control because of the decisions that Labor have been making. The inflation has lasted higher for longer, interest rates have lasted higher for longer, and the cost of living crisis has continued on unabated. With the calibre of candidates like Benson Sorlow, though, at the upcoming election in Macnamara, people have an opportunity to make a real difference. He is a man that will make a difference for the community that he loves, and the voters in Macnamara now have a true choice. He's a community champion that Macnamara needs. He's dedicated, genuine and committed, and I am very confident that he will be a strong and
Thank you. Last week, the alcohol excise increased again. Taxes on alcohol raise over $6 billion a year from all Australians, rich and poor alike. As I listen to people across my home state of Queensland, this is an issue I hear all the time. Hospitality staff are worried about their jobs. Higher alcohol prices mean fewer customers come in and less staff are required. Hospitality venues are closing faster than the other businesses being sent broke under the Albanese government. The Guardian predicted last week that this year, 1 in 10 hospitality venues will collapse. With those failures go all the income tax and the general taxation generated from their hard work. An increase in the alcohol tax doesn't raise more revenue, it just moves existing revenue around. More alcohol tax, less income tax, less general revenue. This has been a gradual process. The problem is not just this one last rise, it's the 84 tax increases that have occurred since the introduction of alcohol tax under the Hawke Labor government in 1983. Ironically, Bob Hawke, Mr Hawke, held a world record for beer sculling. The loss of hospitality venues, and the rising cost of patronising those venues takes from everyday Australians a simple pleasure, one that encourages social contact, support and mental health. Venues where alcohol is served according to rigorous, responsible service of alcohol rules. This is replaced with drinking at home, where there's no peer support, no mate you've had enough, nobody to stop drunk shopping or drunk gambling or drink driving. One Nation will abolish the alcohol tax levied on hospitality venues to save these businesses, so they can continue offering social benefit, employment and the other taxes they pay, including taxes on their profits. One Nation want to see all hospitality workers earning a fair wage and having a life, not languishing on unemployment benefits because this government failed to see the unintended consequences of its greed. We are one nation, one community. Pubs and clubs support communities.
Senator Hodgkins, may you have the call.
So politics is about choices, and I'm pretty happy about one of the choices that's been made in this place today. When this chamber today will pass the government's legislation to remove the activity test, the punitive activity test, for 3 days per week as part of the Early Childhood Reform Bill. This bill's passage is happening because of the Greens and because of early childhood advocates keeping the pressure on. The Greens and advocates knowing that this punitive policy locks out hundreds of thousands of kids from achieving a crucial early education, that it keeps more than 40,000 parents out of work, primarily women, and it locks First Nation kids out of work and those from out of childcare and those from disadvantaged backgrounds. Today, the Greens look set to secure a major win for families and kids right across this country. It's a sign that Greens' pressure works because Labor has been forced to back its own bill to remove the childcare subsidy activity test for 3 days per week. And I'm confident that this sort of collaboration and cooperation is exactly what people right across this country want to see more of. At the start of last week, the government said that they wanted to get this done. The Greens came out and said, come on then, let's do it. Despite this being just one step towards fixing a broken childcare system, we recognise that this was a crucial first step. And despite some false starts, today they've been forced to put kids and families ahead of politics. And I just want to reflect on the opportunity that exists to do this in so many other areas. You know, we could be up here celebrating gambling reform, getting gambling ads off tallies, and we're seeing today that women are just as impacted as men in terms of gambling losses. We could be celebrating putting nature first and passing incredibly important reforms to our Environmental Protection Authority. So, Labor, we're ready to work with you. We're ready to get things done because that is what the people of Australia want.
Senator Pratt, thank you.
Much, Acting Deputy President. I'm delighted this afternoon to give my thanks to Arthritis Australia and to thank them for the privilege of being one of their co-conveners for the Parliamentary Friends of Arthritis, and it's most apt that Senator Polly is in the chair because she has expressed her interest, and I hope that she will get the support of members who rejoin the Parliamentary Friends of Arthritis after I leave to become the new Labor convener, along with Dr Anne Webster from the Coalition. I have learnt a great deal from the organisation over many years with the events that they have organised. It's wonderful to see, for example, how they've taken research on issues like early intervention on osteoarthritis to get non-surgical pathways of treatment to divert people from having expensive and unnecessary surgery. I was pleased that they got a funding commitment during my EFO this year to be able to do models of education for health professionals to be able to support their patients living with arthritis. World Arthritis Day will take place in September next year, and I very much wish Arthritis Australia all the best with their advocacy in the new Parliament and the events that they hold as part of World Arthritis Day. I also want to give a shout out to Dr Gordon Reid for his convenership of the Parliamentary Friends of Immune Diseases, I think it's called, because of course they are related conditions. I want to give my particular thanks to Louise Hardy from Arthritis Australia.
Thank you. Senator Ciccone.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. The Albanese government's Future Made in Australia plan is all about Australian workers and companies making things right here. It's about tapping into our natural resources and strengthening our economic security. And that's why we're creating a $22.7 billion plan that invests in skills and training, renewable energy, industrial and technology, utilising our natural resources and critical minerals. Critical minerals and rare earths are essential components of clean energy technologies such as storage batteries, solar panels and wind turbines. They are also essential for our defence industry. Just this week, the government's critical minerals production tax incentive passed the Senate. This will boost critical minerals processing and spur on new investments in green metals, securing the future of our aluminium industry and the thousands of jobs it supports, including in my home state of Victoria. This builds on our $2 billion investment in a new green aluminium production credit, which will support Australia's aluminium smelters to transition to renewable electricity before 2036. It guarantees jobs right across Australia, including the 1,300 plus jobs at the Portland smelter in my home state of Victoria.
Tony, the time for 2-minute statements has expired. Senator Wong.
I seek leave to advise of some changes to ministerial arrangements.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Wong.
I thank the Senate. I advise that I advise that Senator Farrell will be absent from question time on account of ministerial business interstate, and Senator McCarthy will be absent for personal reasons on today, 13th February 2025. In their absence, ministers will represent portfolios as outlined in the letter circulated to party leaders, and I seek leave to table the letter.
Thank you. Leave is granted. Thank you. We'll now move to question time. I call Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Yesterday, Australians were shocked and disgusted by the anti-Semitic threats made by nurses at Bankstown Hospital. The New South Wales Health Minister said both nurses had been stood down immediately. However, it currently remains possible for both individuals to practice in any other state or territory. What steps has the Prime Minister taken to ensure these people are not able to practice as health professionals today in any location across our country?
Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and I thank the Senator for the question, and I agree with her that we were shocked, and I think I made some comments yesterday about how shocking it was to have that kind of vile hatred, that anti-Semitism expressed in the way that it was. And I think we've seen universal condemnation, including across the political spectrum, and also I note today there was the relevant trade union, the AN, the Nursing and Midwifery Federation, have engaged in a public rally in support of the appropriate values that healthcare should have at its heart. I think I answered that aspect of the question yesterday, Senator. I made reference to the fact that if there that any reduction or taking away of a licence in a state would be reflected in terms of a national regulator. I think I read to you the advice that I have received, which is that there is a national scheme for regulating the safety and quality of health practitioners that includes nurses and the relevant authorities, New South Wales.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. I think my question was very specific.
What is it that you're on your feet for?
In terms of
Senator
relevance.
Ruston, why are you on your feet?
Relevance.
Okay, you didn't say that.
Oh, sorry, I might have been mumbling. My apologies.
Thank you.
Relevance. I was just seeking relevance in terms of the response that we've received so far from the Minister in relation to what action the Prime Minister is taking to make sure that these people are not practising anywhere else in Australia. I think we deserve to know the answer.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. The Minister is being directly relevant to your question. Minister Wong.
Well, I think I'll take the interjection from Senator Cash because she is quite. She is pointing. She wants to talk about the Prime Minister. I want to talk about the registration, and I will come to the Prime Minister. Your question, Senator. Your question, Senator.
Not about the public. Order. Not about order across the chamber. Order. Senator Colbeck. Minister Wong, please continue.
As I said yesterday, adverse finding made by New South Wales Health automatically flows through to the Australian Health Practitioner Regulation Agency, which is the national regulator.
First supplementary, Senator Ruston.
Point of order.
I think the time's expired.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, time had expired. I've confirmed that with the clerk as well. So first supplementary.
All right.
So, Senator Ruston, first supplementary.
So the New South Wales Police has launched an investigation into the incident, with the New South Wales Police Commissioner Karen Bragg calling it a sad day for the country. Is the AFP investigating this incident to determine whether any Commonwealth crimes have been committed and whether these individuals would be subject to the mandatory minimum sentences in the hate crimes legislation passed in this parliament last week?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
Well, first, obviously the matter is being investigated by the New South Wales Police, as it should be, and I expressed the view, as I did yesterday, that those individuals should face the full force of the law. The AFP will provide any assistance that is needed by the New South Wales Police. Senator, I hope you, like I do, have faith in the AFP and in authorities.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Point of order. I think my question was very clear about the mandatory sentencing in the hate crimes law, and I don't think the minister's gone anywhere to that point.
And your question also went to New South Wales Police investigating and the AFP, and the minister is being directly relevant to your question, Senator Ruston. Minister.
Thank you, President. Can I indicate that I'm advised that the AFP has offered assistance? The Senate would also be aware of Operation Everlight, which has been previously spoken about, and whose objective is to ensure, as Commissioner Kershaw says, that we not only protect Australians but the Australian way of life, and is specifically looking at how it is that authorities can more effectively protect against anti-Semitism.
Senator Ruston, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, will the Prime Minister hold a national cabinet to ensure the safety of Jewish Australians who were the subject of these death threats? And will you commit to taking real national action beyond a national database, which only really serves to admire the problem?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
Senator, through you, President, the Prime Minister engages closely and regularly with premiers and chief ministers, and has had closely with Premier Minns. What I would ask of the opposition: will you stand with us against anti-Semitism? Will you stand with us? Because the most effective way of standing against prejudice and hatred, and I say this as somebody who remembers John Howard, is for the parties across this chamber to stand together united against anti-Semitism. So I invite those opposite to show that principled leadership and bipartisanship against prejudice and hate. I invite Senator Ruston to do that. I will always stand against prejudice and hate, and I invite those opposite to stand with us against it.
Senator Marielle Smith. Just a moment, Senator Smith. Senator Mackenzie, I do not intend to spend the next 55 minutes calling you to order. I remind you of 203. Senator Smith.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. New Medicare bulk billing data out this week shows there are an additional 6 million bulk billed GP visits between November 2023 and December 2024, making it an average of 100,000 additional visits each week. How has the Albanese Labor government achieved these bulk billing rates, and how is the government working to further strengthen Medicare?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Smith for her question. And she knows, like all of us know, that bulk billing was in freefall when we came to government, and it's important to understand why. In 2014, Mr Dutton, the then Health Minister, tried to introduce a GP tax on every single Australian patient. And when Mr Dutton couldn't get that through the Parliament, he then started the Liberals and Nationals' 6-year freeze of medical rebates. And at the time, the 6-year freeze, so went from a tax to a Medicare rebate freeze. Now, at the time, doctors warned Mr Dutton that they'd have to increase fees and stop bulk billing, but Mr Dutton arrogantly bulldozed ahead anyway, and that is why, Senator Smith, bulk billing was in freefall when we came to government. Now, Labor has responded with the largest increases to Medicare rebates in 30 years. And opened Medicare urgent care clinics across the country. We have tripled the bulk billing incentive to stop the freefall, and we have delivered 6 million additional free visits to the doctor last year. And nationally, 77.5% of all GP visits were bulk billed in December last year. Now, we know there is more to do, but what we have done has made a difference. And the Royal College of General Practitioners has described Labor's investment as a game changer. A game changer. Now, this stands, Senator Smith, in stark contrast to what they said when Mr Dutton was in charge of Medicare. They said he was the worst health minister in the history of Medicare. The worst health minister in the history of Medicare. We know Mr Dutton and the Liberals cannot be trusted with Medicare.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Marielle Smith, first supplementary.
Minister, following a decade of cuts and neglect from the former Liberal and National government, Australians in regional and rural areas have found it more difficult to see specialist GPs. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to ensure there are more specialist rural GPs where they're needed so more Australians can get the health care that they deserve?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Wong.
Senator Smith, and I invite National Party senators to listen to what the Labor government is doing for regional and rural Australia, because unfortunately those opposite the Liberal Party have had a long history of muzzling their junior partner. I think Mr Joyce knows what that feels like. Senator Mackenzie certainly knows what that feels like. And just like the Liberals have rolled the Nationals over Rex, the Liberals have rolled the Nationals on health. All during their time in government, we saw yet again the Liberals rolling the National Party, and together they made it harder for Australia's regional communities to see a doctor. Now, Labor's investments are changing that, and today the Health Minister, Mr Butler, has announced more specialist rural GPs coming to rural and regional Australia, more than 1,750 expected to begin government-funded training to become a GP, the largest cohort of future GPs in Australia's history.
Has expired. Senator Smith, second supplementary.
Minister, the Albanese Labor government's strengthening Medicare agenda is delivering more doctors and nurses, more bulk billing and more urgent care clinics. What are the risks to this agenda that could undermine Australia's health system?
Minister Wong.
Well, the biggest risk to the Australian health system is Mr Dutton and the Liberals. And we know that because of Mr Dutton's record. We know what he's done before. Mr Dutton cut $50 billion from public hospitals. He tried to abolish bulk billing altogether. He tried to jack up medicine prices. He tried to make everyone pay a fee every time they went to an emergency department. And when he couldn't get his GP tax through, he froze Medicare rebates. Mr Dutton said to Australians that not enough of them were paying to go to the doctor. And then we had Senator Ruston, who said Medicare is not sustainable. Medicare is not sustainable. Well, Australian doctors don't trust Mr Dutton. That's why they said he was the worst health minister in Medicare history. So why would Australians trust him? Australians know they'll be worse off under Mr.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Prior to the last election, the Prime Minister promised Australians on 97 occasions that he would reduce their power bills by $275. Did the Prime Minister deliver on his promise?
I'm sorry, Senator McGrath, I didn't catch the end of that question.
Did the Prime Minister deliver on his promise?
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Minister Wong.
President, can I first make the point that our plan is delivering cheaper energy right now. We delivered energy relief, which has cut $300 off power bills. The person who asked that question is of a party that has voted against every piece of energy bill relief that we have provided to Australians.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator McGrath.
I regret to do this. A point of order on relevance. The question was actually, did the Prime Minister deliver on his promise in relation to the $275 reduction that was made 97 times? I don't believe the Minister is anywhere near answering that.
Thank you. The Minister has started her answer. You've repeated the question, so I will continue to listen carefully.
I said at the outset, our plan is delivering cheaper energy right now. And we've delivered energy relief, which has cut hundreds of dollars of Australians' power bills. We delivered $650 in energy relief to small business.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Cash.
Point of order in relation to relevance.
I'm sorry, Senator Cash. I'm going to call the Senate to order. Senator Cash.
It's a point of order in relation to relevance. The question was that the Prime Minister made a promise to the Australian people. Did he deliver it?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong, I'll remind you of the question and invite you to continue your response.
President, I've answered it. Our plan is delivering cheaper energy now. And it stands in stark contrast to the nuclear fantasy, which will push up power prices by $1,200 and deliver less than 4% of our energy needs. You don't like these facts,
Minister Wong,
do you?
please resume your seat. Senator McGrath.
There is a point of order on relevance that I wish to raise, and that is that the opposition's policy in relation to nuclear energy has absolutely nothing to do with the question I put to Senator Wong about the Prime Minister making his promises.
Okay, so what I'm advised is that talking about the opposition's policies is not relevant, but the minister is being relevant to the question that you asked Senator McGrath. Minister Wong.
Our plan is delivering cheaper energy right now, and I welcome the fact that the opposition want to avoid talking about their policy. Before the election, Australians are going to know precisely what your policy is, Senator McGrath. It will deliver more expensive energy, and it will cost $600 billion, and you would have to pay for it, and people will know about that.
Senator McGrath, first supplementary.
Prior to the last election, the Prime Minister promised Australian families cheaper mortgages. Did the Prime Minister deliver on his promise?
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Minister Wong.
Can I point out, I'm not quite, to the Senator, that when we came to government there was a 6, inflation had a 6 in front of it, and now inflation has a 2 in front of it. So I would point out to those opposite that in fact under this government you've seen inflation falling, you've seen unemployment falling, and you've seen wages rising. These are good things. Now I know those opposite don't wish to see higher wages, and I know those opposite don't wish to understand what's happening with inflation.
Senator McGrath.
I'm sorry, President, to do this to you, but a point of order on relevance. Senator Wong has once again referred to the opposition when the question was very clear in relation to whether the Prime Minister delivered on his promise to deliver cheaper mortgages.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. I will draw the minister to your question. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I wanted to also point out, I'm not sure where, I wanted to point out also that the government has passed a range of policies which have and will assist homeowners with their mortgage payments and with the price of houses and the supply of houses. And one of them is the Help to Buy Shared Equity scheme.
Has expired. Senator McGrath, second supplementary.
Thank you. The Prime Minister also said prior to the last election that, and I quote, "When I make a mistake, I'll fess up to it, and I'll set about correcting that mistake. I won't blame anyone else. I'll accept responsibility." End of quote. When will the Prime Minister admit to Australians that he promised them cheaper mortgages and cheaper electricity, and all that he's delivered is a cost of living crisis?
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Minister Wong.
President, it is the case that we teach our children that they should acknowledge their mistakes, and I look forward to Mr Dutton acknowledging his mistake around a GP tax. I look forward to Mr Senator McGrath acknowledging his mistake,
Minister
which
Wong.
was you don't like to
Minister Wong,
admit your mistakes.
Please resume your seat. Senator McGrath.
President, I wish to raise a point of order in relation to relevance. The question was about the Prime Minister and whether he has admitted that he has made a mistake in relation to delivering a cost of living crisis. It was nothing to do with Peter Dutton or myself.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. I do note the Minister had just started her response, but I will remind her of your question. Minister Wong.
I'm very happy to get to our record of high wages, lower inflation and lower unemployment. I'm very happy to talk about that. But I think Senator McGrath and Mr Dutton should acknowledge their mistake of $50 billion cut from public hospitals and a GP tax on every Australian. And I think it would be good if they could acknowledge their mistake, which is at $600 billion funding for a nuclear scheme, a nuclear fantasy, for more expensive power. More expensive power that will deliver 4% of Australia's grid. So, I'm all for accountability, Senator McGrath. We've yet to see it from Mr Dutton. We've yet to see it from Mr Dutton.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator McKim.
President, my question's to the Minister for Emergency Management, Senator McAllister. Minister, fires have been burning in the Tarkine Wilderness for 10 days now. Fire boundary maps published by the Tasmanian Government show that the grove of Huon pines on the upper Harmon River burned last night. This grove contained the largest known Huon pine on the planet, a tree that was estimated to be 3,000 years old, making it one of the oldest trees in existence. It's now in ashes, which is devastating. The same fire is now threatening two other significant groves of Huon pines on the Wilson River. These are ancient paleo-endemic ecosystems that exist nowhere else on the planet. Why wasn't more effort put into extinguishing these fires in their early stages 10 days ago now? And what is your government doing to ensure that the protection of these globally significant ecosystems is given the priority it deserves?
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator McAllister.
Thanks for the question, Senator McKim. Senator McKim, you're a former parliamentarian in the Tasmanian Parliament, and you know, Senator McKim, that firefighting is the responsibility of state and territory governments. And I have been in regular contact with Minister Ellis, who was the minister responsible for emergency management in Tasmania, and we've spoken about the challenges facing first responders in your part of the world. One of the things that is distinctive about fighting fires in the Tasmanian context is that there are a lot of wild places, and there's a lot of amazing communities too, Senator McKim, and our government seeks to be the best partner that we can to the Tasmanian government as they seek to gain control of this particular set of events. We have deployed the National Large Air Tanker to Tasmania to assist in firefighting efforts. We have also deployed one of the heavy lift helicopters to assist Tasmania in these firefighting efforts. And I will make this additional point, Senator McKim. This is the first high-risk weather season where those assets have been available at all. And the reason that they're available is because our government came to office understanding that more would need to be done to deal with emergencies and to deal with natural disasters. And that is because all of the advice that we have from scientists is that natural disasters are going to become more frequent and more intense. Now, our government accepts that science. It's not clear to me that the people opposite us do, but it is on that basis and the experience of communities across Australia that we have made the investments that we have, increasing funding in the National Aerial Fleet, increasing funding for a national stockpile, and standing up a national emergency management agency that can support states and territories at times
Minister
like
McAllister. Senator McKim, first supplementary.
Minister, acknowledging other priorities and the importance of safety for fire responders, will you commit to continuing to stay in touch with the Tasmanian Government to ensure that saving these globally unique ancient ecosystems, which are at the core of Tasmania's Gondwanan heritage, is given the priority that it deserves?
Thank you, Senator McKim. Minister McAllister.
Thanks, Senator McKim. And your question is apposite because actually this is an enterprise that rewards collaboration. And I do work to stay in touch with my state and territory colleagues because, as I've indicated in my response to your primary question, they do lead on these questions. They do lead on the response, but we are in a position to provide support. And what that requires is me working with each of those ministerial counterparts to understand the circumstances that they are facing. I can tell you also that the National Emergency Management Agency, a new body established under our government, maintains very regular, if not daily, contact with fire chiefs, commissioners and other personnel in the emergency management system around the country. And indeed, as we speak, we are of course actively engaged in the circumstances continuing in Queensland, the recovery there and monitoring the cyclone which is forming off the northwest coast of Western Australia.
Thank you, Minister McAllister. Senator McKim, second supplementary.
Minister, 9 years ago now, the Greens led a Senate inquiry into the 2016 fires that devastated the Tasmanian Wilderness World Heritage Area, and we made a series of recommendations on how to respond better to fires like the ones we are seeing now, including by hitting them hard and hitting them early. Why have successive federal governments, including yours, ignored many of the recommendations we made?
Thank you, Senator McKim. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. Well, I dispute the premise of the senator's question. This government has, in fact, made very significant investments to improve the Australian government's capacity to support states and territories, not just in relation to our response to natural disasters, but also to improve the resilience of communities around Australia. Your question referred to the benefits of moving early once an ignition has been detected, and I know from speaking to fire chiefs around the country that these principles are embedded in many of the ways that fire chiefs are responding to some of these very difficult circumstances. We, of course, also, and I acknowledge Minister Watt here, have established the Disaster Ready Fund. This fund, a $1 billion fund, has already had 2 rounds where we are making investments in a range of measures that can support resilience, including investments in early detection technologies.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Billick.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister for Women and Minister representing the Minister for Health and Aged Care, Senator Gallagher. This week, the Albanese Labor government responded to 2 Senate inquiries on women's health that made recommendations to improve reproductive and menopause health care in Australia. The government has taken these inquiries seriously by delivering a $570 million package of women's health measures that will give women more choice and save women and their families thousands of dollars. How does the government's women's health care package respond to the Senate inquiries and deliver for Australian women?
Thank you, Senator Billick. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Billick for the question and, of course, again for the work of all of my colleagues in the Labor caucus who've worked so hard to make sure that we are addressing areas where women have not been given the support that they deserve, and in relation here, particularly to access to appropriate health care. And I do want to acknowledge the work that's been done in this chamber through this term of Parliament on the Senate Sexual Reproductive Inquiry and the Senate Menopause Inquiry. The inquiries heard from Australian women and health advocacy organisations about the long-standing issues with support for women's health care, and the Albanese Labor government has listened. In addition to the inquiries, Minister Carney and Minister Butler have been informed by extensive consultation with women, with healthcare providers, advocacy groups and the National Women's Health Advisory Council.
We know from all of that women too often experience delayed diagnoses, have their pain dismissed and struggle to get the support they need. Women need for their government to take their healthcare seriously. We've listened and we have responded. A significant package, $573 million, demonstrates our commitment to making sure we are addressing those areas of need. This package includes the first PBS listing for new oral contraceptive pills in more than 30 years, more choice, lower costs, better access for long-term contraceptives, more Medicare support for women experiencing menopause, the first PBS listing for new menopausal hormone therapies in over 20 years, more endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics treating more conditions, contraceptives and treatment for uncomplicated UTIs directly from pharmacies for those women who are on a healthcare card and where cost becomes prohibitive. These packages will save women and their families thousands of dollars over their lifetimes.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Billick, first supplementary.
Thank you for that response, Minister. Not only will this funding assist women with their healthcare choices, it will also help women with their economic security. Chief Executive Women has found that, on average, women retire earlier than men due in large part to their health. How will this package, particularly the menopause initiatives, support women in the workforce?
Good question. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, and I thank Senator Billick for the question. This is a package that recognises that women bear a higher cost for their health over their lifetime and that there has been a gap in quality and responsive health services for women. We know that this has real impacts on women, not just in bringing down the costs of health treatment through this package, but avoiding the costs that women bear when they can't access quality health care. Chief Executive Women has pointed out that, on average, women retire earlier than men and 12 years earlier than they want to, due in large part to their health. This obviously has huge impacts on that woman's life, on her economic security into retirement, but also for our economy. Employing just 5% more people aged 55 or over could add $48 billion to the Australian economy. And Monash University has also estimated that women's labour force absence costs $72 billion in lost GDP annually. This package goes to making women's healthcare more affordable, more accessible, and giving women more choices.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Billick, second supplementary.
The Women's Health Package adds to a huge amount of work that the Albanese Labor government has done to repair Australia's health system after a decade of coalition neglect. How would Australian women be impacted if the government had not done the work to repair the health system?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, we know that those opposite, given the chance, want to cut Medicare if they got back into government, and we know that because we only have to look at their record. Well, we only have to look at the record. What happened when they were last in government, when Mr Dutton was the worst health minister, voted the worst health minister ever in the country? Bulk billing was in freefall, a GP tax was on the table, froze the Medicare rebate for 6 years, cut $200 million out of emergency departments, voted against making medicines cheaper, and threatened to cut $50 billion from public hospitals. That is the record. We don't need to imagine what it would be like. That is the record. And they, in terms of the women's health package, there was very quick support from those opposite, but I wonder why none of that happened when they were in government for a decade. Why did none of that happen when they were in government? It's taken a Labor government to fix it.
Thank you, Minister. Time has expired. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, President. My question is for the Minister representing the Minister for Education, Senator Watt. Yesterday, the government announced changes to the help debts don't stop people from getting home loans. There are 50,000 people with help debts from Tassie who I'm sure were very pleased to hear it. But the government has made no change to fix a system that's made to punish graduates. A graduate on an average income is paying $2,000 more than they need to, all because help debts don't count someone's yearly payments before charging interest. Why hasn't the government changed the timing on indexation?
Minister Watt.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks very much, Senator Tyrrell, for the question. I do appreciate getting questions from Senator Tyrrell because I think Senator Tyrrell has asked me more questions than Senator Cash has in the entire time that I've been in the industrial relations portfolio. In fact, it was the 7th of September 2023 that Senator Cash last asked a question about industrial relations.
Minister Watt.
She went.
Minister Watt, I am going to draw you to Senator Tyrrell's question.
She went. I think Senator Tyrrell will appreciate this, and I will get to the point shortly. So Senator Cash went the entire year of 2024 without asking an industrial relations question, and that's because she knows her record is so bad.
Minister Watt. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, President, for drawing Senator Watt back to the question. Can we...
Thank you. Senator Watt, when I draw you back to the question, I do expect you to be drawn back to the question.
Thank you, President. Thanks, Senator Tyrrell. Thanks, Senator Tyrrell. We share your interest in supporting graduates when it comes to their help debts. We have, as you would be aware, I'm sure, announced a couple of different measures to assist in that regard. First of all, I think it was this year's budget, it may have been last year's budget, we adjusted the indexation rate for university graduates and also for VET graduates as well. There's been a lot of attention on the benefits to university graduates from these changes, but equally they benefit graduates from vocational education and training courses who've taken up loans as well. So that indexation rate has been adjusted to try to make life easier. We've obviously also made a commitment that should we be re-elected to a second term in office, then we will discount the debts owed by graduates of either universities or vocational education by 20%, something that I think has been very well received by students and graduates right around the country, including in Tasmania. Of course, we know that Mr Dutton and the Coalition opposed that measure, just as they have opposed every single step that we've taken to assist cost of living for your constituents in Tasmania. But in addition, you would have seen this week, Senator Tyrrell, that we've made an additional announcement about helping graduates with their home loans through changes in help, and we'll continue to take that work.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Last year, the government made changes to help debts that they'd be indexed either by CPI or WPI, whichever was lowest. This will save a graduate $0 this year. But that graduate would actually save money this year if the timing on indexation was changed. Why did the government prioritise changes that don't save graduates money now instead of a change that would save them money every year?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Tyrrell. The government was particularly prompted to act in terms of the indexation rate for those university or VET loans because of the high inflation that Australia was experiencing when we first came to office. It's well understood that inflation was much higher when we came to office than it is now, due to the work that we've undertaken to get inflation down, and the indexation rate that we set in the budget was designed to deal with that high inflation environment that we inherited when we first came to office, and that did last for the first 12 months or so of our time in office. Thankfully, we've now managed to get inflation down. That's the actions of the Albanese government. 2 surpluses in a row. We didn't bother making back-in-black mugs. We actually just delivered surpluses. We actually just got it done. We didn't need mugs. And in the process, we brought inflation down, which is obviously good news for university and VET graduates, as it is for the entire Australian community.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Labor says they're all about helping students and young people with the cost of living. You could help them now, but you won't. So why are you making them pay more on their help debt than they need to?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Tyrrell. Well, obviously, I've already explained the reasons for the indexation rate changes and the fact that now that inflation is significantly lower, that's good news also for university graduates in terms of the indexation of their loans. I do have to disagree with you on one point, though, when you say that we haven't helped university students, or I can't remember the exact words that you used. Not only have we taken action as a government around help loans and indexation rates, but we've assisted students in a whole range of other ways. The increases that we've made to rent assistance have been particularly useful for students. I think I'm right in saying it's the biggest increase in rent assistance that any government has made in decades, a 45% increase in rent assistance. Students are obviously big beneficiaries of that. The work that we've done around increasing bulk billing, anyone on a low income, whether it be a student, an unemployed person, an elderly person, benefits from that. Of course, the energy bill rebates, and let's remember who voted against every single one of them, all of those people over there.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. The Australian government-funded organisation Creative Australia has announced that Khaled Sabsabi will be Australia's artistic representative to the Venice Biennale. Mr Sabsabi features the dead Hezbollah terrorist leader Nasrallah in his artworks. With such appalling anti-Semitism in our country, why is the Albanese government allowing a person who highlights a terrorist leader in his artwork to represent Australia on the international stage at the Venice Biennale?
Excellent. Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Senator, I wasn't aware of the facts as you outlined in your question until now. I agree with you that any glorification of the Hezbollah leader Nasrallah is inappropriate, and I've expressed those views previously, and I'll certainly get further information for you.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Chandler, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Hezbollah is a listed terrorist organisation in Australia, and Hezbollah has committed the vilest of atrocities. Why then is the Albanese government allowing taxpayer money, Australian taxpayer money, to fund an overseas trip for Mr Sabsabi when he has featured the dead Hezbollah terrorist leader Nasrallah in his artwork?
Excellent question.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Wong.
Senator Chandler, I refer you to my first answer, which I think responded directly to some of those points. And I would say to you, you would see from the government's actions, as well as what I have said, and the Prime Minister has said, that we condemn Hezbollah unequivocally.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Chandler's second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Mr Sabsabi has previously produced artwork promoting Osama bin Laden and a series of 9/11 images of the aircraft hitting the Twin Towers titled "Thank You Very Much." Will the Albanese government immediately reverse the decision for Mr Sabsabi to represent Australia at the Venice Biennale?
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Minister Wong.
I refer to my first answer, Senator, which was, no, I know that you really want to make, Senator Cash, if you could just let me answer.
Simple answer, yes.
Order. Order.
Senator, I wasn't aware of this until you asked me. I certainly will get advice, and I share your concerns about Hezbollah.
Senator Van.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator McAllister. Minister, at the last election, the government campaigned on an emissions target of 43%. Commentary at the time said that it was supported by voters and therefore a factor in the election. The government legislated this target in 2022 and it is now incorporated throughout the Australian economy. Can the Minister tell us what is the importance of Australia setting international emissions targets?
Thank you, Senator Van. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. Senator Van, you are right. We went to the last election seeking to bring some measure of consistency and predictability to climate change policy. It had been a policy area which was the subject of chaos and dysfunction under the previous government, and it was clear that our national interests would be best served by a return to a predictable and orderly approach to this policy area. When we first came to government, as you recall, we sought to establish our emissions target in legislation. We also set to establish a governance arrangement that would allow us to track and monitor our progress and also to take advice from the Climate Change Authority about how we were progressing and any future arrangements. All of that has occurred. And there are a number of reasons why it matters to us, through you, President. It matters because Australia is exposed to the realities of climate change. And Australians know that the climate is changing, and all of the scientists tell us that our climate is changing. And that impacts rainfall, it impacts heat, it impacts fire weather, and it impacts a whole range of sectors of Australian society, including the farm sector, communities, fisheries, a whole range of areas where a change in climate makes a real difference. And our best chance at dealing with that lies in being part of the international community and supporting international efforts to reduce emissions. We've set about doing that, but we also make, I think, the obvious point that our economic interests lie here too. There is a global market for low-carbon products and services, and we want Australians to be part of that market. We want the jobs and opportunities that come with a low-carbon world to be part of the future for Australia.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Van, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Australia and other Paris Agreement signatories have undertaken to update their targets every 5 years. The deadline for countries to submit their new targets for 2035 was Monday this week, the 10th of February. Minister, can you assure the Senate that the government will set a 2035 target, and when will you set it?
Thank you, Senator Van. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. Well, as I indicated in my primary question, in 2022 we legislated the Climate Change Act, and that was with the broad support of members of this Parliament. And that Act enshrined both our national targets under the Paris Agreement and a formal process for determining the 2035 target. And that process, as I indicated earlier, requires independent advice from the Climate Change Authority before any target can be set. The authority is yet to provide that advice, but it has been extensively consulting and is considering the issues and the broader international context. The Climate Change Authority Chair has said that they need time to consider international developments before it delivers its advice, which is entirely appropriate. Our target will be robust and responsible and informed by the experts at the Climate Change Authority. And this is an approach that has been backed by industry, by serious climate voices in the broader sector.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Van, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. As you stated earlier about the importance of our international agreements, and given the significance of these targets to voters, do you believe both major parties should commit to a 2035 target before the upcoming federal election so that voters are fully informed?
Van, it is not for the Minister to be speaking on behalf of the opposition, but I will invite the Minister to answer your question in the best way that she can. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President, and thank you for your clarification. Senator Van, I think I've just provided you with an answer already about the government's approach to this and the fact that we are reliant on the advice to be provided to us by the Climate Change Authority, and that approach is one that has been broadly endorsed, not just in this place, but by many of the stakeholders that we work with. I do think that Australians, when we go to an election, will be very clear that there is one party that has a track record of taking this issue seriously. We have worked very carefully to put in place an architecture based on evidence that would allow us to do the work necessary to obtain the benefits of participating in a global decarbonisation effort, and to do so in a way that protects Australians' jobs and industries. That's the approach we have taken in this term, and that is the approach we intend to continue to pursue.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing Minister for Trade, Senator Wong. President Trump has announced a 25% tariff on steel and aluminium exports. If these tariffs come into effect without an exemption for Australia, more than $200 million worth of exports could be jeopardised. A senior Trump advisor has even claimed that Australian companies are flooding the US aluminium market. Given the Prime Minister spoke with President Trump earlier this week, Minister, can you confirm whether there has been further government contact with the Trump administration about these tariffs, or are we just hoping this problem goes away?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, the first point I'd make is that Australia and the United States have a very strong economic relationship, a very strong trade relationship, very strong investment relationship, underscored by the Australia-US Free Trade Agreement. I would make the point that the United States has had an unbroken trade surplus with Australia since 1952. And I would say to you, Senator, that we are working very closely with the Trump administration to realise the benefits of our strong economic partnership. You would have seen the engagement from my first visit, where I had the honour of being the first Foreign Minister from Australia to attend a US presidential inauguration. You would have seen I had the privilege of engaging with Secretary I know that it's Thursday of the last sitting week. Secretary Rubio, and you know, I know that there's a little bit of joviality, but this is serious. This is about the nation engaging with the United States, and was privileged to engage both directly with Secretary Rubio and also through the Quad meeting. You'll also see that the Defence Minister and Deputy Prime Minister engaged recently as well. The Prime Minister did have a call with President Trump. It was a constructive and warm discussion. The Prime Minister made a strong case for Australia to be exempt from tariffs on steel and aluminium, and as you would have seen from both the President's words and the Prime Minister, some of us are actually trying to... This is the US relationship, Senator Mackenzie. This is the US relationship.
Thank you, Minister.
Perhaps
the time has expired. Senator Payman, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Steel production in Australia starts with iron ore.
Order.
Steel production in Australia starts with iron ore, the majority of which comes from my home state of WA. Minister, if your government fails to secure an exemption, unlike former Prime Minister Turnbull under the first Trump administration, what's your plan for protecting WA jobs?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister Wong. Order. Order. Order.
Well, unlike some of those in this chamber, we are 100% focused on the interests of Australia. And we think that the alliance with the United States, the economic relationship with the United States, despite Senator Mackenzie's interjection, should be bipartisan, and should be bipartisan.
Order. Order. Minister, please continue.
Thank you. We are pleased that the President is giving great consideration to the exemption. We will continue to press our views. Obviously, the US administration has made clear, both before and after the election, that President Trump and his administration intends to do things differently, and they have set about implementing that agenda, which was the agenda the American people voted for. So we will continue to engage and press Australia's interest, as you would expect.
Senator Payman, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. My question was specifically for WA, but that's okay. Amidst the cost of living crisis, the national housing crisis and the climate change emergency, we still managed to cough up $800 million to ship off to the US as the first payment towards the AUKUS submarines, which I don't think is in the best interest of Australians. Yet the US treats us with the same contempt as it does its worst enemies. Minister, is this how friends treat each other?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister Wong.
Senator Payman, I appreciate that you don't support AUKUS, but I think, if I may, that the tone of your last question flies in the face of what you're proposing in your first. But we are in the process of an engagement with the US administration. We will do so very clearly in Australia's national interest, and we will do so professionally, and we will do so consistently. In terms of AUKUS, I appreciate that you have a different view to the government's. We believe AUKUS is in Australia's national interest. We also believe it is an important aspect of our relationship with the United States and the United Kingdom. So on this we are not going to agree. So I disagree with what you put in your question. We'll continue to engage as is appropriate with our principal strategic ally and the world's largest economic power.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mackenzie. Senator Mackenzie. Minister Watt.
Oh, wow.
Minister Watt, unnecessary, thank you.
Thank you for your protection, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister.
Order. Show some respect. Please. Order. 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 Senator Watt. Order. Senator Mackenzie, please continue.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Minister Wong. Could you please outline to the Senate how much the average mortgage repayment has increased since May 2022?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and I'm sure that someone will provide me with precise details of the figures soon. But what I would say to you, Senator, is when you were in government, and I appreciate. Well, I am providing a question, an answer to a question about inflation. I know those opposite find it hard to recognise some of the laws of economics.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Order. Senator Mackenzie.
On relevance, Madam President, and to assist with the paper flurry, my question wasn't about inflation, it was actually about mortgage payment increases.
The Minister understood your question because she said she would get you that information. So I'll call her to continue with the response and I will listen carefully. Senator Ayres, I've called you about 4 times in about 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, President. Senator Mackenzie says she's not interested in inflation. Well, I would have thought. I thought that was the basis of her.
Minister Wong. Order. Senator Cash, you've got one of your own senators on her feet. Senator Mackenzie.
Madam President, I'd asked you to request Senator Wong to withdraw that comment, please.
Minister Wong.
No.
Order. Senator Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Mackenzie, resume your seat. Senator Ruston, resume your seat. I will come back to you. You made a reference to inflation. You're not in an argument with me. When you rose about your point of order, you spoke about inflation. I am happy to review the tape, but I clearly heard that. Order. But you, order. I'm not debating with the bunch of people on the front bench. Senator Ruston. Senator Ruston had a point of order and I sat it down.
If you would call me, I'm always happy to withdraw, and I withdraw. But the point I was making is to you, Senator, is that am I still on the point of order?
No,
I can respond in the I can respond in the question.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston, yes.
To your point of order, my point of order related into the adverse reflection that one of the ministers on the front bench made in relation to Senator Mackenzie, which was completely uncalled for and was an adverse reflection on her. No, it was nothing to do with the long lunch. It was actually a personal comment about Senator Mackenzie, and I think Senator Ayres knows what I'm talking about.
Okay. All right. Senator. Okay. No. Order. Order. Order across the chamber. Order. Senator McGrath. I have called order. As you should know by now, I take personal reflections very seriously, and I always ask senators to withdraw. I didn't hear the comment, but Senator Ruston, it is not helpful to me to say a minister, one of the ministers. I will ask, I'm happy to ask ministers. Please resume your seat. No, Senator Ruston, please resume your seat. Senator McGrath, I've just finished telling the chamber that I take points of order seriously and you made a joke about it. I am going to ask if there was an adverse comment on the front bench for that senator to withdraw, and to withdraw in a proper spirit.
I'm now aware of it because Senator Ruston mouthed it to me and I withdraw it.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. I am a little confused. I think Senator Wong was on her feet. Thank you.
Thank you, President. And can I just be clear? I understood that Senator Mackenzie was saying that an answer in relation to inflation was not relevant to an answer about mortgage rates. Exactly. And my point is, inflation is the key thing that governments can do in relation to mortgage rates, Senator. The Reserve Bank, the Independent Reserve Bank, which should be independent despite what Mr Dutton might have said, the Independent Reserve Bank sets mortgage rates, sets the cash rate. Governments can do what we can to reduce inflation. Inflation under us has a 2 in front of it. Inflation under you has a 6 in front of it. And what I would say to you respectfully, President, that a question about mortgage rates, particularly given that it is not governments which sets mortgage rates but the Reserve Bank, it is quite relevant to talk about inflation. And if the opposition want to say that it's not relevant to talk about inflation, they are demonstrating with respect the same economic incompetence that the nuclear fantasy policy demonstrates.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Mackenzie, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. They were the good old days. Minister, Australians are struggling under a cost of living crisis. Could the minister please outline how much the cost of food has increased since Labor came to power? And for those playing along at home, the average mortgage cost has increased by $50,000 since Labor came to power.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Wong, first supplementary.
Well, the cost of living has been really difficult for many Australians. We acknowledge that, which is why we put in place tax cuts for every Australian that you voted against. It's why we put in place cheaper medicines, which you voted against. It's why we delivered more bulk billing, which you don't support. It's why we provided energy bill relief, which you voted against. So, Senator, it is the case that we have seen increases in the cost of living. We have seen Australians struggling. It is a good thing that we see inflation down and wages up and unemployment out. But we know there is a long way to go, and what we also know is that Mr Dutton would simply make things harder for Australians, that Australians would be worse off under Mr Dutton.
Order. Senator Hume, stop the running commentary. Senator Mackenzie, second supplementary.
The minister doesn't know how much food has increased since Labor came to power. It's probably better to be, and less embarrassing if she just said she didn't know and sat down. Minister, under the Albanese government we have a cost of living crisis, including 12 interest rate rises, energy bills rising by $1,000, living standards collapsing, 27,000 businesses going bust, and a record-breaking household recessions. Isn't it clear that Australians cannot afford another 3 years of a Labor government?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. The time for asking has expired. Minister Wong.
Thank you very much, President. Well, you know what Australians can't afford? They can't afford Mr Dutton. Right. They can't afford Peter Dutton. They can't afford the bloke who thinks that a GP tax is good health policy. They can't afford the bloke who thinks that $600 billion is worth a nuclear fantasy. They can't afford the bloke who has been clear that he will cut government services to the tune of in excess of $350 billion. That is what Australians can't afford. And they can't afford a government that seeks to keep wages deliberately low. The key seeks to keep wages deliberately low. I mean, we know that Mr Dutton actually wants to return to the low-wage economy that the Coalition have always worked to achieve. Australians can't afford Mr Dutton. Australians will be worse off under Peter Dutton, and with that I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
I've got Ted. Okay. I am going to invite the clerk to just call out the change in the timetable so that everyone understands what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, President. The item before the Senate is attendance by Minister representing the Minister for the Arts, order for production of documents on Australian content quotas. I believe Minister Watt is.
Minister. Deputy President, I note the Senate has ordered 3 explanations this afternoon. Firstly, from the Minister representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government relating to the Stronger Communities program on the motion of the Leader of the Nationals in the Senate, Senator Mackenzie. Secondly, from the Minister representing the Minister for the Arts relating to Australian content quotas on the motion of Senator Lambie. And thirdly, from the Minister for the Environment and Water relating to correspondence with Senators Hanson-Young and David Pocock on the government's nature-positive bills on the motion of Senator Duniam. I will make each explanation in turn. Each senator can then move their own motion to take note, as provided for in the Senate orders, so there will still be 3 separate debates. Beginning with the explanation from the Minister representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government. And this relates to the Stronger Communities program. The Stronger Communities program provides grants of between $2,500 and $20,000 to community organisations and local governments for infrastructure projects that deliver social benefits for local communities. The Stronger Communities program has committed funding to over 17,400 community-based projects across Australia. Round 9 will open on 14th of February 2025, with $22.65 million available to support infrastructure projects that provide social benefits for local communities across the country. MPs are currently undergoing consultation on their nominated projects, determining local priorities in partnership with local communities. Round 9 project activities must directly align and give effect to at least one of the objectives of the program and be one or more of the listed activities within the grant opportunity guidelines. Order for the production of documents number 761 requested copies of documents provided to the Minister by the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication and the Arts regarding eligible activities under Round 9 of the Stronger Communities program, Round 9 Guidelines 2025. The document identified as falling within the scope of this order refers to legal advice that is subject to legal professional privilege, which has not been waived by the Commonwealth. It is not in the public interest to depart from the long-standing practice of successive governments to not disclose privileged legal advice. A broad number of organisations can apply for funding in the program, including but not limited to men's sheds, senior citizens clubs, scouts groups, surf lifesaving clubs, rural fire services and sporting clubs, as they are not-for-profit organisations. The lengthy list of projects might include upgrades to old or installation of new war memorials, signage and flags that commemorate Australians killed during Australia's war efforts, or extensions to premises that support veterans, or the purchase of defibrillators or other first aid equipment. The Albanese government is committed to delivering for all Australians. In the past 12 months alone, for example, through a number of grants programs, we have funded $2 million to upgrade PCYC facilities in Cairns, $1.9 million for the Precinct 58 redevelopment of the Bundaberg Rural Fire Services, $2.7 million for the Southport Spit Emergency Services Hub, investment in men's shed in Diamonds Creek, Victoria, amenities upgrades at Middlehead Oval in Mossman, Kwinana Aquatic Centre redevelopment, $15 million, and Eastern Suburbs District Rugby Club in New South Wales, facilities upgrade with new change rooms to the value of $2 million. Moving on to the second explanation from the Minister representing the Minister for the Arts relating to Australian content quotas on the motion of Senator Lambie. As you are all aware, through our National Cultural Policy Revive, the Albanese Labor government has committed to introducing Australian screen content requirements on streaming platforms to ensure continued access to local stories and content. We have brilliant talent in Australia, and we want to make sure that people have access to Australian scripted drama and children's stories across different platforms. The document is undertaking a genuine and thorough consultation process and is taking the time to consider views to support ongoing investment in and production of Australian stories. Development of this policy requires a productive working relationship between government and all stakeholders. The streaming companies provided commercially sensitive data in good faith and in confidence to assist the process. These companies had no obligation to provide any information to the government. They provided it on the understanding that it would not be released. Had they known it would be released, they would not have provided it. The government firmly rejects Senator Lambie's assertion that we have not complied with the previous order. The documents have been already provided to Senator Lambie with appropriate redactions in accordance with the provisions of the Freedom of Information Act. The government also subsequently provided the documents to the Senate with appropriate redactions under public interest immunity. The redactions made were in order to appropriately protect the commercially sensitive data and personal information of various stakeholders. It's been well accepted by the Senate that the provision of information which could damage commercial interest of commercial traders in the marketplace is entitled to be protected by public interest immunity. The FOI Act also provides explicit ability to redact information which is either obtained in confidence or which would disclose commercially valuable information. Finally, in relation to the explanation from the Minister for the Environment and Water relating to correspondence with Senators Hanson-Young and David Pocock. This government takes its disclosure and transparency obligations seriously, and we comply with our obligations. The documents sought by this OPD were partially released under FOI decision reference 78919. Those documents had redactions applied as per the relevant provisions of the Freedom of Information Act. I seek leave to table those documents now for the benefit of the chamber in the form they were made public. Don't need leave? Okay. I'm informed by the Minister that there are unresolved questions relating to the release of the documents in the form requested by the OPD. I want to provide the chamber some context. This OPD is highly unusual, and senators should consider precisely what Senator Duniam is asking for. This OPD seeks to force the disclosure of correspondence between a member of the House and two non-government senators, correspondence that relates intimately to the performance of their parliamentary functions. Senators should reflect on the impact it would have on the ordinary operations of this place if OPDs of this nature became commonplace. This order traverses unfamiliar ground for this chamber and raises complex questions for the Minister to answer in responding to this OPD. I'm advised that the Minister is working to resolve these questions as quickly as possible, and as flagged, I table the documents that I've referred to that were partially released under FOI.
Senator Mackenzie, so just for the benefit of the chamber, because we'll go in the order of the Minister, which is I'm about to give you the call, so the other members, then we'll come to the arts one, Senator Lambie, and then we'll come to the nature positive. No one's disaffected because we have a half an hour for each debate. Senator Mackenzie, please move your motion.
Well, I rise to take note of the Minister's comments around the OPD number 761 relating to the Stronger Communities program. And it seems another day and another effort by this government that promised so much on transparency and integrity when they came to power. And another week of them hiding behind redacted copies, legal advice. We can't talk to you, Senate, about the documents the Senate has voted we must provide because it will somehow discriminate in our discussions with state and territories. Well, I can tell you, Catherine King screaming down the phone at Jacinta Allen about infrastructure funding in my home state of Victoria is not doing a lot for state-Commonwealth relations. And I would suggest that tabling the documents requested by the Australian Senate for these ministers to continue to hide behind flaccid words and legalese is an absolute abrogation of their responsibilities to this chamber and their responsibilities of ministers of the Crown. Catherine King, pathetic response on the Stronger Communities program round is just the latest case in point. This is a program which is supposed to support volunteer community organisations, such as men's sheds, emergency services, buying microwaves, shade cloth, pie warmers, so that they can actually support their local communities and really build community involvement along the range of things most Australians like to do, which is not listen to politicians. It's actually to get out there and play sport and help their fellow man and fight fires together and floods. That is actually what Australians want to do. But under the Labor Party, getting access to that much-needed funding for simple things for volunteer organisations just got a lot harder. Because under Catherine King, guess what? You just don't have to prove that you're doing a great job in your local community and you do need a pie warmer or a microwave. You actually have to report on how many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders are in your particular community group. What about your gender-related activities? Bit tough if you're a men's shed. Bit tough if you're a men's shed. Hope that won't affect you getting the much-needed funding you're needing. Remembering men's sheds were actually set up to assist with men's mental health needs and having a safe space for men to participate in activities and chat to each other. But no, they're going to have to disclose that they are really just about guys, helping guys. You also have to report on your renewable energy sources and storage if you want to be able to access grants between $2,500 and $20,000. Absolute joke. But the OPDs that weren't responded to by this minister, that the opposition has put in, requesting an understanding of Rex airline funding from Minister King. How did you put $80 million on the table to not find a solution for regional aviation services to places like Wynyard, places like Whyalla, places like Albury, where I come from? We need to make sure that regional communities are supported no matter what happens with Rex. And the fact that we've got 40 other aviation service providers wanting to assist in affordable and accessible regional aviation services, this government really has only got one stakeholder they listen to. If it's not Qantas, it's the TWU. It's the TWU, instead of the 40 other businesses that employ 10,000 Australians that want to help. Instead, this government's put $130 million on the table with no solution for regional communities, and now they're wanting to simply buy Rex without telling the Australian taxpayer how much more money that will cost and how many other small regional aviation service providers will be put out of business as a result. The other question the opposition sought to get answered from the government is relating to an announcement made by the Prime Minister about $7.2 billion towards the Bruce Highway in Queensland. And obviously, we are huge supporters of the Bruce Highway getting up to safety standards. It is not in a state that we would expect for passenger vehicles or the freight task it's expected to undertake. And after the derelict oversight of the Palaszczuk Miles state government in that state, we are absolutely committed to that project. However, there was a bit of misinformation, confusion amongst government ministers, with Senator Gallagher, the Minister for Finance, going on the 7:30 report over the summer holidays saying, well, it's not in the forward estimates. And for those playing along at home, that means no funding flowing in the next 4 years to on the ground getting this fixed, while the Prime Minister's saying we're going to get the money out the door this year. So who was right? Good question. I think, why don't I ask the Minister? The Senate agreed with me. Why don't we ask the Minister what is the profiling for that Bruce Highway funding? stall tactic from the Labor Party, stall tactic from Transparency from Minister King's office. OK, we'll come back to the Senate. We'll give her more time. We'll be considerate. This is not a hard document to find, because the minister would have had to have it all profiled when she went off to ERC, the Expenditure Review Committee, to get the OK. The Prime Minister would have had to tick on it so they could make the big announcement in Queensland. And yet somehow the Prime Minister, Minister King and Minister Gallagher all had different answers around the profiling of the Bruce Highway. We want to understand what it was, and unfortunately this government, again, running from transparency, accountability of the Australian Senate, has refused to provide that profiling. So we're none the wiser, because now we learn that neither the minister nor her department have formally written to the Queensland Government regarding the proposed Bruce Highway. So they're in partnership together. They're supposed to be on this 50-50, or according to us, we're on board for 80-20. Prime Minister makes a big song and dance. He wants 80-20. No one's told the Queensland Government. Is this how you run the show? Is this how you run a $120 billion infrastructure pipeline? Apparently, under the Labor Party, that is how you run it. Don't talk to the states unless you're screaming down the phone at Jacinta Allen about will we fund the suburban rail loop or won't we? How much do you want? You want another lazy $9 billion? We're getting the 2.2 out the door, Jacinta. Can you give us the Melbourne rail link? Can you give us the Melbourne Airport rail? Because we really want to go and announce that, because we know you've really stuffed up the working class suburbs in Western Melbourne. That's really going to cost us at the federal election. And Jacinta's saying no. Jacinta's saying, I want the whole $9 billion, thank you, Catherine King. Wonder where this standoff will end up. Anyway, that's going to unfold over the coming days, I imagine. Watch the Prime Minister swoop into Melbourne and make a big announcement about the Melbourne Airport rail when he finally convinces the Premier from Victoria to get on board his re-election train. So unfortunately, on coming to government, the Labor Party supported a big transparency game, and yet, as we've seen in this chamber time and time again, when it suits their political purposes, they refuse to release the detail. Ministers hide behind letters of, it's all legalese, it's all in confidence, commercial in confidence, instead of actually treating this chamber with the respect it deserves, and indeed the Australian people we represent, on asking legitimate questions about how their tax dollars are being spent. And I think, indeed, particularly around RECs, and particularly around this Prime Minister's decision to nationalise RECs if he gets the chance. I wonder if Alan Joyce is going to come back as his CEO. He might get Joycey back in the saddle, in the cockpit, shall we say. They've always been great mates, and Albo not only the Prime Minister, Mr Deputy President, not only wants his own shipping line, I like to call it Albo's Armada, but now it seems that's not enough to have his own fleet of ships. He now wants his own airline. This is a guy that's never given up the transport portfolio, and I hope to kick them out at the next election.
Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. And I too have questions why there's no transparency on Albo Airways. I'm wondering whether I want to, come fly with him, come fly away. It'd be lovely to fly Albo Airlines. And I wonder if they're also... it is that time.
Excuse me, Senator Davey. Senator Ciccone has a...
Point of order. I'm reluctant to interrupt my good friend Senator Davey, but I should also draw to your attention that you should address other members of the other place by their correct title.
No, Senator Ciccone, it was referring to a fictional airline as opposed to a... Senator Davey, allow me to handle the interjection. That's my role. I'll give you the call again. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. And what we have seen time and time again from the Prime Minister and the government is a lack of transparency and an absolute unwillingness to actually produce documents requested by this chamber. Documents on their programs. I mean, the Stronger Communities Grant Program. If there was nothing to hide, you would think they would be willing to present the documents we're asking for without fear or favour. You would think they would be willing to shout from the rooftops what a success that program has been, but clearly not. What should be a great program, delivering for our regional communities and, importantly, delivering for our volunteer organisations. I want to tell you how important grant programs like what should be the Stronger Communities Grant Program, like what we had when we were in government, the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program, highly successful, highly sought after, and delivered a huge amount of benefit for regional communities. There is not one community that I have visited that hasn't shown me a community infrastructure facility and said this was delivered through your Local Roads and Communities Infrastructure Program, like the former government's Building Better Regions Fund, where communities identify what they need, where volunteer organisations like our state emergency services, who are run by volunteers, who have sheds, and they just need that little bit of support to upgrade, to do some maintenance, or, in the case of so many, put in female change rooms.
That's right.
Because a lot of these sheds, a lot of our regional rural fire services sheds were built at a time when, unfortunately, not many female volunteers were welcomed. Times have changed.
Thank goodness.
Infrastructure has not caught up. But these organisations used things like the Building Better Regions Fund, used things like the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Fund, and should be using the Stronger Communities Grant Program to help make their places more welcoming for female volunteers, more welcoming for volunteers of different abilities, and more welcoming of volunteers from different cultures. But we don't know, because we don't have the documents, because this government is not being transparent. This government that promised transparency has become the government of non-disclosure agreements and of secrecy and of hiding behind things like commercial confidentiality. It is not good enough. We deserve more openness from this government. We deserve to know what investigations they've done before hurtling into a promise to purchase Rex Airlines. And don't get me wrong, someone who lives in regional Australia, who is dependent on Rex Airlines, being the only airline that services the Narrandera to Sydney route, I want to see Rex Airlines continue to fly. But does it have to be Rex, or could it be Rex, that route, serviced by another regional airline? What investigations has this government done to see if the route serviced by Rex could be serviced by another commercial operator, so I don't have to rely on Albo Airways? Because I'm not saying I want to shut down Rex Airlines. Thank you, I'll take that. No way, I'm saying I fly Rex Airlines. But what investigations has this government done to ensure that all opportunities to keep Rex Airlines or regional routes serviced before they've gone into agreeing to a massive debt on behalf of the Australian taxpayer? Now, we want, our position in the Nationals has been that we must ensure regional routes continue to be serviced. But there are options, and we are not convinced that the Labor government has considered all those options. And the call for the production of documents is so we can reassure ourselves that the Labor government has considered all options to ensure that our regional routes continue to be serviced so rural and regional Australians are not left out. Thank you.
I intend to put the question on, and I'll come to you, Senator Lambie. There's no more contributions on that. Take note. Senator Canavan.
Did you have?
No, Senator Lambie is speaking. Wishes to speak on another.
Just on this. Take note. Well, look, there has been a rolling crisis for the past almost year now in regional areas when, as there has been uncertainty about the continuation of Rex Airlines. This is an incredibly important service for people in regional Australia. The distances that are involved out here require that there needs to be access to aviation services. If there isn't access to aviation services for people who live in these countries' towns, they can't go to hospitals, they can't do business, they can't visit friends and families elsewhere. There's no way driving or other options are an alternative. They have to have access to planes. Now, we have been thankful that the government has ensured that these services have continued since Rex Airlines went into receivership. The issue is here, there doesn't seem to have been much happened apart from that, and there still is a cloud hanging over aviation services in regional Australia because there is no long-term plan for these services that people can see and touch and be confident in. It's great that the planes are still flying, that the services are still on, but people who want to make plans to move to a country town, to invest in a country town, to expand their business in a country town, actually need to know that these type of services will be there for the long term. We don't have that confidence at the moment. We don't have that confidence because this minister has not been able to present a proper plan to the Australian people. This minister, the Minister for Infrastructure, has not properly engaged with the broader aviation sector here to formulate a plan that would deliver solutions and certainty for people in regional Australia. And what we are discussing here is the failure of the government, the failure of the minister to release even the basics of the documentation around what they are doing and what discussions they've had in regards to the future of Rex Airlines. There may be a reason why, maybe the reason why the government is hiding details here is because there's not much to produce. Maybe there isn't much for that would actually produce, and the most embarrassing thing for the government would actually have to be to table what would be almost nothing, because from the outside it would seem that the government has not done much more than that. I myself have been in discussions with aviation operators. Indeed, I had a discussion with some just yesterday in my office, and they are at a loss. They're at a complete loss to understand why the government won't engage with them, why they aren't presenting a plan that would be good for the aviation sector, good for regional Australians and good for the country. They can't even talk to the minister. They can't even get a meeting with the minister of this government to discuss these important matters. They've got some potential solutions, the people I met with, and it's hard for me to judge from this position whether their proposals are good, bad or indifferent, but I can't believe that we have a Minister for Transport who has one of the most important issues on her desk right now is the continuation of regional services, and she won't even meet with senior players in the aviation sector that could potentially provide a solution and certainty for people in regional Australia. That's the only reason why I think we could attest here or conclude the government is hiding these documents, hiding this information from us. It is good because perhaps the minister has not done much, has not done the basic work that any competent minister would do in stakeholder management to get around and communicate with everybody in this area and at least have the best information at hand. Now, the other problem here is that because I think not much has been done, the government is now floating thought bubbles as a substitute for action on the aviation sector. The government is now trying to effectively kick the can down the road on this matter beyond the election, which we can all smell in the air and coming anytime soon. And this story this week that somehow the government was going to potentially buy Rex Airlines, take over Rex Airlines and apparently create a new national airline network, you can tell that was cooked up by some media advisor just to get them through the next few weeks. There was no detail to it, there's no substance, there's no detailed corporate plan about how this would work, there's certainly no money put aside for this. It was a media, well, it wasn't even a media release, it was a leak. It was a leak to the newspapers, as I say, to get them through the next few months without having to take tough questions from regional Australians about what their plans are for the future. That's just not good enough for people out there who rely on these services, and more should have been done by now to put us in a better position. But now those tough questions, those conversations that should have been happening, will probably have to wait until after the election now, unfortunately. Hopefully there will be a change of government, and I've got no doubt that my good friend and leader here, Senator Mackenzie, will engage in the sector. I know she's been engaging with the sector, as she mentioned earlier. She will be talking to all players and trying to come up with a solution to a difficult problem, but to come up with a solution that works for everybody. It is also instructive here that on this motion we have the government not just hiding information about our airline networks, but also about our roads. Indeed, one of the most important roads in the country, certainly perhaps the road that's in the most crisis right now, and that is the Bruce Highway. I live not far from the Bruce Highway in central Queensland, use it all the time, and I have never seen it in a more shocking state than the last few years. It's never exactly been a great road. It's always been somewhat, in a love-hate way, described as a goat track, but it gives a goat track a bad name now at the moment, with the potholes that are emerging, the lack of maintenance that seems to occur. Very hard to understand exactly why that's happened. As I say, it's gotten worse. It's not just that we're not getting the upgrades and the overtaking lanes and these things, which I know cost a lot of money. It's that we just can't seem to keep the road at a state which it had been at for many, many years, all the years I had driven on it. Now you've got situations where large holes in the road exist or persist for weeks, sometimes even a month or more. They're incredibly dangerous. We've had a spate of tragic fatalities on this road over the past couple of years, and the people of Queensland, the people of regional Queensland, just simply deserve better. It is should be one of the most important roads in our country, linking effectively the whole of coastal Queensland, yet is a road that constantly seems to get ignored and lack any kind of proper plan for the future. Now, we did have a plan when Tony Abbott came to office in 2013. We had a $10 billion plan for the Bruce Highway. It has delivered enormous benefits and upgrades in some areas, like the Mackay Ring Road. That's a fantastic project that was completed under it, like the Yeppan South floodplain development, which keeps Rocky open now when it floods. We used that not long after the road was opened. And now the Rocky Ring Road as well, which this government tried to cut in one of its first actions in its first budget. It deferred the funding for the Rocky Ring Road to the never never, and they left the people of central Queensland high and dry. We had to, unbelievably, despite the government committing to do it, Anthony Albanese, as infrastructure minister, said it would be safe under him, and then he came into government and cut the rug from under us. We had to bring our own convoy here to Canberra. We had to have a rally in Rocky, and eventually we got that funding restored, and it's up and running now. But now, again, the government is hiding details from us. We've asked very simple question. We've asked the government, well, where is this funding profile? They announced the other day that they were going to put $7 billion into the Bruce Highway. There was, again, like the Rex Airline situation, no detail, no plan, just a number, thinking that would get them through. Minister and Senator Katie Gallagher was asked on the 7:30 report just days after that announcement where that money was, and the minister said, well, I think the funding will become outside of those forward estimates years because it's a long-term project. But then we haven't had any more information than that. We've learnt subsequently the government has had no formal discussions with the Queensland government about when this money will be released or provided, and the Queensland government is a co-funder of this road and will be responsible for delivering the upgrades. Again, this just seems to be a total thought bubble to try and get the Labor Party through the election, to give them something to talk about when they're in regional Queensland that will try and pull the wool over people's eyes once again, because who knows? Who knows that if this $7 billion was just a figure, doesn't seem to be in any budget papers or anything, there's certainly no contracts written, no agreements signed with the Queensland Government, who knows whether we don't get another rocky ring road on the Bruce Highway funding after an election? Who knows that if the Labor Party's re-elected, that they won't, in their first budget, say, oh, whoops, we don't have that $7 billion anymore. You can't have it, just like they did with the rocky ring road. You just can't trust them. Couldn't trust them last time, can't trust them this time. Elected government will have a real plan for infrastructure.
Right, the time for debate has expired. Order, order. I'm about to go into a series of questions. The time for debate has expired. I intend to put that question, and then I have received a message. So I put the question. Those to the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Oh, do you wish? Is it a point of order?
Leave to move a motion relating to the length of time for the taking note of the minister's explanation relating to GB 790. I jumped first.
You can't make the president jump. He is the president.
The advice I've received is that it's the government's prerogative to report a message, and therefore the call goes to I focus on the message. Yeah.
There was a break in between items. A senator is entitled to seek the call, which is what I did.
I've taken advice that and the advice to me was that even if the call was sought, I had to focus on the message. That's the advice I've received. And I'm going to accept the advice. Is that? I am relying on the advice.
And you said that correct. So, President, in terms of that statement to the Senate that you are relying on the advice, could I ask then that you would consider the advice that has been given, because obviously I did seek leave to move a motion, and if leave had been given, we could proceed with debating that motion. If leave was not given, we then would have obviously sought to suspend standing orders and provide a ruling to the Senate.
I will refer it to the President. Yep. I have received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Early Childhood Education and Care 3-Day Guarantee Bill 2025 for concurrence. In accordance with the order agreed earlier today, time for consideration of this bill has expired. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And then I would move that so much of standing orders would be suspended pursuant to contingent notice of motion.
Point of order. Yes.
Issue before the chair. She can't. Senator Cass cannot do this. She cannot do it whilst you are in the middle of an item. There's no break. We are currently dealing with the message.
So, from my perspective, but I will seek advice, is that I am bound by the previous order, which means that all questions must be put in sequence. But I will seek advice on whether a member of the Senate can stand and seek to suspend standing orders. So, Senator Cash, the advice is that you have the ability to seek the call in this instance, and move as you're intending.
The limitation of time. Thank you.
And then you'll have 5 minutes.
So, pursuant to contingent notice, standing in my name, I move that the time allotted for consideration of a bill, or any stage of the bill that has expired, that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent further consideration of the bill or the stage of the bill without limitation of time or for a specified period. Thank you. Now I will address the chamber.
Senator Wong.
You sat. I move that the motion be now put.
I thought it was. I moved it because it was thought it was. I moved it because the call was being sought and the question is now being put. I didn't know what was going to occur, so I have to put the question now. I put the question. Those for the question. This is the question that be put. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. And then at the bottom of that, back of that.
Wow. Okay.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the question be put. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Jackie, sorry. Order. There being 32 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. So the question now is that the motion to suspend standing orders as moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the door. So the question is that the suspension motion as moved by Senator Cash be agreed to. The order. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Kovacic as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Pursuant to order, I will put the remaining stages of the bill, and I am calling Senator Wong.
I move that this bill be now read a first time.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Minister Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law in relation to childcare subsidy and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by the Australian Greens. The question is that the Australian Greens amendment on sheet 3270 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. The question now is that this bill be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Well, because people might... So the question, lock the doors. So the question now is that the bills be read a second time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law in relation to childcare subsidy and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole requests for amendments circulated by the Australian Greens. I understand that the amendments on sheet 3271 may be withdrawn. Senator Hodgins may. Are you seeking leave to withdraw the amendments?
Yes, I seek leave to withdraw amendments on sheet 3271.
Thank you, Senator. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. The question now is that this bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the bill be now read a third time. The ayes shall go to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Kovacic as teller for the noes. O'clock. Order. There being 32 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend the law in relation to childcare subsidy and for related purposes.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bill, and I think Senator Lambie, I believe you had the call. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate takes note of the explanation. On the Jackie Lambie Network's one of the main campaigns that I've been running is Make Australia Make Again. I've been doing that since I got in. But a broken promise by this government has one of our industries on its knees. Just another one on your portfolio. I'm talking about our film and TV industry. You might want to listen to this before you go. When this government was elected, Minister Burke promised that he would bring in local content quotas on the streaming platforms, Netflix, Amazon, Disney, etc. Let me break it down for those Australians out there who might not know what I'm talking about. Content quotas means that TV stations have to put our Aussie films and TV shows. Before Australian had content quotas, it was mainly British and American shows on TV.
Senator Lambie, order. Could you just resume your seat? Senators, in accordance with Standing Order 185, if you are not participating in this debate, you are not allowed to stand in the sections of the chamber and hold conversations. Please leave or resume your seats in silence. Senator Lambie, you have the call.
Thank you. Our free-to-air broadcasters, Channel 9, Channel 10, etc., already have these quotas, but there are no local content quotas on streaming platforms. The big boys have got these guys by their gonads. My office was assured by the Minister's office that these Aussie content quotas would be in place by July the 1st last year at the latest. But guess what? Still no local content quotas in place. Just another broken promise from the local party. The streamers have been lobbying the government hard, so I thought it would be interesting to see how deep this lobbying went. So I put in some freedom of information requests for the people out there. Guess what I got back? Guess what I got sent back, Senator Dunham, through the chair? This is on quotas. This is their transparency. This is their promise to the Australian people in the last election. There is nothing. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. So getting more Australian content on our screen and getting more Australian producers' jobs isn't in the public interest, apparently, according to the Labor Party. You have to be kidding me. Then I asked for a production of documents, and the only thing I got out of it was that the UN ambassador lobbied heavy for the minister on behalf of the Netflix, on behalf of her United States people, and said, bugger you Australian people. Obviously the US clearly think it's in their best interest, but you people over there don't think it's in our best interest. And I tell you what, they're also using our NBN, something Australian taxpayers have forked out $50 billion to build. You just keep building, you just keep bending over for the US, don't you? How's that going with you and Trump? How's that bending over going? The streamers try to run the line that content quotas will create a problem with free trade. Another load of rubbish you told Australians. In Europe and in Canada, they put local content quotas on streaming platforms. Guess what? Netflix is still there. They didn't leave. The world is still going around. When their free trade agreement fell apart, they started crying poor. Oh. But according to the Australian Financial View, Australians spend $3.5 billion on streaming subscriptions, but are getting nothing back for our own screen stories. Oh. Meanwhile, the Australian TV and film industry are on their knees. They are on their knees. You are running them out of this country because you want all our kids to be walking around speaking with an American accent. Wow, we've got enough problem with those young kids. Now we're going to be speaking to them in our own households with an American accent because you are stopping our own people from having a fair go. A fair go. Everybody benefits from this industry, and we need to be able to tell our own stories. Think about it this way. If your kids want to make films, TV shows about Australia, about life and them growing up, about our history, imagine if they came home and they said, there are only any Australian companies, Mum, I can't make film and TV here, because that is what is going on. That is what is going on with this generation. The government says the future made in Australia is absolutely vital, and I agree with you, no argument from me, and that's why I want Australia to make again. And that should include our TV and filmmakers, you know, the ones that you've put on their hands and knees, the ones that you promised to help, that you have failed to do that. Just another failure from your last election. God and that you want the Australian people to vote for you. If we didn't have rules about local Australian content, our kids would be growing up, like I said, with American accents. There'd be no Bluey, no Kath and Kim, no Mad Max, no Crocodile Dundee, and most of our big Aussie stars got their start on TV here. You guys out there, you big Aussie stars, don't you forget where you got your start. Anytime you want to put your head above water and start yelling out for these quotas, that would be helpful. You forgot where you started, have you? You forgot where you started. You're happy to come up here and take pickies with pollies and make yourselves look good, but you aren't getting behind your own industry. You are not getting behind them, and it's shocking. I want to know why, just like I said, it's just another broken promise, another bit of transparency that you promised, and it's all blank. You honestly should be ashamed of yourselves.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise to take note of this pathetic explanation as well, and thanks to Senator Lambie for putting forward this request for information and for her passion in relation to this issue. And we were promised before the last election that the Labor Party would do everything they could to make sure Australian stories were protected on our screens, that we would have quotas in place on these online streaming services so that Australians can watch Australian-made content, so Australian kids can be able to log on and see Australian-made shows, so that parents know when they put their kids in front of a device, when their kids are nagging for the iPad or the Netflix on or the app to watch their favourite show, that parents know that they'll be able to put their kids in front of something that has an Australian accent. Over and over and over again, our screen industry has been dudded by this government. First of all, it happened under the previous government, did nothing to help the screen industry. The Australian screen industry, small businesses, many of them right around the country, who employ hundreds of thousands of people, who put hundreds of millions of dollars into our local communities, and are now being screwed over by the big global tech companies who are flooding our devices and our screens and our airways with overseas content, often made very cheap and nasty, at the expense of Australian stories. A big part of what makes us a great country is that we share our experiences with one another, that we celebrate what's great about our nation. We celebrate our differences, helps us to understand each other. It helps with social cohesion. It helps with national pride. It helps with overcoming crises and difficulties. Storytelling is the glue that makes this country great. Storytelling is the glue that allows us as a community to understand each other and to back each other, to be proud of being Australian, to be proud of who we are as a nation, and to be proud of our diversity and unity. But that storytelling power cannot be taken for granted. Our storytellers, our creative workers, our artists need that to be supported. It's not just good for the economy, it's good for the soul of our nation. And when the big US tech companies like Netflix and Amazon want to flood our airways and devices with American content at the expense of Australian-made stories, we should be really worried. The government promised to do what was needed to be done to regulate streaming services, to make sure Australian content would be looked after, supported and funded. And because the big tech companies didn't like it, they've now backed away. This is a broken promise from the Labor government on the eve of the election. a well and truly broken promise. I mean, I have had many conversations with ministers in both these houses about this issue over the last 3 years. And increasingly I have become concerned that rather than doing what they promised to do, they are backpedalling and bowing to the pressure of the big US tech companies. Netflix doesn't want this. Amazon doesn't want this. Apple TV doesn't want this. So we're now on the eve of the election. This might be the very last couple of hours in this place before the election, and we have nothing to show from the government on this issue. It's disgusting. Don't make promises you can't keep. Don't make promises you can't keep, and stand up for Australian stories, because Australians will punish you if you don't.
Time has expired. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. And I, for one, when I recite my ABCs, I end with X, Y, Z. And the reason for that is because I'm a play school girl, not a Sesame Street girl. Play school is Australian content. And we want to see more Australian content. And this government promised us Australian content. But like so many issues, this government is quite happy to break their promises. We've seen it on superannuation. We've seen it on stage 3 tax cuts. And now we see it on what they were so staunch and so proud about. But in the arts sector, they've broken their promise to deliver Australian content quotas for streaming platforms. This promise was made in light of when we were in government, our then Minister, Paul Fletcher, had worked with industry and had proposed a way forward to develop a content quota regime. We had a change of government. Prior to the change of government, the then Shadow Minister, Tony Burke, at Woodford Folk Festival no less, promised in the summer of 2022 that if they were elected to government, they would deliver content quotas for streaming platforms. Maybe he thought they wouldn't win. You know, a promise made in opposition you don't have to worry about because you're never going to deliver. But when they did, and so he committed to deliver it, and then he put a deadline on it. He said that they would have content quotas in place by the 1st of July 2024. In May 2024, an options paper was released and they were investigating content quotas on revenue or content quotas on expenditure, but they were at least making some progress, while making everyone participating in the consultation sign non-disclosure agreements. Again, I'm standing here highlighting the lack of transparency of this government and their reliance on non-disclosure agreements. But what have we heard since May 2024? Well, we heard at the Senate estimates at that time that they were still working, the department was still working on the scheme to inform cabinet decisions. And since then, nada. We've heard rumours that the hold-up is now because it's a trade issue. But we've heard nothing. There hasn't been an exposure draft. 1st of July came and went, and we are still waiting. And the screen production industry in Australia is still waiting. But even worse, I mean, what we are also seeing is a continuation of the failure to deliver on their promises. In the May budget last year, we saw that a promise that the government would lift the cap on above-the-line costs for the producer offset to apply from the 1st of July 2024. Has the required legislation that needs to pass actually come through this place? Has it even come through the other place to ensure that can happen? No. And we are like 9 months later. I could have had a baby in that amount of time.
Oh, bless.
Thankfully.
Mr. Dickey, you'd love that.
And then, in my EFO, there was a promise to lower the offset threshold, which would benefit some of our smaller screen industry businesses. And yet again, where is the legislation to enable that? Time after time after time, this government is failing the Australian screen industry. The very industry that gave me my 0.2 seconds of fame when I appeared in the background of the Australian movie Two Hands. That very industry. This government is turning its back on the Australian screen industry. Unlike the Nationals, who with Brian Brown were able to secure the 40%.
Has expired. If there are no further speakers to this motion, I put the question that the motion moved by Senator Lambie be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Yes, you have the call.
I seek leave to table a committee report.
Is leave granted?
No, everyone wanted to table it. If they're not going to speak on it, you just want to table it?
Just wanting to table it? No. Okay, leave is not granted. Senator Duniam.
I move to take note of the explanation provided by Minister Watt in relation to the nature positive request we put in. Well, in taking note of that, Acting Deputy President, this new era of transparency this government said they were going to usher in clearly hasn't arrived yet, even though we're on the eve of an election, much in the same way that Senator Lambie showed the chamber before just how little respect this Australian Labor government has for democracy, has for this Senate chamber. The same happened here. I simply asked, on behalf of all Australians, what dodgy, dirty deal did the government enter into with the Australian Greens and other crossbenchers to get their nature-positive bills across the line? Well, I asked and I got back, and I note the minister said in answer to, or his explanation a little earlier on, he said that while they take transparency seriously, as a result, they partially released the documents that I was referring to. So I have here a 4 or 4.5 page letter, and it says, "Dear Senator Hanson-Young, I wrote to further our recent discussions about the nature positive bills currently before the Senate. The nature positive bills will deliver." Big black box, everything blanked out. Next page, big black box, everything blanked out. Another page, big black box, everything blanked out. And then we get to the final page, big black box, everything blanked out. What is it that this government doesn't want Australians to know about their dodgy, dirty deal with the Australian Greens and other crossbenchers about the nature-positive laws? What is it behind these black boxes that is so bad that we must hide it from Australians who are considering how they'll vote at the next election? All of the detail redacted. So you have to wonder, what is it they've offered? Is it a ban on native forestry? Perhaps. We will never know, because this government have decided you don't need to know, Australia. Is it a ban on new coal and gas exploration to help generate energy and bring down power prices? Again, we don't know. We can only speculate. Is it a ban on new housing developments in certain parts of the country that the Greens don't like? Again, we don't know. What is alarming about this is, of course, the fact that the minister, in thinking it's okay to hide this information from Australians, says that in our second attempt to get this information, she had the arduous task ahead of her to go and check with the recipients of these letters, Senator Hanson-Young and Senator David Pocock, whether they were okay with the release. Now, I don't know about you, but for the last 2 weeks we've been sitting in the same room as these people. It was pretty easy for me to walk up here and ask them, do you have a problem with this information being released? And I'll let them speak for themselves, but my impression of what they had to say to me was there was nothing to hide. Yet the minister, in her response on the 11th of February, says, "I need time to seek advice on the texts of the documents to determine whether I assert public interest immunity." Well, that information is information she shared with them, and they don't seem to have a problem with releasing. She needs time to talk to them. Well, I'm sorry, we've been here for 2 weeks. Again, I say, this government promised they'd usher in a new era of transparency. But yet, since the election, we have time after time after time seen this government hide behind bureaucratic reasons and refuse to reveal to Australians what it is they're actually up to in their smoke-filled back rooms of this building, doing dodgy deals with their coalition partners, the Greens. It is not what was promised, and we are falling far short of what we deserve as representatives of the Australian people trying to make this democracy work, make this government accountable. They refuse at every turn. And this afternoon, here we are on this potential last sitting day of this term of Parliament, and it's clear this Senate has had enough. I do not recall in my 9 years in this place where we have had 3 attendances and explanations demanded of ministers, and people from across, senators from across the political spectrum, stand to take issue with the ridiculous responses that have been provided. There is no excuse for this sort of response, which is just page after page after page of blacked out information based on spurious reasons. The real reason is they just don't want Australians to know what they were willing to trade away with the Australian Greens and other crossbenchers to get these ridiculous bills across the line. Let's not forget, these are bills the Prime Minister said when he went to Western Australia were dead. We would not do deals with the Greens. He said it himself, black and white. No deals with the Greens, yet here we have it, a letter outlining deals with the Greens which will kill mining, kill forestry, kill farming, kill fisheries. This government is not interested in job-creating industries. They're interested in deals with the Greens to hang on to government.
The Minister has priority. Minister?
Well, yes, and I might just make a couple of short observations about this question. Of course, Senator Duniam, as he knows, is making it up as he goes along. He is making it up as he goes along, and if we want to entertain a world in which letters between the government and former Senator Birmingham or letters to Senator Cash or others are suddenly out there, I think that's an interesting set of views about how those sorts of discussions ought to be undertaken. I just note that this afternoon we've had a request to table documents from Senator Bragg, and leave was denied. The course of action before that has been a chaotic attempt to derail the procedures in the Senate over the course of the last short period. And I don't think that's in the interests of the couple of hours that we have left to us, during which it is anticipated that we'll be dealing with a condolence motion, and I think we ought to have some regard to that. The government will not be giving leave to the tabling of documents this afternoon while these procedures are occurring. If the opposition want to posture around questions of environmental management following their period in government, where they had simultaneously the former Prime Minister and holding multiple ministries, so their processes around these issues were a complete shambles and open to being knocked over in the courts, which caused a substantial amount of damage and uncertainty because they'd so corrupted and debauched the processes of government. Fine, if they want to spend time dealing with that, no problems. The coalition wanted to pretend that they've been defenders of the arts and local content. Well, be my guest, but nobody on the planet believes that proposition after the 10 sordid years of offshoring of arts and demeaning of the arts and all of the associated creative industries. Fine, but it is a symptom of a coalition that doesn't have the wherewithal for policy development, but is only interested in sort of parlour games in Parliament here. My view is that what we ought to do is deal with the matters in front of us in as expeditious a way as possible and move through to the condolence motion before we end up not being able to do all the things that we need to be able to do this afternoon to provide an orderly end to the Senate processes Thank you, Acting Deputy President.
Senator Brockman.
Well, what an exercise we just saw from the minister. Wasted more time than it would have taken for everyone on this side and on the crossbench to table their reports. Wasted more time than it would have taken for, by leave of the chamber, for every single report to be tabled. What a waste of effort from this minister attempting to defend the indefensible. Senator Duniam quite rightly showed this document with its massive redactions of the deals being done between the government and Labor. But one piece, the government and the Greens. But one piece isn't actually redacted. And let me read that to you so those who are listening to this debate actually understand what is at stake here, particularly in my home state of Western Australia. So this is talking about negotiations between the Greens and Labor at a time when supposedly Prime Minister Albanese had spoken about the nature positive bill in Western Australia, said it was dead, buried, said that was it was off the agenda. And yet here we have negotiations between Labor and the Greens, and I quote, "I would be grateful for your confirmation that the Australian Greens will support the bills, including the amendments above, redacted, when they come before the Senate. I also seek confirmation, as discussed, that you will support the government on all procedural votes required to ensure the timely passage of the bills," i.e. let's guillotine it, "through the Senate as early as possible this sitting week, including," and this is actually in the letter, "including on a guillotine or similar motion." So, Prime Minister says to Western Australia, nature positive gone, dead. And here we have the government doing deals with the Greens, not just to pass nature positive, but to guillotine it through this place before an election. Now, if that doesn't give you an indication of the kind of arrangements that are going to be done between the crossbench and the Labor Party if they do happen to form a minority government, then I don't know what bigger wake-up call than the Australian people, and particularly the people of Western Australia, could absolutely need. And let me remind again those listening in Western Australia what this nature positive law is designed to do. If this nature positive law, as it has been outlined, was in effect 30 years ago in Western Australia, we would have no mining industry, we would have no gas industry, in fact we would also have no agriculture industry. We would have none of the industries that not only make Western Australia wealthy, but make this entire country operate, that channel the funds, tax revenue, other revenue, jobs that governments require to actually do the things that Australians like. Now, I remind the people of Western Australia, when we first heard about this nature positive law, what was the first thing we heard about? And I know Senator Smith, fellow senator from Western Australia, would know this. First thing we heard about, 60km/h speed limits in the Pilbara. Now just think for a moment what that would do to the mining industry of Western Australia if you instituted 60km/h speed limits throughout the Pilbara. I mean, that was an idea that was thought up in Canberra. That was thought up over here because nobody who comes from Western Australia, nobody who's ever had even a passing glance at the mining industry and the way it operates would think that that was a remotely feasible idea. But this is the course kind of thought bubble policy development, ideologically driven, that we get from this Labor government. And there are other examples as well. I mean, this is a Labor government that promised transparency. Well, this is their transparency, blanking out whole pages. This is their definition of transparency, redacting whole pages of negotiations they're doing with the Greens on nature positive. I'll also remind you they actually promised to do federal Aboriginal cultural heritage legislation. Remember in Western Australia the amount of damage the state Aboriginal cultural heritage legislation did. But tucked in the back drawer of the Prime Minister's office, not only do they now have the nature positive bill tucked in a secure filing cabinet in the Prime Minister's office, are waiting for their deal with the Greens after the next election, if they're so lucky. They also have that Aboriginal cultural heritage legislation tucked in there as well.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, the former Speaker has told when he first heard of the Nature Positive plan. I first heard about it the night before the last election. It was the night before the last election that the Labor Party announced this policy, the evening of the election. It's a little bit suspicious. There's something a little bit off about that you'd announce a major policy. The Labor Party's right, it'll be a big change to how things happen in this country. They announced it just hours before people began to vote. If it was such a good policy, why wouldn't they announce it weeks before and give people a chance to consider it? But a lot of people vote early, so a lot of people already had voted by the time the Labor Party had announced this policy. They announced it the night before the election. Why might that be? Why might that be? Well, one suspicion, of course, would be is that at the election the next day, the Labor Party needed the Greens voters to preference them. That's the only way they win. The only way they win is to have Greens voters across the country preference the Labor Party and get Labor Party people elected, because lots of seats, the Labor Party don't get enough votes to get elected. In fact, the Labor Party primary vote the last election was the lowest the Labor Parties had ever received since 1910. Since 1910. And they actually won this election. They got just a third of the votes from the Australian people directly. Indirectly, they were able to govern through the preferences of the Greens. Now, I've got a lot to say about my Greens colleagues, Mr Acting Deputy President, but they're no fools, and they would have asked for something for their preferences. They would have asked for something to say, we're going to give the power for the Labor Party to govern and to become ministers and to be in this place. They would definitely have asked for something. And maybe, just maybe, what they asked for was a nature positive plan. And that's why it was announced on the night before the election, because the Labor Party were a bit embarrassed about it. They didn't want a scare campaign. They didn't want the truth. The truth campaign is what it would have been. They didn't want a truth campaign to be out there in parts of Western Australia and Queensland, but this is important to my constituents. So they dropped it on the night before the election. That's probably what happened. Now, my former Speaker, my friend and colleague, Senator Brockman, Mr Acting Deputy President, spoke about the deals the Labor Party do in this place. But we might be just hours from finishing this parliamentary term, and the thing that the Australian public should be wary of in the next few weeks and months is the deals that the Labor Party will do outside this place. Because once again, before the next election, there is no doubt the Labor Party will have to enter preference discussions with the Greens, with Teals, with crossbenchers, and unlike the deals in this place, we may not have any transparency or know what's going on there, may not have any idea what they're agreeing to get those preferences, and the Australian people might be completely in the dark maybe once again. There's a drop on the night before the election of some major policy change to affect this country. Because this policy that was announced was clearly done so without thought and consideration. If it had been, it would have passed by now. They've had 3 years to do this. As I said, they promised it 3 years ago, the night before the election, and they haven't delivered it. They haven't delivered it because it's a complete dog's breakfast of a policy that the whole mining industry is opposed to, that large parts of the country that rely on good, strong industries like mining and agriculture don't want to see, and there's very little support for it out there. But the scary thing is, despite that, and despite the fact that this massive increase in red tape on the business sector of this country has been stopped in this parliamentary term, it won't happen now for sure, we may very well get this, because after the next election there's a very good chance that the Labor Party won't just be needing the preferences at the election, they'll be needing the actual votes of members of the other place to form government to keep confidence. They'll have to form a minority government. That is a real risk. That's why the Teals went along. They have drinks at the lodge last night, was it? Last night? The night before? Monday night. Was it Monday night? Time flies this week. But they had drinks the other night this week. There's no doubt that they're being buttered up by the Prime Minister to try and ease and smooth those negotiations which might occur in a few months' time. Again, the Australian people won't have any knowledge of those, any control of those. The only way they can stop, the only way the Australian people can stop those backroom deals that may sell out Australia again is to not vote and not re-elect the Labor Party. They're the ones that will do these deals. They're the ones that are already doing it. They're already having these discussions. They're getting ready for it. So if the Australian people don't want that kind of chaos, if they don't want that kind of non-accountability to the Australian people, you can't vote for a box of chocolates, because these guys, that's what they are. They're a box of chocolates. You'll never know what you're going to get. If you vote for the Labor Party, you might get a nut.
Thank you. Anybody else seeking the call? If not, I will put the question. The question is that the motion to take note of the minister's answer be agreed to. All those of opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Canavan, are you moving to take note of answers?
Sorry, Mr. Deputy President. I'll double up here. So I rise to take note on answers to all questions from coalition senators. And today was a demonstration of why this government is not fit to continue as government, because really when you are elected and given the honour of being a government by the Australian people, you have two main jobs to do. Your first job is to do what you said you would do. You're generally speaking, if you're elected government, you'll have a list of things that you promise to do to the Australian people, and your first job should be to implement them to the letter and keep your promises. The second job you have is to respond to events. There are things that happen, of course, to any government that can't be expected, that can't be predicted, and the Australian people expect a government that shows the strength, the wisdom, the consistency to respond to those challenges in a way that pursues our national interests and national harmony. And today, in multiple questions, we saw how this government has failed on both of those questions. It made a number of clear promises, the Anthony Albanese government. Anthony Albanese directly himself, the Prime Minister, made a number of clear and direct promises to the Australian people 3 years ago. Prime among those was his promise to cut everyone's power bills, the Australian people's power bills, by $275. He said that on almost 100 occasions ahead of the election. He promised that he would, if he got in, have the policies to reduce power bills by $275 by this financial year that we're in right now. Of course, I don't think I need to remind Australians that that promise has not been met. Since 3 years ago, most Australians would have received around 12 power bills, around a dozen power bills every quarter arriving in their letterbox, and it would appear almost every time they get higher and higher and higher. They have not gone down. In fact, the average power bill for the average family has gone up by almost $500 a year, and some big families are facing $1,000 and more increases since this government elected. So not only have the bills not gone down by $275, they've gone up instead by this $500 or more. It's not just a broken promise, it's a reverse broken promise. It's gone in the opposite direction than the Prime Minister mentioned. And today in question time, we had the embarrassing spectacle where the Leader of the government in the Senate would not answer a simple question about whether that promise had been kept or not. Instead, the Leader of the government just deflected to what our policies were, what different types of energy that are even banned in this country are. She could not stand behind her own promise. So the question before the Australian people is, if you couldn't trust them last time, how can you trust them this time? They didn't do what they said last time. So anything they say in the next few weeks and promise you, how can you at all trust that they would implement those as well? You can't. And the other test that is before any government is, how do you respond to events? And the world has been shocked in the last 18 months by the events of October 7th. They were shocking and tragic and terrible. They were on the other side of the world, but they affected all people that share sympathy with humanity and want to see decency in our world. And unfortunately, in our country, we had the almost immediate rise of tensions and division among different communities here in Australia, with the shocking events at the Sydney Opera House just days or I think hours after the original attacks. And really from that get-go, we haven't had a Prime Minister that's shown strength and consistency in his response. No one expects the Prime Minister to solve the issues over there in the Middle East or even completely remove the tensions that result in this country. It's a very emotional issue for people, but he hasn't, unfortunately, shown a level of consistency in responding to this matter, and we've seemingly allowed these issues to bubble over in the past 18 months. And we've got to the point yesterday, perhaps, and hopefully it will be maybe the apogee of this. Hopefully we can finally turn this shocking tension and threats of violence around. But the revelation yesterday of two nurses in Western Sydney effectively threatening to kill people or not treat people, to leave them to die. It's not something I think any Australian thought they'd see in this country. And today in question time, it became apparent that the government was not even aware that both of these nurses could still potentially practice outside of New South Wales. I give credit to the New South Wales government for immediately removing their registration, but that had not been done nationally and the government was not aware of that. I'm advised now that since question time, their registration has been removed across the country. So I welcome that. But it does raise the question why this government continues to seem to be flat-footed on these issues and can't respond in a strong way that brings Australians together and draws a clear line that kind of conduct we saw will never be tolerated in our harmonious and wonderful country.
Thank you. No one from the government seeking the call? No. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Acting. Well, there's plenty of things that you lot could have done today to ensure a smooth day, but yet again, we see Labor losing control of the chamber. This is absolutely outrageous, Mr Deputy President. This is a part of the day that occurs every day, and I am more than entitled to take note of the pathetic responses that we saw yet again from Minister Wong when it came to the security and safety of Jewish Australians on the day after we have seen anti-Semitic rants that actually not only call on the destruction of Israel and murder of Jews and Israelis, that we had Australian nurses in the New South Wales health system declaring that they would personally kill anyone that came into the hospital if they were an Israeli. Absolutely disgraceful. Only yesterday we had the Israel caucus here, and they might be upset we're taking note of this, those opposite here, because disappointingly there is not one Labor member of the Friends of Israel caucus, not one Labor sitting MP in either this place or the other place that is a member. That is the respect that they hold Jewish Australians in. Well done to former member Mike Kelly and the former member Michael Danby, who restore some faith in the old Labor that used to stand with our Israeli allies. But we know that this government that is run by the Labor left is bereft of these principles that have always been upheld with old Labor. And that's why it is time for this Labor government to be shown the door. And so, quite possibly this is the last day of this parliament in this place. I hope so. I hope Australians have the opportunity to boot this lot out as quickly as possible, because everything that they are doing is putting the safety and security not only of Jewish Australians but all Australians at risk. All Australians are at risk because of the rising tide of anti-Semitism. We saw a caravan in Dural that the PM still won't even acknowledge when he was briefed, because he wasn't, because he can't be trusted. He can't be trusted. So the AFP and the New South Wales Premier didn't even tell him about a caravan full of explosives in Dural in New South Wales that would have had a blast range of some 40 metres, because he couldn't be trusted. And that tells you everything you need to know about this Prime Minister. Cannot be trusted. Cannot be trusted. That was not a reflection at all, so I will not be withdrawing, because Australians cannot trust this Prime Minister.
Senator Hughes, I'm required to rule. I will ask you to withdraw.
I'd politely decline. Saying someone can't be trusted is not a reflection.
Senator Ayres.
Thank you. I do think I do think that the way that we conduct ourselves in these questions, all of us are just asking.
If you can just get to your point.
Yeah, I intend to, as quickly as I can. It is important for the efficient management of the chamber. All of us overstep the mark from time to time. I did it earlier today. I withdrew immediately. Yeah. It's not an opportunity to argue with the acting deputy president.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. You may continue.
Sensitive. We can't even criticise the Prime Minister. So the lack of trust that Australians are clearly showing in the Prime Minister, it's being reflected not only in the polls but on the betting markets. They're an absolute cracker. But this lack of trust in the Prime Minister is being shown because all Australians know they are not safe with this Prime Minister. They know that the Jewish Australian community is not safe. A caravan in Dural with a blast radius of 40 metres that would have taken out possibly hundreds of people, not just Jewish Australians. In fact, one of the targets is about 300 metres from where I live. So who knows who could have been affected by this, but this Prime Minister couldn't even be briefed on it. And yet today, when they are asked questions about the abhorrent behaviour of these nurses in Blacktown Hospital in my home state of New South Wales, crickets. The Prime Minister has not called for a national cabinet. The Prime Minister has not done anything. We saw from Minister Wong today a passing of the buck to New South Wales that they can deal with it. Completely unaware that even when New South Wales had deregistered these nurses, that these nurses could go work in Victoria. They could go work in Tasmania. They could go work anywhere. And so thankfully, since question time, once again led by the noes, by the opposition, we found out since question time the nurses have now been deregistered across the country. Once again, action that is being taken after the opposition has to bring to their attention their inadequacies. And we see it time and time again. Bring on the election, give this lot the boot, stand with Jewish Australians, because the Holocaust didn't start with the gas chambers. It started with the actions that we're seeing on the streets of Sydney, yet the weak and incompetent leadership that we're seeing is absolutely being allowed to fester and develop and grow because of the inactions and ineptitude of this Prime Minister.
Senator Smith.
Senate sitting day before the 2025 election, it's worth reminding Australian voters of one thing. That one thing is that Anthony Albanese in May 2022 promised Australians that life would be better under Labor. 3 years later, instead, Australians have got poorer and Australians are less safe. At this election, in just weeks away, I ask Australians to think seriously. Should Anthony Albanese be rewarded for a promise that he has clearly broken?
The question is that the motion moved by Senator Canavan be agreed to. All those in opinion say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. Senator McKim.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I move that the Senate take note of Senator McAllister's response to the question I asked her in question time. Catastrophic fires are burning in Tasmania at the moment, and I want to acknowledge that in places like Zion, in places like Corinna, there is very real fear being felt by people as the fires are in very close proximity to those areas. And I also want to acknowledge the bravery of firefighters and responders to fires and the dangers that they often place themselves in as they respond to the fires. But there is an element to these fires that has not received the attention that it should, and that is the catastrophic impact that these fires are having on unique ecological communities in Tasmania. Absolutely calamitous fires are burning in the Tarkine region right now in northwest Tasmania. This is an area of acknowledged World Heritage values, both Aboriginal cultural heritage values and natural and ecological values. And in particular, in places like the Wilson River and its tributaries, the Harmon River and Yellow Creek, lie the most extensive stretches of unlogged and undisturbed huon pines left on the planet. These are ancient paleo-endemic plant communities, and they're at the very core not just of Tasmania's Gondwanan heritage, but actually at the core of the world's Gondwanan heritage. And the fires that are burning now have taken grove after grove of huon pines along the Harmon River, including a grove that contained the largest known huon pine. And when I say largest known huon pine, we have to actually all understand what that means. It was a tree estimated to be 3,000 years old, which, because it was the largest known huon pine in Tasmania, is actually the largest known huon pine we know of anywhere in the world. And at 3,000 years, it was one of the oldest trees, was one of the oldest trees. And I say was because it's now a pile of ash. It's now a pile of ash. These are ecological tragedies at a global scale. And these fires that are burning in Tasmania are Tasmania's version of the melting ice caps that we see in the world's polar regions. They are Tasmania's version of the dying coral reefs that we are seeing in the world's tropical regions. And these fires are being driven by climate change. 15 or 20 years ago, dry lightning strikes were almost unheard of in Tasmania. But on Monday, February the 3rd this year alone, Tasmania recorded 1,227 dry lightning strikes. And this is the new normal. And this is a global catastrophe for these globally unique ecological systems. The technology to detect these lightning strikes exists, but what doesn't exist is the resources invested into aerial and on-the-ground firefighting capacity to respond as quickly as we need to these fires. Now, we did a Senate inquiry. The Greens established a Senate inquiry into the terrible 2016 fires that scoured so much of the Tasmanian Wilderness World Heritage Area. And we made recommendation after recommendation that have sat on the shelf and gathered dust under Liberal and Labor governments here in Canberra and Liberal and Labor governments in Hobart in Tasmania. And the evidence was clear. For remote area fires, you need to get onto them quickly, hit them early and hit them hard. And we didn't do that this time, despite the fact that we should have learned our lessons in 2016. We've got to do better. Yes, there have been aerial capacity deployed to Tasmania in recent days, but there were multiple days after these fires started where aerial capacity was either not deployed or not deployed at an extent that was needed. This is an emergency. It needs an emergency response. We are in real time watching a global ecological catastrophe unfolding on our watch. We've got to do better.
The question is that the motion moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. All those of opinion say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. It is with deep regret that I inform the Senate of the death on 22nd January 2025 of the Honourable John Collington Moore AO, a former minister and member of the House of Representatives for the Division of Ryan, Queensland from 1975 to 2001. I call Senator Green.
Thank you. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the death of John Moore. I move that the Senate records its sadness at the death on the 22nd of January 2025 of the Honourable John Collington Moore AO, former member for Ryan, former Minister for Business and Consumer Affairs, Industry, Science and Tourism and Defence, and places on record its gratitude for his service to the Parliament and the nation, and tenders its sympathy to its family in their bereavement. Okay. Thank you. And I'm conscious our colleagues on the other side of the chamber will have many comments to make, but I do want to rise on behalf of the government to express our condolences following the passing of former member and minister, the Honourable John Moore, at the age of 88. As I begin, I wish to convey the government's sympathies to his family and friends, namely his wife Jacqueline, his children Simon, Sarah and Andrew, together with his stepchildren Sarah, Caroline, Charlotte and Annie, and all of their families. John Moore was a country boy who never forgot his roots. He was born in Rockhampton on the 16th of November 1936 and was raised on a cattle station west of Bowen. Before his 26-year career in politics, John was a businessman and stockbroker who formed his own brokerage, which he grew into the largest single trading business in Queensland. John was elected to the House of Representatives for the Division of Ryan in 1975 and held this seat until his retirement in February 2001. Previously known for his success in business, John forged himself as a formidable and talented coalition minister, serving in 3 federal ministries and 2 cabinets across the Fraser and Howard governments. During his 2 decades of service to this parliament, John will be remembered for his commitment to his constituents of Ryan, his party and to our country. As Minister for Defence from 1998 to 2001, John Moore oversaw the Australian peacekeeping mission in East Timor. This was the largest deployment of Australian forces since Vietnam as part of the International Force for East Timor, a multinational peacekeeping task force organised and led by Australia. John will also be recognised for his contribution to the 2000 Defence White Paper, a paper which set out the long-term future of Australian security. What was clear from John's service last week, which I had the extraordinary honour of attending, was that the extraordinary mark he left on 2 decades of service to the Australian Parliament and, of course, to the Liberal Party. After Parliament, John continued to serve his community. In 2004, Mr Moore was appointed an Officer of the Order of Australia, AO, for service to the community through the Australian Parliament. This award recognised his development of the strategic industry policy and to both policy and management reform in the defence sector. John was re-elected 9 times by the people of Ryan, quite a feat. And those who knew him best gave very heartfelt tributes at the service last Tuesday. They included the General, the Honourable Sir Peter Cosgrove, AKAC CVO MC retired, the Honourable Warwick Smith AO, and Dr. Denver Beanland AM. One of the quotes from the tribute was the famous Theodore Roosevelt quote, and it's one that was used to sum up John's life and contribution, and one that all members of this Senate could reflect on from time to time. It is not the critic that counts, not the man who points out how strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes up short again and again, because there's no effort without error or shortcoming, but who knows the great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause. I pay my respects to John Moore and recognise his contribution to our state and to our country. The government expresses its gratitude for the work of the Honourable John Moore AO and extends our deepest condolences to his friends, family and loved ones.
Thank you, Senator Green. Senator Cash.
Thank you, and I rise on behalf of the opposition to pay tribute to John Moore. From a childhood on a cattle station in Queensland to the heady world of stockbroking and onto the cut and thrust of federal politics, John Moore lived, without a doubt, a varied and interesting life. John was born in 1936 in Rockhampton, and he was raised on the cattle station, or on a cattle station, west of Bowen. As Tom Switzer noted in his touching obituary for John, he regaled generations of his family with accounts of his half-day horseback commute to the railway station in the company of his favourite Aboriginal stockman. John's early schooling, like so many children living in remote areas in those days, was actually by correspondence. Later, he was a boarder at the Southport School on the Gold Coast before attending the University of Queensland, where he graduated with a Bachelor of Commerce. John became a stockbroker in 1960 at the Brisbane Stock Exchange, first working for A.R. Walker & Co, before forming his own brokerage, John Moore & Company, in 1964. He grew his company into the largest single-trader business in Queensland, opening offices in regional centres in both Queensland and New South Wales. His success in business was not limited to broking, also holding directorships or board memberships in a number of Australian companies, such as Brandt Limited and Phillips. He was a board member of the Australian subsidiary of some multinational investment firms, including Merrill Lynch and Citigroup. John was appointed to the Council of the Australian National University in 1971 and served as a councillor until 1976.
John had joined the Liberal Party in 1964, and by 1966 he was serving in the Queensland State Executive Committee, and he was twice President of the Queensland Party. John won the Brisbane seat of Ryan at the 1975 dismissal election, becoming a backbencher in the Fraser government, which had come to power at the time by taking 30 seats from Labor. He then held the seat of Ryan until his retirement before the 2001 election. John was re-elected 9 times by the people of Ryan, and in total he served more than a quarter of a century in the other place. His first ministerial appointment was as the Minister for Business and Consumer Affairs from 1980 to 1982 as part of the Fraser government. And in that role, John helped to implement the Federal Companies Act and the deregulation of fees in the securities industry. While the Labor governments of Bob Hawke and Paul Keating were in power from 1983 to 1996, John served in shadow cabinet for several key ministries including finance, industry and commerce and communications. John then backed Andrew Peacock in the leadership spill, which saw John Howard toppled in 1989. John later apologised for the fallout which befell the Liberal Party because of his and Wilson Tuckey's regrettable tell-all appearance on ABC's Four Corners. You then had John Howard's Lazarus Rising moment, and bitterness between Mr Howard and John was then set aside for the good of the party and for the good of Australia. And in fact, Prime Minister Howard initially made John his Minister for Industry, Science and Tourism. John then went on to help drive investment into and the modernisation of our car and pharmaceutical industries. It was in 1998, though, that John was appointed as the Minister for Defence. And in that role, John oversaw the largest deployment of Australian forces since Vietnam as part of the interfet role in the East Timorese independence process. He also oversaw the upgrade of the troubled Collins-class submarines, ensuring Australia had a truly region-leading capability. John was 65 when he retired from the Parliament in 2001. He didn't stop there, though. He decided to return to the business world where he had first made his mark before politics. And for more than a decade after he retired from the Parliament, he served as a corporate director and a mentor to a number of young entrepreneurs. Some senators may be interested to know he also pursued his interest in wine, and he actually served as chairman of what is now Wine Australia. But one of his greatest loves was travelling widely and spending time with his family. John Moore was appointed an Officer of the Order of Australia in 2004 for service to the community through the Australian Parliament, to the development of strategic industry policy and to both policy and management reform in the defence sector. On behalf of the Coalition, I offer my heartfelt condolences to his wife and the entire Moore family who farewelled John at a state funeral in Brisbane last week. May John Moore rest in peace.
Thank you, Senator Cash, and I call Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President, and on behalf of the National Party, I rise to speak to this condolence motion. Together we gather to pay tribute to the Honourable John Collington Moore, AO, a distinguished former Member of Parliament who represented the division of Ryan in Queensland with unwavering dedication from 1975 until his retirement in 2001. Mr Moore's passing on the 22nd of January 2025 at the age of 88 marks the end of a remarkable journey of public service and commitment to the nation, and I do want to recognise my National Party colleague, Senator Susan McDonald, who did speak at his eulogy and gave a very heartfelt reflection, particularly as a fellow country Queenslander, who similarly will have gone through an education system in primary years which reflected correspondence. And I know she would have loved to have been able to contribute to this condolence motion had it been a little earlier in the day. Born on the 16th of November 1936, a country boy in Rockhampton, Queensland, John Moore's early life was deeply rooted in regional Australia. Raised on a cattle station west of Bowen, he experienced firsthand the challenges and the virtues of rural life. His initial education was through correspondence and a testament to the resilience and determination that would later define his career. He completed his secondary education at the Armidale School before earning a Bachelor of Commerce from UQ with a focus on accounting. And before entering the political arena, Mr Moore established himself as a prominent businessman and stockbroker. In 1964, he founded John Moore & Co., which grew to become the largest single trader business in Queensland, extending its reach into regional centres right across Queensland and New South Wales. His entrepreneurial spirit and commitment to regional development were evident in these endeavours, reflecting a deep understanding of the economic landscapes beyond our urban centres. Mr Moore's political journey commenced with his election to the House of Representatives for the Division of Ryan in 1975, and throughout his tenure he held several key ministerial positions, including the Minister for Business and Consumer Affairs in the Fraser government, the Minister for Industry, Science and Tourism, and the Minister for Defence in the Howard government. His tenure as Minister for Defence was marked by significant global and regional challenges. He played a crucial role in overseeing critical defence initiatives, including the deployment of Australian forces to East Timor as part of the UN peacekeeping efforts. He was instrumental in strengthening Australia's defence capabilities, particularly through the advancement of the Collins-class submarine fleet. And Mr Moore also focused on defence procurement reform, ensuring efficiency and accountability with major acquisitions was at the forefront. His leadership in defence policy helped modernise Australia's military strategy and reinforce the nation's commitment to regional security. One of his most significant contributions was the Australian Defence Force was the release of the White Paper Defence 2000, Our Future Defence Force, which provided a comprehensive plan for the nation's defence capabilities. Reflecting on his impact and its impact specifically, John Howard remarked, and I quote, "The Defence White Paper is the most far-sighted reshaping of Australia's defence capability in a generation. It would not have been possible without John Moore's determination to improve management within defence and also win new resources for the ADF." When John Howard won power in 1996 after 13 years of hard labour, there were only two men in the coalition at that time who had cabinet experience, John Howard and John Moore. Moore was, of course, an Andrew Peacock man. But despite these ideological differences, there was a deep mutual respect between these two men. Howard brought him into his office and together they drew up the first Howard ministry. Wets and dries, putting the nation first. A task of significant consequence after years in opposition. The relationship between Moore and the Nationals was not so amenable. John was a blue-blooded Queensland Liberal at a time when the Nationals, under Joh Bjelke-Petersen, were in ascendancy, and at that time the majority coalition party in Queensland. Those of us outside of Queensland in the National Party looked to Queensland of what could be possible, were the Nationals the majority party. So there was no love lost between the parties back in those days. It's now very harmonious in the LNP, with battles over pre-selections a common occurrence. The great Ron Boswell, former leader of the National Party in this place, recalls the ruthlessness of the Liberals in attempting to displace Nationals from the Senate ticket, including Flo Bjelke-Petersen. In his own words, former Senator Ron Boswell recalled, and I quote, "We clashed like buggery." I think that quote was from Today. For his part, Moore liked to describe the Nationals as the Pineapple Party. Despite these political rivalries, he was a man who understood and respected the role of regional Australia. His upbringing on a cattle station gave him an intrinsic appreciation of the agricultural sector and the unique challenges faced by rural communities and those of us that live in them. This perspective informed his policy decisions, ensuring that the needs of regional Australia were considered in national discussions. John was a wealthy man from a farming background, and as a stockbroker he took an active interest in the market regularly, even as a minister, back in the day where there was less scrutiny over the intersections between private and public dealings. He brought a business-minded approach to governance, balancing economic pragmatism with political acumen. In recognition of his extensive contributions, Mr Moore was appointed as an officer of the Order of Australia in 2004. This honoured his service to the community through the Australian Parliament, his role in developing strategic industry policy and his efforts in policy and management reform within the defence sector. And as we reflect on his life and service, it's essential to acknowledge the personal qualities that endeared him to colleagues right across the political spectrum. He was known for his integrity, dedication and a steadfast commitment to the betterment of Australia. His ability to connect with individuals from diverse backgrounds, coupled with his deep understanding of both urban and rural issues, made him a respected figure in this parliament. In remembering John Moore, we honour a man whose contributions have left an indelible mark on our country's history. His legacy will endure as a testament to his contribution to Australian public life and national security. And on behalf of the National Party and the Senate, I extend our deepest condolences to his wife Jacqueline, his family and friends, and all who had the privilege of knowing him. May he rest in peace.
Thank you. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I must say this condolence motion brings a lot of memories back for me. So, John Moore was my local member for many, many years, and he was also my sitting federal member when I first joined the Young Liberals in 1987, and I became chair of his local Young Liberal branch. So much of which has been discussed during the course of this debate or condolence motion has brought so many memories back to me. I want to quickly make a few points from my perspective, given that context. The first is that John Moore came to Parliament with a formidable skill set from the business world and also from his community involvement. He did establish a very successful stockbroking firm, one of the most successful in Queensland, and he had a deep understanding of finance and a brilliant and logical mind. He also served in government as a minister in two different governments, both the Howard government and also the Fraser government. At a relatively early stage of his political career, he was elevated to the ministry in the Fraser government. And between 1998 to 2001, he served as Minister for Defence. And I just quickly wanted to read a contribution he made during his time as Minister for Defence during an MPI. And I won't read the start, where he has, in typical John Moore style, a bit of a stab at the opposition, which was quite delightful, I must say, and brought back a lot of memories as well. But I want to quote this in relation to his thinking on defence. Quote, and this is from 25 August 1999, an MPI. Quote, a new defence white paper is in preparation and will be released by the government next year. A central element of the government's vision for defence is a lean defence force, one that is not hampered by waste and efficiency. Our defence reform program is a very important means of achieving such a force. The defence reform program seeks nothing less than the fundamental realignment of the way defence is managed and led, end quote. And I think just from that short quotation from Hansard, you can see the intellectual rigour he brought to his portfolio in terms of looking at the big picture and looking forward 5 years, 10 years and 20 years. And I think that should really be appreciated. Next point I want to make is John was an excellent local member. He was an excellent local member and he was served by an excellent team of staff, and they were very, very loyal to him. And I think that says a lot about John Moore, the fact that you can hire such an outstanding team of staff and they stick with you from the high points and the low points, I think says a lot about John Moore. From the party perspective, he also served as president of the Queensland Liberal Party during some of our best moments and some of our less best moments. So he served as president of the Queensland Liberal Party between 1973 and 1976, and I can remember him saying when he was president in the headquarters, and Senator McGrath might remember this, our headquarters used to be on Wickham Terrace in the city, and he said during the 75 election he decided to put a bucket out at the front of the Liberal Party headquarters on Wickham Terrace because people would actually just stop their cars and throw money into the bucket because that's how desperate they were to get rid of the Whitlam Labor government. So he served extraordinarily well during the best times of the Liberal Party, and then we turn to his period as president of the Liberal Party between 1984 to 1990, which was probably the most difficult times of the Queensland Liberal Party. And from my perspective, that's where you saw John Moore's character at its best. When the party needed him, he stepped up. And those were very, very difficult times for the Queensland Liberal Party for some of the reasons that were referred to. And he was a loyal servant to the party and provided leadership to the party during those very, very difficult times. So as a Queensland senator sitting in the Liberal Party room, I would like to pay my deepest respects to John Moore, his service to his country, his service to his community, his service in a number of portfolios, and I'd like to pay my deep condolences to his wife Jacqueline and their children and family.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy President, and I would like to join my colleagues in honouring the public service of John Moore, the former member for Ryan, former minister, and more importantly, a husband, a family man, and a Queenslander. And it's interesting listening to the speeches to reflect on the journey of someone who, as Senator Cash pointed out, used to get on a horse to go to the local train station, and this wasn't like a 2-minute ride, get the train to go down to school. This was a kid from the bush who made his way in life, in business, in politics, but stayed true to himself. And his time on the Brisbane Stock Exchange was I think the word could be hectic. He was very successful. This is someone who understood the importance of capital, someone who understood the importance of investment, someone who understood the importance of making sure that business drove the state, because from business came jobs and investment. And he went on to represent my state and my party, the now Liberal National Party, but the Liberal Party here in Canberra. And it was a hell of a journey for him. He had ups and downs, but the western suburbs of Brisbane, Brisbane itself, Queensland and Australia, is a better place because of the service of John Moore in this very building. Now, he was Minister for various roles that have been mentioned by my colleagues. But it was his role as Minister of Defence that I really do think that his understanding of humanity and his understanding of getting things done came to the fore. He made sure that the Australian-led peacekeeping mission in East Timor was suitably equipped, and that mission helped lead East Timor to its independence. He was also responsible for the commencement of upgrades to the Collins-class submarines, and he made many other reforms within defence, which we all know that Russell sometimes can be a law unto itself. But he brought rigour to the monies that were being spent by the taxpayers of Australia. He brought rigour to how those monies were spent, because he wanted to make sure that the men and women who served this country had the equipment and had the leadership that they wanted and requested to help make sure that Australia was our safer place. Now, Senator McKenzie made reference to the somewhat boisterous nature and so did Senator Scarr actually, between the old Liberal Party and the old National Party in Queensland.
It's all in the past.
And it is all in the past, as Senator McKenzie pointed out. The Liberal National Party is actually, it is ancient history, but the Liberal National Party is a united force in Queensland. And the fact that we hold 70% of the seats, the fact that David Crucifulli is Premier of Queensland and that Adrian Schrinner leads a long-term administration in Brisbane, the largest local government authority in the Southern Hemisphere, is partly due to the leadership of John Moore stepping up to make sure that there still was a Liberal Party when the Liberal Party was at its lowest. And I speak as a Liberal. I speak as someone who grew up on a farm, and Dad would go out and help the Liberal Party and come back at night and the results would be in, and my father would always say, oh, the Liberal votes always come in late. Well, they never came in. They never came in. But John Moore, to Paul Senator Scarr's point, when the party was at its lowest, and we've had a lot of low points in Queensland, he stepped up because he knew that part of public service is making sure that your political party, who is a standard bearer for your beliefs and your values, is an operational political party. And if there hadn't been a Liberal Party, there would not be a Liberal National Party in Queensland today. And that is thanks to his leadership. And you know, John had many friends in the Liberal Party, and Senator Scarr is a leader of Western suburbs and now the greater Ipswich region. But the fights in the old Liberal Party, John Moore had a lot of enemies, but he had a lot of friends who understood that his heart and his soul was in the right place, and that if John Howard was someone who would have him sitting around his cabinet table, notwithstanding the rather boisterous history between those two, it is a classic case of the party putting their best people forward. So, on behalf of the people of Queensland, on behalf of the Liberal National Party, on behalf of the members of the Liberal National Party, I want to thank John's family and his friends for lending us the service of John Moore, and they should all know that our country is a better place because of the life lived by John Moore, and in particular the service that he's given to this country.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. And Senators, I ask that you might stand and join with me in a moment of silence to signify the assent of the motion. The motion is carried. Senator Grogan.
I present the Delegated Legislation Monitor 2 of 2025 of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, together with ministerial correspondence, and I move that the Senate take note of the report, and I also seek leave to incorporate a tabling statement in Hansard.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted. Senator Grogan.
On behalf of Senator O'Neill, I present the report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services on wholesale investor and wholesale client tests, together with accompanying documents. And I move that the Senate take note of the report and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Senator Scarr.
If I could very briefly seek to simply take this opportunity to congratulate you, Acting Deputy President, on your leadership of the Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee for this term of Parliament. I think it's been outstanding, and I think this report's an appropriate conclusion to this term of Parliament, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. And in a rare moment, peace breaks out on the last, or potentially the last meeting. Senator Grogan.
Very much, Acting Deputy President. I'd also like to, on behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, present the report of the committee on its inquiry into anti-Semitism in Australian universities, together with accompanying documents. And I would also like to present the 225th report of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties.
Senator Kovacic.
On behalf of Senator Brockman, I present the 185th report of the Committee of Privileges entitled Persons Referred to in the Senate, Ms Bailey-Neha, and I move that the report be adopted and seek leave to incorporate and table this and the tabling statement in Hansard. Thank you. On behalf of Senator Dean Smith and the...
Could I just seek, you've sought leave, so
Yes.
is leave granted?
Yep.
There being no objection, leave is granted. Clerk. So the question is that the motion moved by Senator Kovacic be agreed to. Those of opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Kovacic.
On behalf of Senator Dean Smith and the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills, I present Scrutiny Digest 2 of 2025, together with the committee's annual report for 2024, and I move that the Senate take note of the reports and seek leave to continue remarks.
Well, leave is granted. We move on to the next item. Senator Urquhart.
I'm jumping a little bit ahead.
Sorry, Senator Urquhart. Senator Kovacic's finishing another item.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I present the third interim report of the Economics References Committee on improving consumer experiences, choice and outcomes in Australia's retirement system, and I move that the Senate takes note of the report and seek leave to continue remarks.
The motion moved by Senator Kovacic. Those of that opinion say aye. Sorry, Senator Chisholm.
I present the Government's response to the Select Committee on Job Security's first to fourth interim report and reports and final report. In accordance with the usual practice, I seek leave to have the document incorporated in Hansard.
Thank you. Senator Urquhart.
I know I'm jumping a little bit ahead in consideration of committee reports, but I did have discussions with the opposition whip earlier about tabling Senator Cicconi's statement on that report. It is the report of Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee, Australia's Sanctions Regime Report.
So
I'm wondering if I can have that,
is
incorporated in Hansard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, it being 5:30, the Minister.
I move that A, the Senate at its rising adjourn till Tuesday 25th of March 2025 at midday, or such other time as may be fixed by the President, or in the event of the President being unavailable by the Deputy President, and that the time of meeting so determined shall be notified to each Senator, and B, leave of absence be granted to every member of the Senate from the end of the sitting day to the day on which the Senate next meets.
Propose the motion put by the Minister. All those that have opinion say aye. Those against, the ayes have it. I now propose that the Senate do adjourn.
Have a list. Oh, Senator Grogan.
Thank you, President. Later this year, at a date still to be determined, Australians will be faced with a choice. A very clear choice between a government, a Labor government, with a very clear, strong, sustainable agenda. No secrets, no multiple ministries, no car parks, sports rorts, just really clear, honest government. Or the other choice that they have is Mr. Peter Dutton, who has been very clear, again, very open and honest, that he is going to cut wasteful government spending. What's not so honest and clear is the fact that he said he's not going to tell you what he's going to cut. He's just going to cut what he feels like should he get into government. Hardly the honest and transparent government that this country is looking for. Having no intention to tell people where you're going to cut, just to tell them that you're going to absolutely cut things. There have been some hints on some items that they're obviously in no way supportive of, but they've got two really, really large policies, well, two policies, just two. They're the only two that they've announced, so it's not difficult to keep track of that. It's quite straightforward. One is the nuclear plan, Australia's nuclear future, according to the Coalition, which has a price tag of $600 billion. And that's before we even start unpacking the fact that the plan, as it's called, because it's a bit sketchy, let's be honest, doesn't provide anything like the demand for electricity that we have in this country. Not even close. It is a fraction of what we need. And then, of course, there's the fact that nuclear is the most water-hungry source of energy in a country that really has issues with water. We have to be very cautious with our water. Anyway, $600 billion price tag. The second policy, and like I say, it's not hard to track because I've only got two. The second one is to have workers pay for their bosses to take long lunches. Now, I'm still scratching my head on this one. Because from what I experience with small business, this isn't their primary issue. But the Coalition and Mr Dutton will tell you that it is, that this is their biggest issue, that they want to be able to go to lunch, claim it on their tax. I think they're probably talking to way different businesses than I am. So, what is he going to cut to pay for these things? You know, that is hundreds of billions of dollars on things that aren't going to deliver what they claim to. What are they going to cut? Well, if we go to the history of the Coalition, because let's be honest, it's not that long ago that we were in a decade, disgraceful decade, of the Coalition being in government. So you don't have to look far back to see what did they do when they were in government. Not what's the rubbish they're telling us now, because I sit here and scratch my head sometimes at some of the things that they claim to care about now. They spent an entire decade in government not caring about one iota. So, we know that when Mr Dutton was the Health Minister, he was voted the worst Health Minister in living memory by Australian doctors, which is not really surprising because he tried to destroy Medicare. He cut money from all parts of the health service. He was the one that introduced the idea, it didn't come off, thank heavens, introduced the idea that you'd pay to go to the emergency department. Every single person would just pay, because his basic theory is that if you don't pay for it, you don't value it. That's all very well to say for a man that wealthy. Just look it up. But for the rest of the population, for ordinary Australians looking to go to the doctor, looking to bulk bill, no. He has got no history of any credibility in that area. We do. We have restored so much of the things that were crushed by the Coalition, and we will continue to do so and build Medicare. But that's just one area. There's TAFE, free TAFE. They hate that. That's probably going to go. They hate, what else do they hate? They hate our historic funding agreements for schools. They had 10 years to bring in the Gonski reforms, did nothing. We did. The tax cut that we expanded to low income and middle income and all Australians. No, they'll be going straight back to just giving breaks to wealthy Australians. Be careful when you choose.
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, President, and I thank the Senate for giving me a 10-minute contribution. During this afternoon's adjournment debate, I missed out on speaking on the bill this morning in relation to electricity infrastructure legislation amendment, which is essentially a bill on offshore wind, a technical legislative change. The Greens support offshore wind renewable rollout. Of course, we want this done properly. We're very focused on making sure we have the right processes in place for that. Now, I met with the department president a couple of years ago. In fact, I met with them on numerous occasions to ask them how they were going to be rolling out their offshore wind projects and the consultation processes around that. And I remember being alarmed at the model that they were going to use, very similar to what we see that NOPSEMA currently manages as regulator, where zones are permitted, companies can come along and apply for licences, and then if you get a licence, then you go through an environmental impact statement, community consultation, and then if you get to the end of the road, you can proceed with your offshore wind farm project. And many of the offshore wind zones may not be looking at established projects till potentially the 2030s. And it wasn't so much the licence process that I was concerned about, although we obviously want to make sure it's extremely rigorous and that wind farms are put in the right place and they have minimal impacts. I was concerned about the social licence for these projects. As I said to the department, if you leave it 5 or 10 years and you leave it to these big companies that are going to manage the wind farm process, you may well lose your social licence because there is an incredible amount of disinformation out there already about these wind farms. And that's what I want to talk about today, and I'm glad Senator Scarr's in the chamber today. He gets to hear part 2 of how we have a global disinformation, a very organised, very deceitful, very dishonest global disinformation campaign underway in relation to offshore wind farms. Senator Scarr, you can spend your 5 minutes responding to me as you did the other night. I'd be very happy to see that. President, right now before the Senate Environment and Communications Committee there is a Senate inquiry on the offshore wind consultation process. And there's a very important contribution from Professor Jeremy Walker from UTS, where he's written a paper for the Senate and he's outlining these disinformation campaigns and how they've worked in the US and how they're now being unfolded here in Australia. And there's also some really good research there from the US. Now, and I'd urge all Australians who are interested in this and interested in democracy to go onto the Environment and Comms website and have a look at these public submissions themselves. Now, he finishes his contribution, his 14 pages that he wrote for the Senate, saying the systemic disruption of offshore wind consultation processes by disinformation and astroturfing, the targeting of Australian local councils and state and federal parliaments is part of a foreign influence campaign, traceable through local actors to powerful, highly organised, far-right forces bent on preventing democratic governments from protecting their constituents from the catastrophic consequences of the fossil fuel industry. We ignore at our gravest peril the fossil sector's shadowy Atlas network, its disinformation assault on clean energy all around the world, on the integrity of our public sphere and democratic institutions and processes. And he's put some meat on the bones in terms of this conclusion in his submission to the Senate. I've already talked about the Atlas Network this week, but for those who aren't aware, and the thing is, Australians, you talk to them about this and they haven't heard about it. And I must confess, I didn't really know a huge amount about it myself till I did some research on it recently. They've done a really good job flying on the radar, which is quite amazing considering this US group has 550 global affiliates, all designed to try and prevent action on climate change and progress their conservative agendas and line the pockets of some of their big donors. And we've got some pretty high-profile subsidiaries here in Australia. He talks about the global infrastructure of these think tanks driving disinformation and opposition to clean energy and climate policy since 1988. He said they've been targeting community consultations, council, state and federal elections in Australia, particularly in relation to offshore wind farms. Now, it's really interesting research that is attached that traces back to the US. And as he says, as has been clearly demonstrated by research published by the Climate Policy Development Lab at Brown University, Rhode Island, USA, and numerous articles in the US press, the proliferation of Save the Whales from Wind Farm articles and memes were first propagated by the Heartland Institute, the Caesar Rodney Institute, and the Texas Public Policy Foundation, each of which are or have been listed by the Atlas Network as affiliated organisations, and each with amply documented histories of fossil fuel-derived funding, including from ExxonMobil, the co-foundations, Chevron and Alcoa subsidiaries. And there's a lot more information in his submission about that. He said, Atlas operatives working within these institutes assisted in catalysing the formation of anti-offshore wind community groups near offshore wind zones, mobilising community anger against wind farm projects on false claims, widely circulated on pop-up Facebook groups that wind farms are causing whale deaths, and setting up anti-wind campaign websites, often disguised in the language of environmental NGOs. The intentional creation and fostering of ostensibly grassroots political action groups by strategic communication experts is termed astroturfing, intended to convey superficial authenticity to what are in fact highly professional PR disinformation campaigns. And if you have a look at the lengths that these organisations have gone to to deceive communities. It's quite extraordinary. And I've got to say, I've been a campaigner for 20 years and I've got to show some grudging respect to the resources and the lengths these people have gone to deceive not just Americans but Australians globally about the wind farm, the use of wind farms. There's, for example, and it's all provided in this really amazing map, these astroturfing groups include the Save the Right Whales group in the US with its own website, or the Green Oceans group, or the Coalition for Ocean Protection, not to mention the Environmental Progress Group. Go on and have a look yourself. These fake groups set up by the Atlas Network and their subsidiaries are quite extraordinary. Now, has it infiltrated Australia? Unfortunately, yes, it has. The articles, memes and false claims that wind kills whales generated since 2023 by Atlas think tanks and spin-off community anti-wind farm groups on the US East Coast are now widely circulating in Australia, anti-wind farm groups, not to mention the Facebook pages of a few senators in this chamber, may I say, cloaking pro-fossil fuel industry narratives in the language of environmental and community concern via slick anonymous websites, a method identical to the tactics used by the US branch of anti-offshore wind network. Much of the groundwork organisation of this anti-offshore wind campaign in Australia appears to be conducted by secretive strategic communications experts. And he actually lists some of the people directly involved in this here in Australia. For example, counts in the language and imagery of environmental concern, websites such as No Offshore Wind Turbines, Responsible Futures Illawarra, Australians Against Offshore Wind and their associated Facebook groups are notably silent on the catastrophic impacts of global fossil fuels, but they're out there saying that wind farms kill whales and they're environmentally unfriendly. And he actually names up a number of individuals, including Burchell Wilson and others who are behind these groups that have got long established histories with US Atlas-affiliated think tanks, trained in the US, almost certainly funded by these think tanks in the US. And it's going to be really interesting, President, if we don't get a chance in this Senate inquiry to call these people as witnesses and interrogate their links to these international groups and these awful disinformation campaigns that are slowing down the rollout of renewable energy in this country and elsewhere on behalf of their big fossil fuel donors through these shady, dodgy, secretive networks. If we don't get a chance to in this Senate inquiry, then I would suggest to the Senate that in the next Parliament we need a much more substantial inquiry into who's behind these disinformation campaigns. Now, I hope you do come, Senator, I hope you do. I tell you what, we had a bill for disinformation to deal with disinformation in this Parliament and it didn't succeed. The Greens weren't supportive of the current framework, but I think we actually got it asked about. I think we need to do it the other way. We actually need to look at who's spreading this disinformation first, understand the lay of the land, and then look at what laws we need in place to prevent this kind of dishonest rhetoric. And it is a target at the heart of democracy and at the heart of climate action and all those who care about our planet.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator Polley.
Thank you. I have the opportunity now to correct the public record from the contribution that Senator Chandler made in this place earlier today. The record is very clear. We now have Rebecca White as the federal candidate in Lyons, and the Liberal candidate who thought she should already pack her bag to come to Canberra is going to miss out. So whatever Senator Chandler made accusations about Rebecca White is the most popular member in Lyons, resigned from Parliament, and will be an outstanding member of the House of Representatives. But I would be very, very careful about pointing the finger about people who are working on taxpayer money. They ought to look a little bit closer to home, because people who live in glass houses should never throw stones. But let's also go to the substance of what we will continue to talk about when we come back in March, and that is the stark contrast between what we have achieved in 3 years as opposed to those who had almost a decade in office and a leader that they have now, Mr Dutton, who has an outstanding record in undermining Australians' health, cutting health. He's now come to the party and said, we are going to cut the public service, but we are not going to tell you what services you as Australians are going to lose. So dishonest. So you compare that to someone like Minister Butler, who has actually fixed up the mess left by those opposite, who not only failed in aged care but failed in delivering good health outcomes for Australians and protecting Medicare. Contrast to that, we have just announced last Sunday $573 million for women's health. Outstanding, and I congratulate him. But let's also then go to another area that is so fundamentally important to our economy, and that is having a skilled, highly skilled workforce. What did they do in the 9 years that they were in government? They cut TAFE, that we had these shonky skills, private enterprise, most of them were shonky, and what did we end up with? We lacked all our skills. Then we had the contribution today that, you know, we've lost companies manufacturing overseas. Well, for heaven's sake, I could not believe that a Liberal member or a national person would come into this chamber and be so shameful when they closed down the car industry. They closed it down under your watch. That's why we're investing. We're investing in bringing manufacturing back here. But every single measure that we have put in place to address the cost of living, which started under them, who invested nothing in housing, has done nothing in terms of providing opportunities for Australians. They have voted against every single measure. They come in and they bleat about, we haven't done enough to give energy relief to Australians. They voted against our energy relief. So crocodile tears, that is exactly what it is. Housing Future Fund, $10 billion to provide housing for those Australians most in need. And what did they do? They spent a whole week in this Senate chamber, a whole week, with their Green partners. Oh, that's right, we're the ones who have a green tail. It was those buddies getting together. Not only, they weren't even prepared to have a vote. They stopped us from having a vote. And then finally, what did those opposite do? What Dutton always does, votes against everything that is going to help Australians, because it is crocodile tears that they have. Absolutely. If you want to talk about GPs, they rant about not enough GPs. We know that, but we've invested. Australians know that it was Mr Dutton and the Liberals wanted to have a GP tax and then froze whatever they were going to get. And we know that when they come into office, if that ever happens, God forbid, they will cut Medicare, as they do, and we still don't know how much that is really going to cost us. We're saying about $7,200 for every Australian, but mark my words, if they ever get on this side of the chamber again, every Australian will be worse off. They will get no support.
Senator Polly. Okay, Senator Scarr, bring it home.
Oh, good, absolutely. Well, good try, Senator Polly. There's lots of good TikTok material in that contribution, I'm sure. I would like to address some comments which Senator Whish-Wilson made. He did invite me to make some comments on his contribution. And I'd say to Senator Whish-Wilson, the answer, Senator Whish-Wilson, is blowing in the wind. It's blowing in the wind. You talked about wind power. The answer, Senator Whish-Wilson, is blowing in the wind. And one of the smartest people I know, my good friend Martin, sent me an article from the Wall Street Journal just a week or so ago. And I want to quote from this article about the realities, the economic realities of wind power. Energy giant Shell wrote off its 50% stake in Atlantic Shores. This is a wind farm project in New Jersey or off the coast of New Jersey, choosing to take a $1 billion impairment. That's US $1 billion impairment instead of completing the 2,800 megawatt wind farm, end quote. So there you go, Senator Whish-Wilson. The answer perhaps isn't blowing in the wind, it's blowing in the impairment provisions of major energy producers and how they're writing off their investments in wind farm projects. So I look forward to joining Senator Whish-Wilson's committee in the next parliament. Now, we're all in politics, so we expect robust debate, and I'm no different. And I note the sitting federal Labor member where my Senate office is located can give as good as he gets, and that's the Honourable Shane Newman, member for the Labor-held seat of Blair. And he accused me on River 94.9, which is a wonderful radio station in south-east Queensland, of not having done my homework. Which is, you know, I was always known as a conscientious student, Madam President. I was always known as a conscientious student. So this was a grave accusation to be made against me. And this was, of course, in relation to the Brisbane Valley Highway. And again, I repeat my call for the federal Labor Albanese government to dedicate an additional $20 million to the Brisbane Valley Highway, over and above the existing South East Queensland City deal, over and above that amount, an extra $20 million to the Brisbane Valley Highway. That's what I'm calling for the Albanese Labor government to do, and I make no apology for it because that highway is in a deplorable state. And I say to Mr Newman, it is not about the homework, it is about the road work. It's not about the road. It's not about the homework, Mr Newman. It's not about the homework, it's about the road work. That's what we want to see. And when we look at the report card for road work in Mr Newman's federal seat of Blair, what do we find? After 18 years of having a sitting Labor member, the Amberley interchange has not been fixed. After 18 years of Mr Newman being the sitting Labor member, the Mount Crosby interchange has not been fixed. After 18 years, not fixed. And after 18 years of having a sitting Labor member, the Brisbane Valley Highway has not been fixed. So the Amberley interchange, was that fixed in Mr Newman's 18 years? No. Was the Mount Crosby interchange fixed in Mr Newman's 18 years? No. Was the Brisbane Valley Highway fixed in Mr Newman's 18 years? No.
Point of order, President. The senator is misleading the Senate with his claims about the 18 years.
That's a debating point, Senator Chisholm. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, President. And I say to Mr Newman, you can't blame the state government. You can't say the state government ate your homework, because for 14 out of 18 years there was a Labor state government in Queensland. 14 out of the 18 years that you've been the federal Labor member for Blair, there was a Queensland Labor government. So you can't say the state Labor government ate your homework. So I make no apology for standing up for the people of the Somerset region, for standing up for the people of the Ipswich region, and calling for the Labor government to provide the roads, rail and bridges which the people of Ipswich and the people of the Somerset region deserve.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again on Tuesday the 25th of March of 2025 at 12 noon. Good night, Senators.